Naruto, my Sharingan can be embedded with infinity gems. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Before Leaving the Village. The next day. Kamui, Mito, and Mera enter the venue of the Chunin exam together. When Kamui arrived, the daimyos and the 5 had not yet shown up. Instead, the villagers filled the auditorium one after another. After waiting for a long time, the daimyos and the 5 reluctantly went up to the stands to watch the ensuing battle. Kamui could see that except for the Hokage and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the rest of the people had little interest in the upcoming battle, but there was nothing they could do about it, since all the genin of their ninja village had been eliminated. Naruto. Madara abandoned his long speech and made a gesture to Kamui, indicating that Kamui could begin. Shenwei understood what he meant and announced it immediately. Round 6, Uchiha Kagura vs. Uzumaki Kushina, Urza. The battle begins. Miss Kagura and Urza had fought before and were familiar with each other's fighting styles, so she skipped the testing stage and pushed the battle to a climax with one move. The villagers were so excited that their blood was boiling and the voices of cheering and support were getting louder and louder. However, the daimyos in the stands were resistant and only listened to what the daimyo of the Land of Earth said. What's the point of this battle? After all the fighting, it's still you, Konoha village, who wins in the end. I think the Chunin exam should just end here. I think so too. Our time is precious. We don't want to waste it on these useless things. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning chimed in. I think we should just leave it at that, so that we can go back earlier. There are things in the water country that I need to deal with, and they have urged me several times. The daimyo of the Land of Water didn't want to watch anymore and gave a legitimate reason. Among the 5 daimyos, 3 hope that the Chunin exam can end. Even if the daimyo of the Fire Country does not want the Chunin exam to end, he still has to take their feelings into consideration. Hokage Madara was filled with anger as he listened to this and thought, you don't want to watch the Chunin exam, so you demand that it end. Aren't you too overbearing? Since the daimyo are tired, Hokage, please make arrangements and send them back to rest. Even though the Far Country daimyo didn't say it explicitly, he made it clear enough. If you don't like it, just leave. It's impossible to stop the Chunin exam. Seeing that the attitude of the Fire Nation daimyo was very clear, the 3 daimyo, the Earth Nation daimyo, the Lightning Nation daimyo, and the Water daimyo did not say much and obediently followed the anbu arranged by the Hokage Madara to leave the venue. The daimyo of the Land of Wind has always been a man of action. When he saw the 3 daimyos leaving the venue, he immediately stood up and left. The 4 daimyos of Earth, Thunder, Water and Wind left, and the 4 shadows of Earth, Thunder, Water and Wind naturally would not stay either, because this is politically correct. The villagers watched the battle on the field intently and did not notice any changes in the stands. The little girl Kagura and Urza on the field also decided the winner after repeated fights. The little girl Kagura narrowly defeated Urza with her speed. The winner of the 6th round is Uchiha Kagura. Congratulations. After Kamui announced the winner, he did not ask for applause as before, but instead whispered congratulations to the little girl Kagura. The main reason is that he is afraid that Kagura will become proud and complacent and become as arrogant as Nibashi. Kamui does not want Kagura to grow up being beaten in the future. Please invite the 5 genin, Uchiha Kamui, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, Laxus, and Uzumaki Suzuna, to come on stage and draw lots to decide the order of the next battle. Kamui called up the winners of the previous rounds to draw lots. 6 people played 2 people in one match, and the remaining 3 people played one more match to decide the winner. The Chunin exam was successfully concluded. But at this time, Naruto Madara came to Kamui and whispered, hurry up and finish the Chunin exams. Didn't you notice that many people have left the stands? Let them just fight. Kamui glanced at the stands and said, it's their business if they leave. The Chunin exam was held just for them. The Chunin exam will go on as usual. When will a bunch of outsiders be able to interfere in the internal affairs of Konoha village? Kamui's last words were very unpleasant. He was just short of pointing at Hokage Madara's nose and scolding him for being a Hokage without his own opinion. Kamui, okay, your exile time will be extended by 1 year. Can the format of the Chunin exam be changed? When Hokage Madara saw that Kamui would not listen to his advice, he tempted him with benefits, hoping to make Kamui compromise. I am the head of the police department, the host of the Chunin exam, and the guiding Jonin of these genin. You actually want me to change the competition system? 1 more year. At this moment, Shenwei looked like the monk Jakain in the film and television dramas of his previous life. Make a deal. When the Hokage Madara saw that Kamui had relented, he immediately agreed, fearing that Kamui would go back on his word, and even more afraid that he would go back on his word. Kamui didn't expect that Naruto Madara agreed so readily, and suddenly felt that he had said too little. We agreed to exile you for 5 years. You can't go back on your word, Naruto. Madara spoke first, interrupting Kamui's words, and then returned to the stands. Although Shenwei was somewhat unwilling, he still kept his promise and modified the competition system. Ahem. The situation has changed. The drawing of lots is cancelled. Instead, the 6 of you will have a free-for-all. Whoever stands at the end will be the winner of this Chunin exam. Shenwei's words immediately caused an uproar. The villagers in the audience seats have always been keen on watching the fun, so they had no resistance to Shenwei's temporary change in the competition system. Instead, they were happy to see it happen. Brother Shenwei, you sold us out just for a year's vacation. Aren't you going to say anything? The double of Shenwei looked at Shenwei with disdain. What? Did I sell you? You guys are going to fight later anyway. I just changed the one-on-one fight into a free-for-all. The sooner you finish the fight, the sooner I can get off work. Faced with the questioning of Shenwei's doppelganger and the unfriendly looks from others, Shenwei simply acted like a rogue. How shameless. Brother Shenwei, don't you want to get off work early? I'll grant your wish and give up my rights. The doppelganger of Shenwei had no way to refute Shenwei's words, but he did not intend to let Shenwei get away with it, so he chose to abstain and express his dissatisfaction. My brother abstains, so I abstain too. The little girl Kagura followed closely and said, then I'll give up too. I'm not from this world, so there's no point in winning, said the doppelganger of the Great Pillar. I'll listen to my eldest brother and I will abstain as well. Point to Birama's doppelganger said. Point in the melee of 6 people. 4 of them said they wanted to quit, leaving only Laxus and Uzumaki Suzuna, the 2 of them looking at each other. Point Laxus looked at Uzumaki Suzuna and immediately decided to give up. Ah, you guys messing with me? If I quit without a fight, people will think it's a shady deal. Can't I at least pretend to get rid of you? Shenwei watched them withdraw one after another and began to panic, so he tried to persuade them to stay. Brother Kamui, just announce the result. In fact, we have already discussed it. Even if the competition system is not changed, the final winner will still be Uzumaki Suzuna. After all, this is not our world. Even if we win, what difference does it make? We might as well leave it to those who need it. Shenwei's double told the truth, and Shenwei suddenly realized that everything was a conspiracy between them. Shenwei was not angry because of their mischief. Instead, he felt that their consideration for their companions was precious and acquiesced to their behavior. Since 5 genin, Uchiha Kamui, Uchiha Kagura, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Namikaze Minato, Laxus, gave up, the final winner is Uzumaki Suzuna. This Chunin exam has come to a successful conclusion. As soon as Shenwei announced the result, he was immediately met with a barrage of curses. As soon as the Hokage Madara sat down in the stands, he heard Kamui announce the result. He felt terrible at that moment. Shenwei, you should give me an explanation. Naruto. Madara rushed in front of Kamui and said with suppressed anger, these are their choices. I'm just helping them. Aren't you going to announce my decision? Hurry now. Kamui looked at Uzumaki Suzuna, who was crying with joy in the crowd, and felt that what he did was right. If he were given another chance, he would still choose to do the same. HMPH. Just let them do whatever they want. Hokage. Madara left a harsh remark, turned and walked towards the stands, without saying anything like the previous results were invalid, obviously approving of Kamui's behavior. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm going to announce a decision. We are investigating the head of the police department, Uchiha Kamui, for failing to stop the rumor mongering in the village in a timely manner, which led to the spread of rumors. We have decided to exile him from the village for 5 years. He is not allowed to return to Konoha village within 5 years. After 5 years, his gender will be adjusted, based on his reflection. Hokage. Madara announced the decision on how to deal with Kamui in public, which immediately caused quite a stir, and many villagers applauded. But these have nothing to do with Shenmue. At least Shenmue feels that they have nothing to do with him. Shenmue is now taking a large group of people home to prepare a final farewell dinner for them. After all the dishes were served, Shenmue stood up and said, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to help our Konoha village get through this difficult time. I'd like to offer you a toast with tea instead of wine." After Shenmue finished his opening remarks, he drank the tea in the cup. "Shenmue, you are too polite. We should be the ones thanking you. Thank you for letting us see a different future." Uchiha Tajima thanked. "That's right. We have learned a lot here, which has played a vital role in the development of Konoha village over there. If you have any problems in the future, just come to us." Thousand-handed Buddha said this generously. "I will definitely trouble you in the future," Shenmue said half jokingly and half seriously. "Kamui, I won't say anything else. You must treat Mito and Mira well in the future and never let them down." What? President Makarov was most worried about were Mito and Mira, so he took this opportunity to bring it up. "President, don't worry, we will be fine," Shenmue assured. Chapter 152. Godly Power Leaving the Village. After listening to Kamui's assurance, President Makarov nodded and stopped talking. With Natsu, the doppelganger of Kamui, and the doppelganger of Chihiro Osamu at the dinner table, there was definitely joy. Thanks to them, this farewell dinner did not become sad. By the end of the dinner, everyone had a lot to say, such as the three Itohashi brothers and Senju Batsuma, and Hokage Madara and Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Batsuma did not spend a long time with them, but they made up for the fatherly love they lacked during that time. They were in different time and space, but the sincere emotions were precious. "Father, the words came to the tip of Naruto's tongue, but he couldn't say them. "Madara, you are able to manage the huge Konoha village in an orderly manner, which is enough to prove that you are excellent. But besides work, don't forget that you have many friends around you who believe in you and support you. Finally, I want to say that I'm very proud to have a son like you." Uchiha Tajima's words included praise, warning, and relief, and they had a profound impact on Madara Hokage's future. "Father, thank you, Naruto." Madara, with longing for his biological father, hugged Uchiha Tajima, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Thousands of words were combined into one sentence, and all his emotions were released at that moment. The Madara duplicate next to them, looking at the Hokage Madara and Uchiha Tajima with tears in their eyes, had already adapted to the situation. The Madara duplicate was no longer hostile towards the Hokage Madara, and gradually accepted the Hokage Madara, and worked hard to achieve the goal of Hokage Madara. "Father, I don't want you to go." As soon as Dasuzi came up, he hugged Senju Fujian and cried loudly. Tobirama and Itama had red eyes, and didn't say a word, but like Dasuzi, they also hugged Senju Fujian. "Humph, as a man, you cry easily. Is that what I taught you? Stand up and wipe your tears." When Thousand-Handed Buddha saw Dasuzi crying, he became furious and immediately scolded him. Dasuzi reluctantly left the embrace of Thousand-Handed Buddha. Although he had tried hard to hold back his tears, he was still sobbing a little. "Among the three of you brothers, I'm not worried about you two at all, Tobirama and Itama. I believe you can take care of yourselves. The only thing that worries me the most is Hashirama. When I'm not around you in the future, Tobirama and Itama, you must keep an eye on Hashirama and never let him do anything stupid. As long as the three of you brothers can be united and friendly, I will be relieved." Senju Fujian used his harsh and rigid side to reduce the sadness of his impending separation from the three brothers of Dasuzi. "What? are you looking at? He didn't say anything about you. Go home and I'll teach you a lesson. Thousand-handed. Buddha Giant turned his head and looked at the duplicate of the big pillar. Except for the duplicate of the big pillar, no one saw that tears were flowing down thousand-handed Buddha Giant's face. Yes, father, the doppelganger of Dasuzi looked at the tears on Senju Fujian's face and understood everything, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he cooperated and left Shenhua's home point. The departure of thousand-handed Buddha and the doppelganger of the Great Pillar set an example for everyone else, and others also left Shenhua's home one after another. In the end, only the Kamui family, the Kamui and Kagura siblings, and Uzumaki Suzuna were still here. It's getting late, and we have to travel tomorrow, so let's go to bed early. Shenhui reminded everyone to go to bed early while clearing the table. No, I want to help too. Mito, contrary to her usual behavior, rushed to help Kamui clean up the dishes. I'll help too. Mira also went against her usual behavior and helped Shenhui clean up. Brother Shenhui, we are here to help you too. The Kamui Kagura siblings and Uzumaki Suzuna also joined in. I'm curious, why are you so diligent today? Shenhui looked at the people working and expressed the doubts in his mind. After Shenhui asked the question, everyone remained silent. No one answered Shenhui's question. They just stood aside and did their own chores. Shenhui waited for a long time, but no one gave him an answer, so he gave up asking questions and went to the kitchen to wash the pots and dishes. After Shenhui left, everyone looked up, their eyes filled with reluctance and sadness at parting. Kamui in the kitchen also changed his cheerful look. He looked at every brick and tile in the kitchen with tears in his eyes. It was obvious that he was reluctant to leave his home and Konoha village. Shenhui held back his tears and started washing the dishes. This was the longest time he had ever spent washing dishes. Shenhui finished washing the dishes and washed his face, not wanting others to see his sadness. When Shenhui returned to the living room, the others were still cleaning. Let me do it. Shenhui watched them cleaning with a distracted look on their face and thought that even if he gave them a day, they wouldn't be able to finish cleaning. So he decided to go forward and help. Mera held the broom in her arms, fearing that it would be snatched away by Kamui, and then spoke, "No, let us clean it a little longer, or we won't have a chance later." Kamui felt Mera's reluctance to leave this family and looked at the others again and found that they all meant this, so he gave up his plan to help and let them go. This night is long and this night is short. The next day. Shenhui prepared breakfast as usual, and when he brought breakfast to the table, everyone was already sitting at it. Everyone got up early today. Shenhui spoke, but no one responded. Everyone ate the food in front of them in silence, and after eating, they got up to get their luggage. Everyone held their luggage and stood in a line at the door of Shenhui's house. Shenhui also completed the final cleaning, looked at his house for a while, and then said, "Okay, let's go. Everyone is waiting for us at the gate of Konoha village." After Kamui finished speaking, he raised his leg and walked towards the gate of Konoha village. Kamui and the others arrived at the gate of Konoha village and found that everyone was already waiting there, led by none other than Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar. "Shenhui, take care. 5 years later, I'll be waiting for you to come back and continue to be my chief of police." "Naruto," Madara said as he hugged Kamui. "Shenhui, you must come back in 5 years. I don't want to be in charge of the police department forever." After Dasuzi finished speaking, he also hugged Shenhui. Then came to Biruma, Itama, Metron, Hatake Kazuma, Uzumaki Suzuna and others, people who were familiar with Kamui, who hugged and said goodbye to Kamui one by one. "Okay, everyone please stay. It's not like I won't come back. Although I have left Konoha village, my heart has always been in Konoha village. Goodbye everyone. Goodbye Konoha village." Kamui spoke very loudly at the beginning, but when he mentioned Konoha village at the end, his voice was only audible to himself. Kamui waved goodbye to everyone, then turned and walked towards Uchiha village. After Kamui left, Madara the Hokage felt empty in his heart. Not only Madara the Hokage, but the 3 Otoko brothers also felt empty in their hearts. Alright, the Chunin promotion ceremony is about to begin, so everyone cheer up. Hokage Madara was the first to cheer up and reminded the three brothers of the Great Pillar not to look listless and to participate in the next activities. Udazuzi patted his cheeks, exhaled, and returned to his original state. Tobirama and Itama also tried their best to adjust their state to prepare for the next event. The Chunin promotion ceremony, as the name suggests, is a ceremony for genin to be promoted to Chunin. There are only 2 genin in Konoha village who performed well in this Chunin exam and were able to be promoted to Chunin. One is Uzumaki Suzuna and the other is Metron. The 5Kage and the daimyo all attended the Chunin promotion ceremony. Uzumaki Suzuna and Metron were standing in the middle of the crowd, so excited that they were stunned for a moment when their names were called. The 5Kage and the daimyo, with their habitual fake smiles on their faces, handled the entire Chunin promotion ceremony. Hey, Hokage, why don't I see the genin in your village? With their abilities, they should also be participating in the Chunin promotion ceremony. The Tsuchikage asked curiously. Don't worry about it. The genin mentioned by that Tsuchikage are more than capable of being promoted to jonin, so I promoted them as an exception. However, they are currently carrying out a confidential mission, so they did not participate in the Chunin promotion ceremony. Regarding this, Madara the Hokage had already thought of an excuse. When that Tsuchikage happened to come to ask about it, Madara the Hokage directly told him the excuse. Tsuchikage, should we sit down and talk about supplies? How could Hokage Madara let that Tsuchikage go easily when he saw him coming to him? So he pulled him aside to talk about the issue of material distribution that was decided during the 5Kage summit. Uzumaki Suzuna and Metron put on the green vests that represented the Chunin and were happy for a while, but then they remembered Kamui who left Konoha village. It's a pity that Kamui sensei has passed away. He didn't get to see me become a Chunin, Metron said with some disappointment. Yeah, what a pity, Uzumaki Suzuna echoed. Congratulations, you have been promoted to Chunin. Hatake, Kazuma said sincerely. Kazuma, don't lose heart. I believe you can be promoted to Chunin in the next Chunin exam. Metron consoled. I'll give you my blessing. By the way, Mr. Mito has left Konoha village, and the village has arranged a new guiding jonin for us. Does anyone know who our new guiding jonin is? Hatake, Kazuma asked. Uzumaki Suzuna and Metron shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. At this moment, a voice was heard from a distance. It's me. I'm the guiding jonin assigned to you by the village. Uzumaki Suzuna, Metron, and Hatake. Kazuma heard the sound and looked over, only to see a jonin about the same age as them walking towards them. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Senju Itama, and I will be your future guiding jonin. Itachi said in a friendly manner. Madara, the Hokage, took that Tsuchikage with him and found the other 3 cages, asking them to immediately deliver the supplies that had been agreed upon during the 5Kage meeting to Konoha village. Although the 4Kage were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to agree, otherwise they might not be able to leave Konoha village at all. Chapter 153 Departure and Arrival. The 4Kages readily agreed and said that they would deliver Konoha village's supplies when they returned to the village, hoping that Hokage Madara would allow them to go back to the village to raise funds. After listening to the words of the 4Kages, Hokage Madara sneered. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark. If they were really asked to go back to the village, it would be strange if they could deliver supplies to Konoha village. How can I believe that you will keep your promise and deliver the supplies from Konoha village, Madara? The Hokage asked. The 4Kages opened their mouths, but could not utter a word. Yes, they themselves did not believe those reasons, so how could they make the Hokage believe them? Then the Hokage Madara continued. How about this? Each of you write a letter to the village and ask the people in the village to deliver the supplies from Konoha village. After the village has delivered the supplies, the cage can leave. Otherwise, he can stay in Konoha village forever. That's too much. According to what you said, what's the difference between us and hostages? When the Raikage got angry, he instantly activated his lightning release armor, smashed the table in front of him with one punch, and confronted the Hokage Madara. The Raikage is not stupid. Why would he attack someone else's boss in someone else's territory? Unless he is really crazy. The Raikage is just doing this to show his attitude and make the Hokage Madara make concessions. It is only natural for Konoha village to take back its own supplies. Why do you want to dance too, Naruto? Madara ignored the Raikage's reaction and looked at him calmly. The other three Kages remained calm, but in their hearts they were hoping that Naruto, Madara and the Raikage would fight. The Raikage seemed to be under tremendous pressure when facing the calm gaze of Naruto Madara. This was not because Naruto Madara had taken action, but because it was a condescending look from a superior Madara. Naruto and the Raikage are both the Kage of the same village, but the Raikage always thinks of himself as a weaker person in his heart and even has a fear of Madara. Naruto. In fact, this is not surprising. The current existence in the ninja world that is closest to the 6 paths level has the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. There are still some Ashirama cells remaining in the body. It is only a matter of time before Naruto wants to open the Samsara. When facing such a Hokage like Madara, the Raikage really couldn't think of competing with him. The other three Kages remained silent when faced with Madara's direct gaze as the Hokage, and just watched how the situation developed. Hokage Madara looked at the Raikage's beginning and then stopped, and the other three Kage didn't make any movement. And then said, "It seems that the Raikage agrees. Does anyone else have any objections, Hokage?" Madara looked at the 4 silent Kages and a smile suddenly appeared on his calm face, which made the nervous 4 Kages feel relieved. Then, "This matter is settled. I wish you a happy life in Konoha village." After saying this, Hokage Madara turned around and left, leaving the 4 Kages angry but unable to speak. Humph. After the Hokage and Madara left, the Raikage snorted heavily, venting his dissatisfaction. "Forget it. Everyone has left." The Mizukage made an unceremonious sarcasm that the Raikage was timid in front of the Hokage, Madara, and only dared to show off his power after the Hokage, Madara, left. "Why, Mizukage, can you swallow this?" the Raikage asked with a hint of provocation as he looked at the Mizukage. "People have to bow their heads when they are under the eaves." Mizukage looked into the distance and said helplessly. The sadness in his words was deeply touching. After Hokage Madara finished discussing supplies with the 4 Kages, he wanted to return to the Hokage building, but was stopped by the daimyo of the Fire Nation on the way. "Hokage, this Chunin exam was very well organized. I'm very satisfied. I have discussed with several daimyos, and we plan to leave Konoha village in 3 days. I called you here to tell you about this. Hokage, please make arrangements as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the daimyos in the Land of Fire." The Fire Nation daimyo first affirmed the achievements made by Naruto Madara, then informed Naruto Madara of the news that the daimyos were going back, and asked Naruto Madara to send people to protect the daimyos. After hearing what the Fire Nation daimyo said, "Doesn't it sound like your boss is adding more burden to you? If he said a few words of encouragement and provocation at the end, wouldn't it be more like that?" "Okay, I'll arrange some stuff right away, Hokage." Madara accepted the mission from the daimyo of the Land of Fire and began to make arrangements. Kamui and his group left Konoha village and headed east, stopping from time to time to enjoy the scenery along the waypoint, because Kamui led the team to eliminate all the large and small bandit strongholds in the Fire Country. Along the way, Kamui and his team did not encounter any bandits who blocked their way and robbed them. Instead, they encountered many wandering ninjas and wandering samurai. Most wandering ninjas smuggled into the Fire Kingdom from the Rain Kingdom, and most samurai came to the Fire Kingdom in search of a stable job because they could no longer make it in the Iron Kingdom. At this time, Konoha village was at its peak, demonstrating its dominant position in the ninja world. Naturally, these outsiders were cautious in their words and actions, and would never dare to do evil in the Land of Fire. But there are always some people who stand out. Robbery. If you want to survive, hand over all the valuables on you. A ninja stepped forward and blocked the way of Kamui and his group. The ninja looked at Kamui and his group and saw that apart from the old man and children, there were only 2 adults, one of whom was a disabled person, so he naturally became braver. "Brother, I'm not afraid of you. There are so many soft persimmons to pick on the road, but you insist on picking a cactus," Shenmue said with admiration. "Stop talking nonsense and hand over the valuables on you." The ninja held the sword in his hand, gestured at everyone, and spoke viciously. "Who among you is interested in teaching him to learn to abide by the law in his next life?" Kamui did not hide his murderous intent at all. This ninja dared to rob people in broad daylight in the territory of the Fire Country. He was definitely not a good person. Kamui would naturally not let such a bad guy go, so he decided to kill him. I come. The roar of the fire dragon, Natsu, volunteered to use dragon slaying magic to attack the ninja. A raging flame swept over, and the ninja had no power to fight back before being killed by Natsu. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Looking at the ninja lying on the ground with his body charred, Kamui and his group were labeled as people who should never be provoked. This incident spread like wildfire, and anyone who met Shenwei and his group would consciously take a detour. In this way, Shenwei and his group's journey became very smooth. Kamui and his group traveled while playing and fighting during the day, and stayed in a house built by the double of the Great Pillar using wood released to shelter from the wind and rain at night. In this way, they finally entered the territory of the Land of Whirlpools after 3 days. After entering the Land of Whirlpools, Mito became much more lively, no longer as silent as he was when he just left Konoha village. It's still the same as before. Nothing has changed at all. I don't know what Mito saw, but he suddenly felt inspired. Kamui followed Mito's gaze and saw nothing but trees, soil, and stones. There was nothing that could be called scenery. Mito, what are you looking at? Kamui asked Mito, hoping that Mito could help him solve the problem, so that he wouldn't have to make random guesses. Nothing. We are almost at Uchiha village. Let's hurry up and get on the road. Mito looked around and deliberately avoided the question, then walked towards Uchiha village. Seeing that Mito didn't want to answer, Kamui didn't ask any further questions and followed Mito. Konoha village. The 4 Kage wrote letters to the villagers, asking them to deliver the supplies to Konoha village. The letters were sent out that day and reached the hands of various villages that afternoon. After each village received the letter and confirmed that it was written by their own Kage, they immediately began to collect supplies and prepare to transport them to Konoha village, and wrote replies to their own Kage. This reply letter was delivered to the 4 shadows on the morning of the next day. The content of the letter was nothing more than that the supplies would be delivered soon, and ask Mr. So-and-so not to worry. 3 days passed in a flash, and the 4 ninja villages delivered supplies to Konoha village, and the daimyos also planned to leave Konoha village and return home today. Farewell, daimyo. Welcome the daimyo and the 4 Kage to visit Konoha village often in the future. Hokage. Madara stood at the gate of Konoha village and spoke to the daimyo and the 4 Kage who were leaving. Hokage, please stay. I will definitely come to Konoha village again if I have the chance in the future. The Fire Nation daimyo said. But except for the daimyo of the Land of Fire, no one else said anything because they never wanted to come to Konoha village again. After sending the daimyos and the 4 Kage away, Madara heaved a sigh of relief and thought, these troubles are finally gone. At the same time, Madara couldn't help but think of Kamui. I don't know what Shenwei is doing now. The country of Whirlpool. Kamui and his group finally arrived at Uchiha village. Mito walked towards the gate of Uchiha village step by step with excitement and nervousness. Shenwei on the other side was like a death row prisoner walking into the execution ground, full of fear of the unknown. Uzukage, the leader of Uchiha village, who is also the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan and Mito's father, received the news that his daughter was coming back early in the morning and was now standing at the gate of Uchiha village. When Uzukage saw Mito, a smile appeared on his face. He opened his arms and hugged his daughter Mito. Kamui and his group did not disturb the long-awaited reunion of Uzukage and Mito father and daughter, but just stood aside and watched them quietly. Kamui hid in the crowd, trying his best not to be discovered by his father-in-law Uzumaki. But no one knew who was behind this, and deliberately pushed Shenwei, pushing him out of the crowd, allowing Uzukage to notice him at a glance. The smile on Uzukage's face gradually disappeared with the appearance of Kamui, until his face turned into the bottom of a black pot. Hello uncle, Shenwei tentatively greeted his father-in-law Uzumaki. Uzumaki snorted heavily and ignored Shenwei. After all, no father in the world would have a good impression of a pig eating his own cabbage. Father, let me introduce you to Mito. Discovered that his father Uzukage and Kamui did not get along very well, and hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Chapter 154 Meeting the Parents. Mito introduced her friends enthusiastically, and Yuzukage kept smiling the whole time, greeting Mito's friends enthusiastically. Father, this is Urza. Even though she has red hair, she is not from the Uzumaki clan. Mito introduced Urza to her father Uzumaki, and specifically emphasized that Urza was not a member of the Uzumaki clan. For fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Uzumaki looked at Urza's red hair and subconsciously thought that Urza was a member of the Uzumaki clan who was stranded outside. However, his daughter Mito was sure that she was not a member of the Uzumaki clan. This made Uzumaki very puzzled, but he didn't say much. Father, this is Mera. We are good sisters and a family. Mito introduces Mera's identity to his father Uzumaki. Yuzukage instinctively felt that their relationship was not that simple, so he asked Mito, Mito, you just said that Mera and you are a family. What does that mean? We have always lived together, so of course we are a family. Mito said as a matter of course. After listening to Mito's words, Yuzukage pondered the meaning behind Mito's words, suddenly thought of a possibility, and then continued, I'm afraid it's not just that. Uchiha over there, tell me, what is your relationship? Although Yuzukage was too lazy to mention Kamu's name, everyone knew that Yuzukage specifically asked Kamui to answer this question. Uncle, this matter is, when Shenwei saw that his father-in-law Uzumaki asked a question, he immediately replied with a smile. However, Shenwei was interrupted by his father-in-law Uzumaki as soon as he said a title. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't try to get close to me. I'm not worthy of being your elder. Yuzukage didn't give any face and directly hit Kamui back. Shenwei lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake, listened to the lecture obediently, and did not dare to express any opinions. Kamu's timid look at this moment caused Natsu and others to laugh secretly. Let me ask you, what is your relationship with this Mera? Uzumaki asked word by word, his eyes fixed on Kamui, a look that contained anger that could erupt at any moment. When everyone heard Uzumaki ask this, their hearts instantly stuck in their throats and they were worried about Shenwei. Mera's heart was particularly complicated at the moment. She wanted to hear Kamui admit their relationship in front of Uzumaki, but she also hoped that Kamui would hide this from Uzumaki so that they could overcome the difficulties. These two ideas were entangled in Mera's mind. Father, haven't I already told you? Don't ask any more questions. Mito quickly spoke up to stop his father Uzumaki and asked Kamui about this matter. Mito, if you want me to accept him, don't stop me. This is a matter between him and me. With just one word from Yuzukage, Mito was silent. Mito prayed silently in his heart. Kamui, please don't tell me anything. I'm just staying in Uzushio village for a few days. You can just fool him, and the matter will be over. Look me in the eyes and answer my questions. Yuzukage walked up to Kamui and snapped, Mera and Mito are both Mimi wives. Shenwei looked at his father-in-law weighing and spoke hesitantly, lowering his head more and more as he spoke. Shenwei's voice was not loud, but everyone present heard Shenwei's answer clearly, and everyone had different reactions after hearing it. After hearing Kamui's answer, Mito slapped his forehead and thought, what you fear will come true. Kamui, why are you so honest? Can't you fool him? Where has your ability to fool people gone? After hearing Kamui's answer, Mera didn't react as much as Mito. She just felt very sweet and happy in her heart, but at the same time she began to worry about Kamui. After Shenwei finished speaking, he secretly raised his head and looked at his father-in-law Uzumaki. The slap from his father-in-law Uzumaki was getting bigger and bigger in Shenwei's sight. If Shenwei wanted to dodge at this time, he could have done so, but Shenwei didn't. He took the slap from Uzumaki head on. There was a crisp slap sound in the air, and Uzua's slap landed on Shenwei's face. Uzumaki was still furious and pointed at Kamui's nose. Get out. Get out now. You are not welcome in Uzushio village. After Yuzukage finished speaking, he turned around and pulled Mito with him, heading towards Uzushio village. Father, what are you doing? Things are not what you think. Mito struggled to break free from Yuzukage's hand while explaining with great effort, but no matter how hard Mito tried, she was unable to break free from Yuzukage's hand. It's not what I thought. What is it? It's not enough to have my daughter, but you're still messing around with other men. Mito, you must obey me and follow me. You are not allowed to meet him again. After saying that, Yuzukage started to drag his daughter Mito towards Uzashio village. After pulling for a long time, Yuzukage suddenly found that he couldn't even pull his daughter Mito. He looked at his hands again and saw bruises all over them. It was obvious that he was beaten badly by his daughter Mito. He just didn't notice it because he was angry just now. Father, this matter is not what you think. It is actually. Mito told his father Uzumaki everything about Mirror Point. After listening to this, Yuzukage was stunned for a moment, touched Mito's forehead with his other hand, and then said, "You don't have a fever. Why are you doing stupid things?" Mito slapped her father Uzumaki away, pressed his hand on her forehead, and whispered something in her father Uzumaki's ear. Then the anger on Uzumaki's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a kind look. "Everyone is welcome to visit Uzashio village." Yuzukage showed great hospitality and welcomed everyone into Uzashio village. Everyone was stunned by the change in Uzumaki. They didn't know what Mito had said to Uzumaki that caused such a drastic change. Everyone thought to themselves that they must ask Mito how he did it if they had the chance. Yuzukage didn't mention Kamui at all, but he didn't stop Kamui from joining Uzashio village either. It seemed that he didn't want to bother with Kamui. Seeing that his father-in-law Yuzukage no longer paid attention to him, Shenmue followed everyone else to join the Uzashio village. As expected, when his father-in-law Yuzukage saw this, he didn't say much. This made Kamui even more curious about what Mito had said to his father-in-law Uzumaki. Yuzukage led the way in front, introducing every tree and blade of grass in Uzashio village to everyone, and finally arranged for everyone to stay there. Uzashio village doesn't usually have many guests, but I didn't expect so many people to come today. Everyone, follow me. I'll take you to where you're staying. Woing led everyone to a large courtyard, opened the door, invited everyone in, and then spoke. "Everyone, please stay here tonight. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Mito, you've been away for so long. Your whole family misses you. You should go home and stay tonight." Yuzukage apologized to everyone and then planned to take Mito home to meet his family. "No, I want to stay here tonight too. I don't want to be separated from everyone." Mito strongly objected. Although she said that she didn't want to be separated from everyone knew what Mito meant, that she didn't want to be separated from Kamui. Yuzukage glanced at everyone and finally focused his gaze on Kamui. Yuzukage knew very well that Mito chose to stay here because Kamui lived here. "Well, since you insist on staying here tonight, it's up to you. Come with me to meet them now. They've missed you a lot since you left." Yuzukage did not force Mito, but instead asked Mito to go with him to meet his relatives. Yuzukage believed that Mito would agree in the end. That, okay. Then, Mito hadn't seen his relatives for a long time and missed them very much, so he agreed. "You come too." When Yuzukage saw that his daughter Mito agreed, he casually called Kamui and went to meet Mito's relatives together. The Yuzukage walked in front, with Mito and Kamui following behind. "Mito, what did you say in your uncle's ear just now to make him change so much?" Kamui approached Mito and whispered, a secret." Mito smirked at Kamui and said, "Forget it. I don't want to know that much now." Shenmue was still very curious, but he spoke stubbornly. Cough. Cough. Mito and Kamui's little movements naturally did not escape the notice of Uzumaki, who was walking in front, so Uzumaki coughed lightly twice to remind them to be careful. "Mito, how are you doing in Konoha village?" Uzumaki suddenly asked his daughter Mito if she was living well in Konoha village. "I'm doing very well, father. You know, I'm now the leading jonin in Konoha village, and my genin has successfully passed the chunin exam and been promoted to chunin." When Mito saw his father Uzumaki asking about it, he immediately started showing off his achievements. "As expected of my daughter, you did a great job. By the way, how is Suzuna doing in Konoha village? Why didn't she come back with you?" The Uzumaki praised Mito and asked about Uzumaki Suzuna's situation. "Suzuna is my genin. She has passed the chunin exam and has been promoted to chunin. We left Konoha village early and the chunin promotion ceremony had not yet begun, so we didn't have time to take her with us." Mito replied. Oh, Yuzukage didn't react much after hearing Mito's answer. We're here, right here, Mito. The whole family is waiting for you inside. Let's go home now, and you can come in too. Yuzukage returned to his home with his daughters Mito and Kamui. Point. As soon as Mito entered the house, Mito's grandfather came over and said, "Little Mito, come here and let grandpa see you." "Grandfather, Mito," shouted grandpa and trotted over and threw himself into his grandfather's arms. My goodness, time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, little Mito has grown into a big girl. Grandpa said with emotion, "Mito, now that you're back, I'll go to the kitchen and make you some of your favorite dishes." Mito's mother was very happy to see her daughter Mito and decided to cook immediately. Mito's mother's decision scared Uzumaki, who was standing beside him, so he spoke immediately. "Let me do the cooking. Just spend more time with Mito. You come with me." Uzumaki called Kamui and ran straight to the kitchen without looking back. Chapter 155 Cooking Skills. Yuzukage came to the kitchen with Kamui, and Yuzukage breathed a sigh of relief. Have you ever eaten Mito's cooking? It was rare for Yuzukage to take the initiative to talk to Kamui. Eat. Kamui actively answered questions, hoping to slowly change his father-in-law Uzumaki's impression of him. What about the taste? Uzumaki was not surprised by Kamui's answer and continued to ask. The taste is hard to describe. Kamui deliberately used an ambiguous answer to avoid the question from his father-in-law Uzumaki. It's hard to describe. That's a good word. But you don't need to cover up for Mito. Don't I know what her cooking skills are? In front of Kamui, Uzumaki made no secret of his correct understanding of his daughter's cooking skills. Okay, I admit that what Mito made is a little hard to swallow. Shenmue followed his father-in-law Uzumaki's words with the purpose of bringing them closer together, but he didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. "You're saying this because you dislike my daughter Mito." Uzumaki's face darkened and he activated his death stare, his eyes fixed on Kamui. No, I definitely didn't mean that. Uncle, you must have misunderstood." Shenmue's strong desire to survive drove him to explain instinctively. HMPH, I'm sorry, you don't dare either. Uzumaki did not dwell on the matter too much and just brushed it off lightly, not even mentioning the fact that Shenmue called him uncle. Uzumaki turned around and picked up the kitchen knife. After a series of pleasant chopping sounds, the ingredients on the chopping board were cut evenly. I'm telling you, the best way to get rid of that nightmare of a dish is to cook it. As long as you're a normal person, you can cook it pretty well. After practicing for a month or so, I'm the best example. Uzumaki looked like an experienced person and was imparting his own experience to Shenmue. Uncle, are you also? Shenmue suddenly had a surprising guess. You're right. Mito inherited her culinary talent from her mother. Uzumaki admitted it very readily, and he seemed to still be feeling a lingering fear when he said this. Uncle, you have worked hard. Shenmue suddenly felt that his father-in-law Uzumaki was very pitiful and said with deep understanding, just imagine, two creators of dark cuisine, one big and one small, take turns attacking father-in-law Uzumaki's 3 meals a day. Such a life is simply hopeless. What have you thought about? Do you want to learn cooking from me? Uzumaki urged Kamui to make a decision quickly. Well, actually I can cook a little bit. Shenmue didn't say too much, so as to avoid getting embarrassed and leaving a bad impression on his father-in-law Uzumaki. Oh, you can cook. Come on. Cook a dish first and let me see how good you are. Wang was a little curious about Shenmue's cooking skills, so he asked Shenmue to cook a dish. To test his cooking skills, Uzumaki gave the place to Kamui and stood aside and watched. Shenmue took out the Garuda sword from his personal space, and Uzukage's attention was instantly attracted by the Garuda sword, but Uzukage did not ask Shenmue for it. Instead, he watched Shenmue cook quietly. The border of the Fire Nation. The people from the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder stood at the dock waiting for the ships to their respective countries. The Mizukage and the Reikage were so bored waiting for the boat that they started chatting. Mizukage, what do you think about this trip to Konoha? The Reikage asked tentatively. I think it's okay. Reikage If you have anything to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. The Mizukage gave a universal answer and made the point clear. Seeing this, the Raikage stopped hiding his thoughts and spoke frankly. What I want to say is that Konoha village is developing too fast. If we don't stop the speed of Konoha village's development in time, we will always be trampled under the feet of Konoha village. It seems that the Raikage was provoked by the genin of Konoha village. But how can we compete with Konoha village? Raikage, don't forget that our various ninja villages have just sent a large amount of supplies to Konoha village. Even if we want to start a war, we are unable to do so. The Mizukage has a clear view of the current situation, and precisely because of this, he reminds the Raikage not to act rashly. We can't go to war with Konoha village, but we can go to war with Uchiha village. The Raikage said with a smile on his face. After listening to what the Raikage said, the Mizukage quickly thought about the feasibility of this matter. As far as I know, the red-haired female genin who was promoted to Chunin in the Chunin exam, and another red-haired female genin who made a name for herself in the Chunin exam, are both from Uchiha village. The Raikage had intended to take advantage of the Mizukage's dissatisfaction with the Chunin exams to win over the Mizukage, but when he saw that the Mizukage didn't react, he continued. Although they are two ninja villages now, it is hard to say whether the Uchiha village will join the arms of the Hidden Leaf village in the future. Rather than watching the Uchiha village join the Hidden Leaf village and further strengthen the Hidden Leaf village, it is better for us to eliminate it as soon as possible to prevent trouble before it happens. The Raikage started with the situation in the ninja world, hoping to impress the Mizukage and join forces with him to attack Uchiha village, but the Mizukage still didn't react, so he had to continue. The predecessor of the Uchiha village is the Uzumaki clan. The sealing technique in their clan is truly unique. As long as we can destroy the Uchiha village, the secret book of the sealing technique will be equally divided between our two families. The Raikage threw out the fat piece of meat of sealing technique, and this time the Mizukage was finally tempted, but still a little hesitant. Raikage, we are attacking Uchiha village so blatantly, aren't you afraid that Konoha village will send people to help? The Mizukage said with some concern. Mizukage, don't worry. By then, Konoha village will be too busy to take care of itself to help others. The Raikage said with great certainty. Raikage, do you mean that the Iwagakure village will contain the Hidden Leaf village? The Mizukage looked at the Raikage in shock and expressed his guess. Not only the Iwagakure village, but also the Send village. The two families will jointly send troops to contain the Hidden Leaf village. If the Hidden Leaf village chooses to abandon the Uchiha village, then we will attack the Uchiha village with all our strength and strive to annihilate it in one fell swoop. If the Hidden Leaf village chooses to support the Uchiha village, the Iwagakure village and the Sand village will march straight into the far country and wreak havoc, weakening the economic strength of the Hidden Leaf village and making the people of the Hidden Leaf village run around in a hurry. In the end, no matter what choice the Hidden Leaf village makes, it will be weakened. The Raikage proudly laid out his plan in front of the Mizukage. What a big idea. This plan must have been thought up by that Tsuchikage. The Mizukage was surprised at the enormity of the entire plan, and he also expressed his admiration for the person who designed the plan. In the Mizukage's impression, there was only one person who could do all this, and that was at Tsuchikage point. When the Raikage saw that the Mizukage had guessed the mastermind behind the scenes, he smiled and said nothing, neither admitting nor refuting. The Mizukage thought for a moment, then spoke. Raikage, are you really willing to give me half of the Uzumaki clan sealing technique? The Mizukage spoke tentatively, his eyes fixed on the Raikage, and then based on the Raikage's reaction, he judged whether what the Raikage said was true or false. As long as the Mizukage is willing to help, I will naturally be willing to do so. The Raikage pretended not to care and said he was willing to do so, but his heart was bleeding, and he secretly cursed the Mizukage for not getting up early without benefits. The Mizukage could guess what the Raikage was thinking, but that didn't matter. The most important thing was the benefits gained. Okay, it's settled. When I return to the Hidden Mist village, I will gather people immediately, and then we will join forces to attack the Uchiha village. The Mizukage now made up his mind to join the plan and work together with the Raikage. to destroy the Uzushio village. The Reikage was overjoyed to see that the Mizukage agreed to join forces, and he discussed the details of the operation with the Mizukage. Whirlpool village. The kitchen of the Uzukage family. Uncle, please taste it. Shenmue brought his dishes to his father-in-law Uzukage and handed him a pair of chopsticks in just a few minutes. Wang was deeply shocked. Shenmue's cooking skills are impeccable, whether it is his knife skills or the control of the heat. Even Wang, who has been immersed in this art for many years, dare not say that he can do better than Shenmue. Okay, I'll come and try your cooking skills. Uzumaki remained calm on the surface. He took the chopsticks handed to him by Shenmue, picked up a little bit of Shenmue's food, and put it into his mouth. As soon as Uzukage took a bite, the way he looked at Shenmue changed immediately, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. With strong abilities and excellent cooking skills, Mito has a good eye for people. Wang was filled with emotion for a moment. Uncle, you are too kind, Shenmue said very modestly. The kitchen knife you just took. Uzukage wanted to see Kamu's Garuda sword, but he felt embarrassed when the word came to his lips. Uncle, please look. Shenmue understood the hidden meaning of his father-in-law Uzumaki and immediately handed over the Garuda sword. When Uzumaki saw that Kamu was so sensible, he felt even more favorable towards him. Uzumaki took the Garuda knife, examined it carefully, then walked over to the chopping board and tried it out. Uzumaki couldn't stop himself from this attempt and said to Kamu, "Good knife, it's really a good knife. Let me show you my craftsmanship," Uzukage said, and without waiting for Kamu to speak, he started cooking his own dish. Shenmue was surprised to find that the auspicious phoenix pattern on the Garuda sword did not disappear due to the change of the person holding the sword. Seeing this, Shenmue thought to himself, how bad must Mito's mother's cooking skills be to force her to become a godly chef? Shenmue thought for a moment, is it possible that women with red hair have a blessing effect on cooking skills, such as Liu Meoxing and Zhao Meili, father-in-law Uzumaki and Mito's mother, himself and Mito. While Shenmue was daydreaming, his father-in-law Wang's dishes were already out of the pot. Come and try my cooking. Uzukage placed the dishes and chopsticks in front of Shenmue and stroked the Garuda sword reluctantly. Shenmue picked up the chopsticks, looked at the dishes in front of him, and thought to himself, I, as a father-in-law, have a strong desire to win. I saw that the dishes made by Uzumaki were exactly the same as the ones made by Shenmue just now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Recognition. Shenmue picked up the dish from his father-in-law Wang, put it in his mouth, and tasted it carefully, and found that the two of them were equally good in cooking skills. What about the taste? As Uzumaki said this, he also picked up his chopsticks to taste his own dish and compare it with Shenmue's dish. Old people are always wiser. Uncle, you are still better than me. When Shenmue saw his father-in-law Uzumaki asking, he answered without hesitation, although there was some flattery in his answer. After all, this man was Shenmue's father-in-law. You don't have to compliment me. I know my own level. These two dishes are just as good as each other. Neither is better than the other. Uzukage has a clear understanding of his own cooking skills and has not been carried away by Shenmue's flattery. When Shenmue saw his father-in-law Wang, he directly exposed his little thoughts. He didn't feel embarrassed and listened quietly to what his father-in-law Wang said. At this time, someone came jogging from outside and came to the kitchen. Before I saw the person, I heard his voice. Kamui, father, what were you doing just now? I'm here in the kitchen to help you now. The person who came was Mito. When Mito saw that his father Uzumaki took Kamu away, he was worried that his father Uzumaki would bully Kamu, so he wanted to come over to see what was going on. After Mito finally got rid of his enthusiastic relatives, he came to the kitchen and saw Kamu. Uzukage should have been happy to see his daughter Mito coming, but when she arrived, she called Kamu's name first, and then called him father, which made Yuzukage extremely disappointed. At this time, Yuzukage had already realized that her daughter Mito's words about coming to the kitchen to help were false, and that she was really worried about this brat. The good impression that Yuzukage had for Kamu, because of his cooking skills, disappeared in an instant, and he stared at Kamu with unfriendly eyes. Kamu felt a chill on his back for no apparent reason, but he didn't take it seriously, and said to Mito, "I was just discussing cooking with my uncle. He has been very inspiring to me in my cooking skills." Kamu's answer was 70% true and 30% false, mainly to highlight the central idea that he and Uzumaki get along harmoniously, so that Mito can rest assured. However, Mito was so concerned that he did not understand Kamu's intention. He pulled Kamu aside and whispered, "Shenmue, tell me secretly, did my father bully you?" Although Mito's voice was not loud, Uzumaki heard it clearly. His wide eyes and twitching mouth showed that he was unable to calm down. "Mito, I get along very well with my uncle, so don't worry. Go back first, the food will be ready soon." After Kamu finished explaining, he wanted to send Mito away from the kitchen, because it was too dangerous to leave Mito in the kitchen. "Really? Then you two can get along well. I won't bother you, and we'll go back first." Seeing that Kamu gave the same answer twice, Mito believed what Kamu said, and left the kitchen happily. Yuzukage looked at his daughter Mito's receding back, sighed helplessly, and prepared meals for everyone. "Uncle, Shenmue called his father-in-law Uzumaki, wanting to press on to build a good relationship with him, but a look from his father-in-law Uzumaki stopped him from saying anything else. Seeing that Yuzukage was angry, Shenmue shut his mouth and did everything very carefully, for fear of angering his father-in-law Yuzukage. Uzumaki suddenly sighed and said, "Alas. It seems that Mito has set her sights on you. Even I, a father, have to rank behind you. Kamu, right? From today on, I will hand Mito over to you. If you dare to treat my daughter badly, I will break your legs." Yuzukage finally accepted Kamu as his son-in-law, but he still had to say what needed to be said and give warnings when necessary. "Uncle, you finally recognized me and agreed that Mito and I could be together," Shenmue said happily. "What did you call me just now?" Uzumaki's voice suddenly rose an octave, and he spoke to Kamu. "Dad." Kamu called out tentatively. After hearing Shenmue calling him dad, Yuzukage finally smiled. It was obvious that he really enjoyed Shenmue calling him dad. Muai Village Hokage's office. Report. Lord Hokage, a large number of Iwagakure ninjas and Sanjikure ninjas have appeared outside the border of the Land of Fire. Their specific intentions are still unknown. The Anbu personnel are reporting the situation to Naruto Madara, waiting for Naruto Madara to give their opinions on how to deal with the situation. When Hokage Madara heard this, he frowned and quickly spoke to the Anbu members. "Now, immediately notify the Konoha executives and have them go to the conference room for a meeting." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Anbu personnel received orders from Hokage Madara and immediately went to notify the Konoha high-level officials. After the Anbu members left, only Naruto Madara was left in the Hokage's office. Naruto Madara looked out the window and muttered to himself, "It would be nice if Kamu was still in the village." After a long time, Naruto Madara came back to his senses, patted his cheek to cheer himself up, and then strode towards the meeting room. The border of the Fire Nation. That Sachikage and the Kazakage, along with most of the village's fighting forces, were stationed on a hill at the border of the Land of Fire. Inside the tent, that Sachikage and the Kazakage were arguing fiercely about the attack on Konoha village. "Sachikage, what do you mean by this? Why do you want the ninjas from my Sand village to be bait to attract the attention of Konoha village? Why don't you let the ninjas from your Iwagakure village go?" The Kazakage scolds at Sachikage for being dishonest. "Kazakage, calm down and listen to me. The reason why we let the Sand village be the bait is because the Sand village ninjas have strong mobility and they have puppetry. So it is most appropriate for the Sand village ninjas to be the bait. Our Iwagakure ninjas are proficient in earth escape ninjutsu. We can use the terrain to set up an ambush in advance. We just need to wait for the Sand village ninjas to lure the Konoha village ninjas over, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop." The Sachikage argued, "I'll Say it again. I don't agree. I never wanted to join your plan in the first place. You forced me to join. Even if you say it to the sky, I still don't agree. The Kazukige's attitude was very tough, and his tone was full of resentment towards that Sachikage point. In fact, this matter should start from when the 4Kage left Konoha village point. At that time, Fengying was leading his men towards the Kingdom of Wind. As he was walking, he heard someone calling him from behind point. When the Kazukage looked back and saw that it was that Sachikage, he was not on guard and was ambushed by that Sachikage. He was fed a drug that suppressed the flow of chakra and was put under house arrest point. During this period, that Sachikage threatened the lives of the Sand Village ninjas and forced the Kazukage to write a letter to the Sand Village. The letter roughly said that he and that Sachikage were joining forces to attack the Konoha village, but they did not have enough manpower and hoped to transfer more people from the village point. The Sand Village ninja believed it and brought them to the border of the Fire Country to meet up with the Iwagakure ninjas. But after they stayed there for a while, they discovered that the Kazukage had already been under house arrest by that Sachikage point. The Sand Village ninjas wanted to resist, but were easily suppressed by that Sachikage. In addition, their Kazukage was firmly controlled by that Sachikage, so the Sand Village ninjas could only stay in the camp obediently. The quarrel between the Kazukage and that Sachikage just now was because that Sachikage wanted to seize power from the Kazukage so that he could command these Sand Village ninjas with full legitimacy. Fengying, since I can't persuade you, I'll just have to force it. The Sachikage suppressed the smile on his face and revealed an indifferent expression. Sachikage, what do you want to do? Fengying asked anxiously. What? Of course, I'm making the best use of it. The Sachikage sneered, then spoke and walked out of the tent in 2 or 3 steps. Sachikage, come back and get the words out. The Kazukage chased after that Sachikage, wanting to find out what he was going to do, but when the Kazukage reached the door of the tent, he was blocked by 2 jonin from the Iwagakure village point. The Kazukage was feeling uneasy, his mind full of thoughts about the safety of the ninjas in the Sand Village point. Just then, there was a sudden cry from outside the tent point. After hearing the crying and shouting, Fengying immediately walked to the door of the tent and asked the guard at the door hurriedly, tell me what happened outside. It's because those people in the Sand Village were not obedient and refused to follow the orders of that Sachikage-sama, so they were ordered to be executed by that Sachikage-sama. The guards were very disdainful of the imprisoned Kazukage. There was no reverence in their words, nor was there any sympathy for the dead Sand Village ninjas. Instead, they felt that they deserved it. After hearing this, Fengying's heart skipped a beat. He didn't care about anything else and rushed out directly. The guard at the door was so proud of himself that he didn't pay attention and Fengying escaped. Oh no, he ran away. Bring him back immediately, otherwise how are we going to explain to Lord Sachikage? The guard at the door had a brief conversation and then followed Fengying's footsteps. Fengying followed the crying and screaming and kept running forward and finally came to the source of the crying and screaming point. The Kazukage was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a large number of corpses of Sand Village ninjas lying on the ground, and bright red blood was constantly spreading and seeping. Ah, old Sachikage thief, I'm going to fight you. The Kazukage felt his anger rising to his head, and he shouted and rushed towards that Sachikage, intending to fight him to the death point. Before the Kazukage could take a few steps, he was captured by the ninjas from the Iwagakure village and pinned to the ground, unable to move. That Sachikage walked up to the Kazukage and squatted down, reaching out and pinching the Kazukage's chin, making sure that the Kazukage could see him. And then said, these people don't need to die, but their Kazukage is so stubborn. After saying this, that Sachikage let go of the Kazukage, stood up, took out a handkerchief, wiped the hand that was pinching the Kazukage's chin, and then threw the handkerchief away. Take the Kazukage back and replace all the ninjas who were guarding the Kazukage. Let them receive their punishment. After giving his instructions, that Sachikage left and returned to his own tent. Whirlpool Village. Kamui and his father-in-law Uzumaki prepared meals for everyone. Kamui was carrying the last 2 dishes, placing them on the table, and then chose a place to sit next to Mito. Chapter 157. Uncle. As soon as Kamui sat down, before his bud could even warm up, his father-in-law Yuzukage started introducing Mito's relatives to Kamui. Kamui, let me introduce them to you. This is Mito's grandfather. Come, call them. Shenhui immediately stood up and said respectfully, hello, Grandpa, I remember you. You must be the boy who came to steal the bride at that time. Although Mito's grandfather looked very old, he had a good memory and recognized Kamui. Mito's grandfather mentioned the incident of Kamui kidnapping the bride in public, which made Kamui very embarrassed, and he gritted his teeth to explain the matter. Well, I was young and ignorant at the time, and I acted a little impulsively. Grandpa, please don't mind. Hahaha. Mito's grandfather suddenly laughed out loud and then continued, don't be afraid, good boy. I don't mean to blame you. What I want to say is that you got the kiss right away. Mito's grandfather suddenly changed the subject and started praising Kamui, which really caught Kamui off guard. Mito's grandfather continued to speak. It was a time of war, and the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was unique, attracting many covetous eyes. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan had a powerful distant relative, the Senju clan. However, the identity of distant relatives was still too shallow, so the elders of the clan had evil intentions and planned to strengthen the relationship between the two clans by forming a marriage. Mito's father and I also strongly opposed it, but it was of no use. You all know what happened later, as Mito's grandfather revealed the truth behind the marriage. Kamui suddenly realized that no wonder the Uzumaki clan immediately announced the cancellation of the marriage after he took Mito away. He thought that the Uzumaki clan was afraid of his strength, but he didn't expect that there was such a story behind it. Seeing that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a little dull, Kamui took the initiative to make a promise to Mito's grandfather. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely treat Mito well in the future. Good boy. Hearing Kamui's promise, Mito's grandfather was very pleased. He kept praising Kamui and recognized Kamui in his heart. Wang, who was standing aside, looked at his happy father and liked Shenhui from the bottom of his heart and knew that the old man had already recognized Shenhui. Uzumaki continued to introduce Kamui. Shenhui, this is Kike. I don't need your introduction. Kamui, I'm Mito's mother. Tell me what you should call me. Yuzukage was about to introduce Mito's mother to Kamui, but was ruthlessly pushed aside by Mito's mother. Mom. Kamui called out to Mito's mother tentatively, hey. As soon as Kamui called out mom, Mito's mother smiled happily, and it was obvious that she had already recognized Kamui. Yuzukage then introduced the remaining relatives to Kamui, Mito's aunts and uncles. Although this may sound a bit exaggerated, it can still be seen how many relatives Mito has. Uzumaki introduced these people to Kamui. All he needed was for Kamui to change his name and become familiar with them first, and then he could make Kamui suitable for them. With his father-in-law Uzumaki mediating, Kamui was soon chatting and laughing with Mito's relatives. There is a person among Mito's relatives who always follows Kamui around. Wherever Kamui goes, he follows. He is a typical follower. This person is Mito's uncle, Uzumaki Goki. Even though Uzumaki Goki is Mito's uncle, he is 1 year younger than Mito. This really proves the saying, although he is young, he is of a high generation. My nephew's husband, Uzumaki Goki called out from behind Kamui. Hey, Shenhui looked helpless and responded weakly. Don't blame Kamui for his lukewarm response. It's just that Uzumaki Goki is too annoying. This Uzumaki Goki liked to act like a senior and called Kamui his nephew-in-law several times in a row. Since Kamui had just been recognized by Mito's family and it was a crucial moment to establish good relations, he had no choice but to agree. Who would have thought that Uzumaki Goki tasted the sweetness and kept shouting? When Kamui tried to avoid him, he followed him, shouting as he followed, making Kamui wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Heyo. Shoo, you're itching for trouble, aren't you? Don't you know that Kamui is mine? Mito stepped forward, stood in front of Kamui, looked directly at Uzumaki Goki, waved his little fist at him, and his words were full of threats. Humph, you damned female devil. When I master the family sealing technique, I will hang you up and beat you. When Heiyoshu saw Mito, he turned around and ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. Perhaps because he preferred to lose the battle, He left some harsh words before running away. You want to leave? Did I let you go? King Kong blockade. A golden chakra chain suddenly appeared from Mito's stomach, instantly wrapped around Uzumaki Gauki's body, and pulled him back. The commotion made by Mito was soon discovered by Uzumaki and others, but what they didn't expect was that Mito actually used the diamond seal, the strongest sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. Is this the King Kong lock? Mito, how did you do it? Uzukage looked at the chakra chains on his daughter Mito and felt surprised and proud faced with his father Uzumaki's questioning. Mito hesitated for a long time and finally chose to hide the truth from his father Uzumaki. Well, I don't know. I suddenly mastered this sealing technique. People often say that a son is better than his father, and the same applies to his daughter. Uzumaki could see that his daughter Mito was hiding something from him, but now there were so many people talking, and out of the confidentiality of King Kong's blockade, Uzumaki did not go into details. Go down, brother. Can you guys stop talking and quickly ask Mito to put me down? Uzumaki. Gouki saw that everyone's attention was on the diamond blockade and no one cared about him who was hanging up, so he went to Uzumaki eyeing, as if to save himself. When Uzumaki heard what Uzumaki Gouki said, he remembered that he had been concerned about the King Kong seal and had forgotten that Uzumaki Gouki was still hanging on the side, so he hurriedly spoke to Mito. Mito, put your uncle down first. Gayo. Shu, if you dare to bully Shenwei again, it won't be as simple as just hanging you up. Mito warned Uzumaki Gouki and then retracted the chakra chains that were blocking the diamond point. The chakra chain that Mito Kango had blocked was retracted quickly, and Uzumaki Gouju was a little slow to react. The sudden feeling of weightlessness caused Uzumaki Gouju to fall on his butt. Shenwei heard a muffled sound. Although there was no butt-shaped hole on the ground, he guessed that Uzumaki Gouki must have fallen hard. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Gouki patted his butt and stood up, as if nothing had happened. Looking at the others, they also looked used to it. Shenwei couldn't help but sigh that the Uzumaki clan had a really good physique. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the family dinner ended. Mito's relatives were very satisfied with Kamui, and Kamui won the recognition of Mito's relatives, which was the best of both worlds. After the family dinner, Mito stayed and talked with his parents, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, about his life in Konoha village during this period. Kamui left his father-in-law Uzukage's house and returned alone to the residence that had been arranged for him previously. When Shenwei was halfway there, he suddenly felt someone following him. Shenwei immediately opened Kagura's mind eye and sensed who it was. Shenwei quickly received the result of his perception, smiled slightly, and murmured to himself, I haven't even looked for you yet, but you came to my door. What do you call this? There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, but you break in. Shenwei turned around, staring at the place where the local was hiding, and said, come out, stop hiding. I know you are there, right? My brother-in-law, Uzumaki Haoki. Kamui revealed Uzumaki Goju's identity with just one word, forcing Uzumaki Goju to show up on his own. Impossible. My hiding skills are so good. How did you find me? Uzumaki Gouki was surprised that Kamui had discovered him, but despite his surprise, he did not seem flustered at all. This calmness that was not common among his peers made Kamui look up to his uncle. Why should I satisfy your curiosity? Kamui was too lazy to explain to Uzumaki Gouki why he possessed the ability of Kagura's mind's eye, so he chose a gentler answer. Uzumaki Gouki really couldn't refute Kamui, but fortunately Uzumaki Gouki did not forget the purpose of his trip. Humph, you're so stubborn, but you won't be able to be stubborn anymore in a while. After Uzumaki Gouki finished speaking, he swung his fist and wanted to teach Kamui a lesson. Kamui dodged left and right, avoiding Uzumaki Gouju's punches and kicks one by one, while at the same time his mouth was not idle, and he kept mocking Uzumaki Gouju. You didn't hit me. Are you angry? No, you're so angry. La. La 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 la. You can't hit me. Uzumaki Haoki fought for a long time, not even touching the corner of Kamui's clothes, but he was panting from the work. Of course, this was not all because of exhaustion, but also because he was angry with Kamui. You done? If you're done, go home and sleep. It's getting late. Let's talk about it tomorrow." When Kamui saw Uzumaki Goki stop, he said to Uzumaki Goki, and after he finished speaking, he yawned at the right moment. "I said I'll teach you a lesson today, so why are you talking so much nonsense?" Uzumaki Goju formed seals with his hands and then slapped the ground. Dense sealing spells poured out from the palms of Uzumaki Goju's hands and spread towards the feet of Kamui. "It seems that if I don't do something serious, you will never stop. Then come on. It just so happens that I haven't hit anyone in a long time." Shenmue changed his lazy look and his eyes became bright and sharp. The next second, Kamui suddenly appeared beside Uzumaki Goki and kicked him away. Just before Uzumaki Goki was about to hit the building, Kamui appeared behind him again and kicked him away again. This went on repeatedly, and Uzumaki Goki was kicked around in the air like a football by Kamui. Kamui did not focus on kicking one place, he almost took care of every part of Uzumaki Goki's body. Chapter 158 Meeting. "I'll make you keep calling me nephew-in-law, nephew-in-law," Kamui said as he kicked, so that Uzumaki Gosu would know why he was being beaten. But Shenmue is a kind and generous person after all. How could he kill someone just because he was taken advantage of verbally? A light punishment and a stern warning would be enough. So, after kicking the bull left and right for 5 minutes, Shenmue made a powerful long shot towards the sky, kicking Uzumaki Goki away, thus ending this fast. Shenmue put his hands on the pergola and took a closer look, only to see the vortex tree streaking across the sky like a meteor, until it disappeared into the vast night sky. Shenmue looked at the night sky and murmured to himself, "I always feel like something is missing in this scene." Shenmue thought for a long time, but couldn't remember what was missing, so he put the doubts behind him and hurried back to his residence to sleep. Staying up late would not make him grow taller. Let's not talk about Kamui returning to his residence for now, and just talk about Uzumaki Goki, who is now falling. At a family dinner, Uzumaki Goki was taught a lesson by Mito. He was very unconvinced and wanted to get back at her, but he couldn't beat Mito, so he set his sights on Kamui, who had been tolerant all along. Uzumaki Goki thought to himself, "I can't beat you, Mito, so I'll beat up your boyfriend to vent my anger. That's not too much, right?" Thinking of this, Uzumaki Goki began to plan silently in his mind. After the family dinner, Uzumaki Goki followed Kamui all the way, looking for an opportunity to attack, but he never expected to be discovered by Kamui. And then, the falling Uzumaki Goki didn't want to recall those painful memories, but the pain in his body made his eyes moist. He now only wanted to land quickly and return to Uzashio village to recuperate. Uzumaki Goki finally landed after a long wait. Uzumaki Goki dragged his aching body and struggled to get up from the ground. He found the direction of Uzashio village and walked slowly towards it. As Uzumaki Goki was walking, he vaguely heard the sound of a large number of ninjas marching. Uzumaki Goki immediately hid his body to avoid a head-on conflict with the other side. The ninjas on the opposite side suddenly stopped, and the leader suddenly spoke. "We agreed to gather here in advance. Where are the Raikage and his Kumogakure ninjas?" As they were talking here, a voice came from behind them. Sorry, I was delayed on the way." "I'm not late, am I, Mizukage?" The two ninja armies successfully merged together. From their words, we learned that their two ninja armies were the Mizukage and the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village, and the Raikage and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village. Not late, I just arrived." The Mizukage went forward and met the Raikage. Hiding aside, Uzumaki Goki was already in a state of panic. Why did the Mizukage and the Raikage bring a large number of ninjas to Uzashio village at night? What was their purpose? This must be told to the Uzashio village immediately, so that Uzashio village could prepare in advance. When Uzumaki Goki thought of this, he began to feel like giving up and wanted to leave here quietly and return to Uzashio village to inform the villagers. Uzumaki Goju retreated quietly without any bloody plot of him stepping on a dead branch and getting discovered. Uzumaki Goki retreated carefully step by step without alerting the opposing ninja. Just when he thought he had escaped, he suddenly found a person standing in front of him. This sudden appearance of man frightened Uzumaki Goshu so much that he accidentally screamed out, "Nephew-in-law." When the Raikage heard the noise, he rushed over immediately, followed closely by the Mizukage and the ninjas from the 2 ninja villages. The ninjas from the 2 ninja villages quickly surrounded Uzumaki Goku, and the person who suddenly appeared. The dark clouds in the sky happened to block the moon, making the already dim night even darker. You two from Uzashio village? The Raikage asked in a heroic and high-spirited tone, but no one answered. Uzumaki Goku saw that he was surrounded by enemies, and it was impossible for him to return to Uzashio village to report the news, so he spoke to his nephew's husband beside him. "My niece-in-law, it looks like we'll have to die here tonight. It's a pity for my niece. She has to be a widow before she even gets married." Uzumaki Goku's nephew-in-law is none other than our protagonist Kamui. "You don't even forget to act like a senior before you die. You don't have a good memory at all. Don't you know why you got beaten up tonight?" Shenmue felt that he had not hit Uzumaki Gosuke too hard when he beat him just now, and did not make Uzumaki Gosuke realize his mistake at all. "How dare you to ignore me?" The Raikage instantly became furious and wanted to teach the 2 people in front of him a lesson, but was stopped by the Mizukage beside him. "Raikage, wait a minute. I feel like the other person's figure is familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Let me confirm it first, and then it won't be too late to take action." The Mizukage felt Kamui's figure looked familiar, but it was too dark and the distance was too far, so he couldn't recognize Kamui. "Mizukage, after hearing what you said, I also feel that the other person looks familiar, but I just can't remember where I have seen him." The Raikage looked at the Kamui in the distance, and he and the Mizukage agreed that the other party was someone they had seen before. "My nephew-in-law, we are all going to die, and you won't let me have some fun. If I don't yell now, I'll never have another chance in the future." When facing death, Uzumaki Goku had no scruples at all, and only cared about his own happiness. This might be the last time he would be happy in his life. Shenmue looked straight ahead and spoke in a mysterious tone. "Who said we were going to die? Nephew-in-law, do you have a way to escape?" Uzumaki Goku's lifeless eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. "Why are we running away?" Shenmue said in a pretentious manner. "Not only does his figure look familiar, I seem to have heard his voice somewhere before, and his name is on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember it." The Mizukage tried hard to find someone who matched him in his memory, but found that he had no clue. "Why bother with him so much? Just go up and fight him. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for so many of us." The Raikage thought for a while, but couldn't figure out who the opponent was, so he simply rushed forward and took him down. The Raikage didn't believe that with so many people on his side, they could still lose to 2 opponents. "My eldest niece's husband, do you want to?" "No, absolutely not. If you do this, aren't you afraid that my eldest niece will be sad?" Uzumaki Goku thought that Kamui was going to defect to the enemy in order to buy himself a chance to survive. Shenmue looked at Uzumaki Goku speechlessly and found that he were not on the same channel at all. "Why don't you think about the possibility of me breaking out of the siege?" "Forget it. With your IQ, it's hard for me to communicate with you. You just need to remember one thing now. Don't call me nephew-in-law anymore. Call me brother Shenmue when we meet." As soon as Shenmue finished speaking, without waiting for Uzumaki Goku to reply, he rushed out like an arrow and plunged into the enemy's encirclement. When the Mizukage and the Raikage heard the Kamui introduce himself, they were shocked. They looked at each other and prayed secretly that this Kamui was not the Kamui they knew. Otherwise today's matter would be difficult to handle. Wherever Shenmue goes, people and horses fall to the ground, and no one can survive the second round of Shenmue. The speed displayed by the Kamui and its unstoppable fighting power made the Mizukage and the Raikage's hearts sink to the bottom. The dark clouds in the sky quietly retreated, revealing the moon behind them. the moonlight spread to the earth, making the dark night no longer so dark. Uzumaki Goki, the Mizukage, and the Reikage looked in the direction of Kamui with different feelings, only to see a large number of breathless ninjas lying horizontally and vertically on the ground and trees behind Kamui, as if they were deader than dead. Kamui is still expanding its victory, and the number of ninja deaths is increasing with every second. Stop. The Reikage looked at the ninjas from the hidden cloud village dying in front of him, and without caring much, he instantly activated his lightning release armor to stop the Kamui from continuing the massacre. Reikage, I'll help you too. The Mizukage looked at the dead ninjas from the hidden mist village, so he decided to join forces with the Reikage to capture the opponent and avenge his ninjas. Well done. Kamui gave up on the ninjas from the hidden mist and cloud villages and turned to face the Mizukage and the Reikage. When Kamui turned around, a pair of scarlet Sharingan first caught the eyes of the Mizukage and the Reikage. After seeing the Sharingan, the Mizukage and the Reikage suddenly paused. Then the full appearance of Kamui was exposed before the eyes of the Mizukage and the Reikage. Shenmue, why are you here? The Mizukage was very surprised when he saw the Kamui in front of him. He couldn't understand why the Kamui appeared in Uchiha village. This is the same question I wanted to ask. Mizukage and Reikage, why are you here? Kamui saw that the Mizukage and the Reikage had no intention of continuing the attack, so he asked them about their purpose of coming to Uchiha village. Nephew-in-law, do you know them? Uzumaki Goki ran over to Kamui and pointed at the Mizukage and Reikage in front of him and asked. Kamui looked at Uzumaki Goki helplessly. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, Kamui really wanted to beat Uzumaki Goki into unconsciousness. Kamui felt that his entire reputation was ruined by Uzumaki Goki's words niece-in-law. He even felt the mockery in the hearts of the Mizukage and the Reikage. Kamui, since you asked, I'm not afraid to tell you that we are here to attack Uchiha village. If you know what's best for you, get out of the way. I will not pursue the matter of you killing the ninja from the hidden cloud village before. The Reikage spoke to Kamui with a condescending magnanimity. In the Reikage's opinion, Kamui has now lost the support of Konoha village and has become a lonely man. Since I'm willing to give you this face, you should accept it obediently. Yes, I admit that your Kamui is very strong, but when you face the entire hidden cloud village, your personal bravery is completely insignificant. Mizukage, do you agree with the Reikage? Kamui ignored the Reikage and asked the Mizukage. After all, before starting a fight, he had to first figure out who his enemy was. Chapter 159 Accepting Fate. Mizukage, do you agree with the Reikage? Kamui ignored the Reikage and asked the Mizukage. After all, before starting a fight, he had to first figure out who his enemy was. Uzumaki Goki was standing by, listening to Kamui talking to the Mizukage and the Reikage. The more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. They were about to start a fight if they disagreed, so he quickly hid behind Kamui. Mizukage hesitated for a while, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that the Mizukage did not immediately express his attitude, the Reikage blurted out, Mizukage, are you afraid of being beaten by Kamui? As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's weaknesses when scolding them. The Reikage exposed the Mizukage's embarrassing stories in public, making the Mizukage lose all face. After hearing what the Reikage said, the Mizukage recalled the terrible beating he received from the Kamui, and looked at the Reikage with hatred in his eyes. The Reikage himself also felt that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate, but the words had already been spoken, and could not be taken back. The Reikage could only try his best to smooth things over. Mizukage, don't you want to avenge your previous humiliation? As long as the two of us join forces, do we still need to be afraid of his Kamui? When the Mizukage heard what the Reikage said, his expression improved a little, but he remained silent. Uzumaki Goki, who was hiding behind Kamui, secretly pulled Kamui's clothes and whispered, my nephew-in-law, facing both the Mizukage and the Reikage at the same time. How confident are you that you can defeat them? It's hard to say. We'll know after the fight. Kamui whispered an ambiguous answer to Uzumaki Goki, then spoke to the Reikage. You still going to fight or not? Are you afraid to go up alone? Humph. Today I will let you see the power of the hidden cloud village's ninjutsu. Kamui deliberately used words to provoke the Raikage, and the Raikage was fooled. He was wrapped in lightning armor and appeared in front of Kamui in an instant. Hell. Thrust, four-handed shot. The Raikage condensed a large amount of lightning chakra on the four fingers of his right hand and launched a thrust attack with his extremely fast speed, Rasengan. As Kamui raised his right hand to block the Raikage's attack, a blue chakra ball condensed in the palm of his right hand. The Raikage's hell thrust, four-pointed hand collided with Kamui's Rasengan, and the resulting blast blew Uzumaki Goujo away. Uzumaki Haoki rolled around on the ground several times before he could offset the wave of air that blew him away. Uzumaki Haoki got up from the ground and watched intently this contest of peak ninja combat power. Raikage's and Kamui's moves cancelled each other out, and the two quickly retreated to put some distance between them. The Mizukage standing by was looking at the evenly matched Raikage and Kamui on the field, and the idea of joining forces with the Raikage to kill Kamui instantly took root in his mind. But when he thought of Kamui, who had not yet shown his true strength, he suppressed the idea. A trace of relief appeared on Raikage's face, while Kamui's expression was serious, but it quickly disappeared. Why did the Raikage and Kamui's faces change so much after one move? The answer lies in the Raikage's move Hell Thrust, 4 bones Hell Stab 4 finger penetration. This move is a stabbing attack launched by 4 fingers. Above the 4 finger penetration there are 3 finger penetration, 2 finger penetration, and 1 finger penetration. Every time you reduce a finger during the attack, the penetration of the move can be increased until it is reduced to Hell Stab 1 finger penetration using only 1 finger. As a time traveler, Kamui naturally knew the secret of the Raikage's move, but he did not expect that his Rasengan was only on par with the Raikage's Hell Stab 4 cores. This made Kamui, who was used to seeing Naruto conquer the world with his Rasengan, feel very embarrassed. Hahaha, Kamui, you can't beat me with this ability. You'd better summon Susanoo out quickly. Based on the result of the previous fight, the Raikage had a rough assessment of Kamui's strength and thought that Kamui's strength was just so-so, and he was no match for him at all. So he let Kamui activate Susanoo and fight him in his strongest form. Raikage, it's good to be confident, but you are a little too confident. There is no need to use Susanoo to deal with you. Faced with the Raikage's contempt, Kamui secretly laughed in his heart at the Raikage's ignorance of power, and then said calmly. Raikage looked at Kamui's calm look and thought he was just showing off, so he wanted to show off Kamui's lies and said, "Humph, you are still stubborn, even when you are about to die. I will make you lose completely today." Hell's Thrust, a hand of penetration. The Raikage concentrated a large amount of lightning chakra on the index finger of his right hand and used the strongest move in the Hell Stab series, piercing directly into Kamui's heart. Seeing that the Raikage had already launched his attack, Kamui decided to confront him head on to see whose moves were more powerful. Speedy Chidori. Everyone saw a flash of blue lightning and then heard a clear bird song, and Kamui appeared behind the Raikage, gently shaking his right hand, which was free of any blood. Is this the end? Uzumaki Goki originally thought that Kamui and Raikage would have to fight fiercely before the winner could be decided, but he didn't expect that their fight would be so easy and calm. At this moment, the Raikage used the Hell Stab and one-handed technique with his right hand, and suddenly, from the fingertips to the entire arm, it exploded into a ball of blood mist. Just now, Kamui's Speedy Chidori collided with the Raikage's Hell Stab, Ippon Kantiku. Under the high-frequency vibration of the Speedy Chidori, it passed through the Raikage's arm without any hindrance. During the whole process, Kamui's extremely fast Chidori destroyed all the bones and muscles of the Raikage's arm, which led to an astonishing scene. After the Raikage lost his entire right hand, he gritted his teeth and said nothing, walked to the team of ninjas in Hidden Cloud Village, and squeezed out 2 words through his teeth: retreat. Raikage finally realized the difference in strength between himself and Kamui. Knowing that Kamui was in Uchiha Village, no matter what they did, it would be in vain. So he ordered a retreat and gave up attacking Uchiha Village. Mizukage looked at Raikage's leaving figure and was secretly grateful that he had not been carried away and joined forces with Raikage to attack Kamui. Since the Raikage has already retreated, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. The Mizukage quickly came to his senses and hurriedly said goodbye to Kamui, determined to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Retreat. Mizukage led the ninjas of Kirigakure village back along the way they came. If you leave now, I would like to invite you to visit Uzashio village, Kamui said to the backs of the Mizukage and the Reikage. It would have been fine if Kamui didn't say anything. As soon as he started talking, the Mizukage, the Reikage, and the ninjas from their two villages retreated even faster. My nephew-in-law, you are so awesome, Uzumaki. Galki walked over and patted Kamui on the shoulder, saying with admiration on his face. Kamui turned his head expressionlessly and looked at Uzumaki Goki. He moved his mouth but said nothing. Nephew-in-law, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Please say it again, Uzumaki. Galki leaned his head closer to Kamui, wanting to hear more clearly. I just said, Shenmue, use the same trick again to attract Uzumaki Goki to get closer to him. Say, what? Uzumaki Goki didn't know it was Kamui's conspiracy, so he moved closer to Kamui. Stop calling me your nephew's husband. Kamui suddenly spoke loudly, which made Uzumaki Gouju's ears numb. Kamui still felt unsatisfied and punched Uzumaki Gouju's eyes. Uzumaki Goki was knocked to the ground by Kamui's sudden punch. Kamui rode on Uzumaki Goki's body, aimed at Uzumaki Goki's face, opened his hands left and right, and muttered something. I asked you to call me eldest niece-in-law, and you kept calling me. I asked you to call me. I asked you to call me eldest niece-in-law. Try calling me eldest niece-in-law again. After a long while, Shenmue stood up refreshed, let out a long breath, and then said, comfortable, looking at Uzumaki Hayoshu lying on the ground. His face and nose were bruised and swollen, and he no longer looked like he used to be. Elder, niece, son-in-law, give me a hand. Uzumaki Goki never learned his lesson, and Kamui's mood, which had just improved, became bad again. You force me to do this, Bishanshin. Kamui was almost driven crazy by the 4 words nephew's son-in-law. He beat and scolded him, but there was no sign of change in Uzumaki Goju. In desperation, he could only use the eye technique of Kutamatsukami to forcibly change Uzumaki Goju's will. Kutamatsukami launched the attack successfully, looked at Uzumaki Goki quietly, and then asked, who am I? You're Kamui, Mito's boyfriend. Uzumaki Goki replied. Uzumaki Goki's answer made Kamui's eyes light up, and he thought to himself, he is worthy of being the ceiling of illusion in the world of Naruto. The effect is amazing. But before Kamui could feel happy, the next words that Uzumaki Goki said made Kamui's heart sink to the bottom. Eldest niece-in-law, why do you ask this? Kamui grabbed Uzumaki Goki's shoulders with both hands, stared at Uzumaki Goki, and asked, what did you just call me? My nephew-in-law? Haven't I always called you that? Uzumaki Goki looked at Kamui with a confused expression. Shenmue was secretly puzzled in his heart, and he spoke it out unconsciously. That shouldn't be the case. I clearly used Kutamatsukami on you. How could you be fine? My nephew-in-law, your so-called other god is an illusion, right? I'm naturally immune to illusions. Uzumaki Goki looked at Kamui with an innocent face, and said in a somewhat silly tone. Kamui looked at Uzumaki Goju in front of him, suddenly let go of him, ran to a big tree without looking back, and hit his head against the tree. My nephew-in-law, let's talk it out. Please don't take it too seriously. It would have been better if Uzumaki Goki didn't persuade him, because after his persuasion, the speed and force of Kamui's collision with the tree increased. Forget it. I accept my fate. After Shenmue hit the tree hundreds of times, he finally came to his senses. It was just a name. He could call it whatever he wanted. He would only stay in Uzashio village for a few days anyway, and days like this would pass quickly. Chapter 160 General Trend. I'm going back to bed first. Kamui said hello to Uzumaki Goju, then activated the Flying Thunder God formation, and returned to Uzashio village to sleep. This was to save time on the road, and to stay away from Uzumaki Goju. Nephew-in-law, wait for me, I will go back with you. As Uzumaki Goki finished his words, Kamui disappeared before his eyes. Uzumaki Goki looked at the place where Kamui disappeared and muttered to himself, So, I was left behind. You are so petty. I just called you nephew-in-law. Do you think you should leave me alone? Just wait, I will go to my eldest brother to complain. Uzumaki. Gouki jogged all the way back to Uzushio village, went straight to the house of his eldest brother Uzukage, and knocked on the door. Brother, please open the door, I'm Hayoshu. Come on. I saw Uzumaki wearing a piece of clothing, walking out of the house, opening the door, and welcoming Uzumaki Gouki in. Why are you here so late at night instead of going to bed? And what's wrong with your face? Uzumaki looked at Uzumaki Gouki, who came to visit him late at night, and asked all the questions in his mind in one breath. Uzumaki Gouki did not hide anything, and told his eldest brother Uzumaki everything that happened tonight. From the moment he followed Kamui to the moment he jogged back to Uzushio village. Uzumaki didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was just a fight between kids where the losing side asked their parents for help. But the more he listened, the more he realized that things were getting out of control, and even beyond his ability. Shu, let me ask you, did the Mizukage and the Reikage really retreat? Uzumaki looked at Uzumaki Gouki with a serious look on his face, and asked him, seeing that his eldest brother Uzumaki had a serious face. Uzumaki Gouki didn't dare to treat him in a joking manner anymore and spoke to him solemnly. They really retreated. I saw them leave with my own eyes. I just don't know if they will come back in the future. Uzumaki Gouki's unintentional words made Uzumaki fall into deep thought. Yes, although the plan of the Mizukage and the Reikage was stopped by Kamui this time and they failed to attack the Uzushio village, but if they attack the Uzushio village again in the future, it is not certain that Kamui will still be in the Uzushio village at that time. By then, the Uzushio village and the entire Uzumaki clan will probably become history in the ninja world. It seems that Uzushio village needs some changes. Uzukage thought about the fate of Uzushio village and decided to make drastic changes to the village. Brother, what are you talking about? What needs to be changed? Uzumaki Gouki was unable to discern the hidden meaning in his elder brother Uzumaki's few words, so he asked casually, nothing, it's so late, go back to bed. What Uzumaki was thinking in his mind at the moment was just a rough outline of a plan, and there were still many aspects that needed to be improved, so he didn't intend to tell Uzumaki Gouki. Okay, then, see you tomorrow, big brother. After saying this, Uzumaki Gouki walked away from his eldest brother Uzumaki's house. After Uzumaki Gouki walked a long way, he remembered the purpose of coming to his eldest brother Uzumaki's house. Didn't I come here to tell Shenwei about it? It seemed to be completed, but it also seemed to be unfinished. Everything had been said, but it seemed to be selectively ignored. Should I go back and tell my big brother Uzumaki again? Just as Uzumaki Gouki was standing there, struggling, at the same time, the Mizukage and the Reikage, along with the ninjas from the two villages, had already left the territory of the Land of Whirlpools, and were sitting on the ship returning to their respective ninja villages. Fortunately, we didn't have a direct conflict with Kamui. Although we lost some ninjas, this loss is still acceptable. The Mizukage secretly thanked his lucky stars that he did not act rashly and join forces with the Reikage to fight against Kamui. Mizukage, we are retreating like this. I feel a little unwilling. The Jonin next to the Mizukage said, what can we do if we are unwilling? If we don't retreat, are we going to die? You have seen what happened to the Reikage. If Kamui is willing, the Reikage is already in the Pure Land. Now hurry back to the Hidden Mist village and don't get involved in anything in the future so as to avoid getting into trouble. The Mizukage scolded the group of Jonin around him, scaring them so much that they dared not utter a word for fear that they would be caught as examples by the Mizukage and given a one-on-one lesson. Unlike the Mizukage, who was relieved, the Reikage on the other side was very angry at the moment. Damn it, if it weren't for Kamui, Uzushio village would have been destroyed. The Reikage slammed the table with his only remaining left hand, causing the bandaged wound on his right shoulder to start bleeding again. Calm down, Reikage-sama. Be careful not to open your wound, said the medical ninja who was treating the Reikage's wound. Lord Reikage, although our operation failed this time, we still have a chance in the future. That Kamui can't stay in Uzushio village forever. As long as he leaves Uzashio village, we will immediately attack Uzashio village. Then the sealing technique of Uzashio village will be in the hands of Mangekyō village. The Jonin next to the Raikage offered advice. The Raikage, who was furious just now, gradually calmed down after hearing this, and then said, "You have a point. Send someone to monitor the every move of the Uzashio village immediately. If you find Kamui leaving the Uzashio village, report to me immediately." "Yes, Raikage-sama." The senior ninja next to the Raikage received the order and immediately went to arrange for someone to monitor the Uzashio village. The medical ninja also followed him, and in the end the Raikage was the only one left. Our plan has failed, and I wonder what the situation is like over there at that Suchikage. The Raikage was talking to himself, his thoughts drifting to the battlefield outside the border of the fire country, between that Suchikage and the Kazakage. Konoha village in the land of fire. Hokage building conference room. Hokage, the hidden mist village and the hidden cloud village have sent out a large number of ninjas to attack the Uzashio village. Calculating the time, the war should have started by now. As the head of the Anbu, Tobirama chose to report to the Hokage Madara as soon as he received the information. It's interesting. First, the hidden cloud village and the hidden sand village blocked the door of the hidden leaf village. Then the hidden mist village and the hidden cloud village attacked the Uzashio village. The 4 ninja villages are collectively going crazy. Naruto. Madara laughed in anger and was already prepared for war in his heart. Things are not that simple. Uzashio village is a ninja village founded by the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is not only a distant relative of the Senju clan, but also a relative of the Uchiha clan. The other party chose to attack Uzashio village, and in the end they came for Konoha village. With his extraordinary intelligence, Tobirama analyzed it bit by bit. I understand. The other party attacked Uzashio village in the hope that Konoha village would send people to support it. This would inevitably weaken the power of Konoha village. Then the 2 ninja villages outside the border of the land of fire would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. After being reminded by Tobirama, the Hokage Madara suddenly realized, it's not just that. If our Konoha village doesn't support the Uzashio village, that would be the most fatal. Just imagine, if the Konoha village can abandon the Uzashio village, which is so close to it, who would be willing to form an alliance with the Konoha village in the future? Dazuyuzi added, "Hashirama, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become smarter." After listening to the words of the great pillar, Hokage Madara found it hard to believe that these words came from his mouth, so he joked. Tobirama and Itama, who were standing by, had surprise in their eyes, thinking that their elder brother had finally gotten the idea. No, these words are what I accidentally heard Shenwei say before. I just borrowed them. Dazuyuzi told the truth, which dashed the hopes of Tobirama and Itama. When Naruto Madara heard the name Kamui, he became silent for a while, and then suddenly asked, "Shenwei, where is he now?" If nothing unexpected happens, he should be in Uzashio village now, Tobirama replied quickly. When Naruto Madara heard this answer, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and then he said, "The Uzashio village has the Kamui, so we don't need to send anyone to support them. After this is over, send some valuable supplies to the Uzashio village and explain it to them. I believe they will understand the difficulties of the Leaf village." Hokage Madara's proposal was recognized by everyone. This recognition was based on trust in Kamui and also on strength. Seeing that no one had any objection to the way Uzashio village was handled, the Hokage Madara continued, "The matter of Uzashio village has been resolved. Let's talk about the 2 ninja villages outside the border of the land of fire. I mean, we should just fight them, since they have already blocked our doorstep. If we don't fight, people will think that Konoha village is afraid." I strongly disagree with going to war. I believe that, as long as we can sit down and talk calmly, all problems can be solved. Dazuyuzi strongly opposed going to war and advocated resolving the issue through negotiation. Hashirama, if we can talk, shouldn't we sit down and negotiate? Do you think the other party wants to negotiate at all? Not at all. Naruto Madara thought that what the Great Pillar was doing was just his wishful thinking and was totally unacceptable. Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar had a fierce argument about whether to go to war or negotiate, but in the end no one could convince the other, and the matter was stuck there. Tobirama and Itama looked at the Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar who were arguing with each other, and they missed the days when Kamui was around. Because Kamui could always make the two people who disagreed reach an agreement. Just when the Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar were confronting each other, the Hokage Madara suddenly retreated and said, "Hashirama, I don't want to argue with you. I will take a step back on this matter. I agree that you can negotiate." When Naruto's Shadow Madara said this, not only the Great Pillar was very surprised, but even Tobirama and Itama were also very surprised. The three of them widened their eyes at the same time and looked at Naruto's Shadow Madara. Madara the Hokage said calmly, ignoring everyone's surprised looks, "Listen to me. First of all, although I agree to negotiate, Konoha village will not pay a penny as the price for them to withdraw. Why should I give them benefits just because they stay at our doorstep? If they keep doing this in the future, will Konoha village still be able to develop?" Chapter 161 Agree. Secondly, if the negotiations fail, it will prove that you are wrong. Negotiations are not feasible. I will immediately declare war on them. I hope you will not stop me then. When the Hokage Madara said this, there was a murderous intent in his words. The Great Pillar instinctively wanted to stop Naruto Madara from going on a killing spree, but the words couldn't come out of his mouth. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "I understand. I will try my best to negotiate with that Tsuchikage and the Kazekage, and try to get them to agree to evacuate." After hearing what the Great Pillar said, Hokage Madara smiled. Naruto's Madara knows the character of the Great Pillar very well. If the Great Pillar has different opinions, he will definitely raise them in person. But just now the Great Pillar did not say anything to stop Naruto's Madara from starting a war, which shows that the Great Pillar has acquiesced to Naruto's Madara's idea of starting a war. Hokage Madara suppressed the joy in his heart and spoke to the Great Pillar in a calm tone, "Hashirama, you should have a good rest tonight, and go negotiate with them tomorrow morning, and try to resolve the issue in a peaceful way. I wish you success, Ban. Just wait for my good news, Dazuse," said confidently. Hokage Madara is not optimistic about the outcome of the negotiations of Dabashiro, but Hokage Madara did not say anything to hit Dabashiro. Hokage Madara believes that after the result comes out, Dabashiro will face the reality. "Okay, let's end today's meeting here. Let's all go back and have a rest early." Seeing that everything had been discussed, Hokage Madara ended the meeting and strode out of the conference room. After Naruto Madara left, Tobirama said to the Great Pillar, "Brother, the outcome of tomorrow's negotiations may be different from what you think." Tobirama didn't have the courage to say directly, "Brother, negotiation isn't feasible, so don't waste your energy." Instead, he chose to express his point of view in a tactful way. "Brother, you should be careful tomorrow." Banjian anticipated that tomorrow's negotiations would not go smoothly, and that the other party would most likely take action against Dazuse, so he gave Dazuse a warning in advance. "Don't worry, Tobirama and Itama. I have confidence in tomorrow's negotiations." Dazuse seemed not to understand what his two younger brothers expressed, and spoke confidently. Upon hearing this, Tobirama and Itama looked at each other, and found that each other's eyes were full of helplessness. They said nothing more and turned away. "You two wait for me, I will go home with you." When Dabashi saw Tobirama and Itama turn around and leave, he quickly chased after them and walked with them. Outside the border of the Fire Nation, has the news of the joint attack on Uzashio village by the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village reached Konoha village. The Tsuchikage sat upright and asked the Jonin from the Iwagakure village in front of him. The news must have reached Konoha village. Konoha village is known as the best ninja village in the ninja world. They stood by and watched when Uzashio village was attacked. The Iwagakure village's Jonin replied hastily, his words full of disdain for the Hidden Leaf village. When the Tsuchikage heard this, a smile of triumph appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared and he continued, "Isn't this exactly what I want?" Since Konoha village doesn't plan to support Uzashio village, let's notify the Reikage and Mizukage to destroy Uzashio village as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, the Jonin of Iwagakure village received the order and was about to carry it out when he heard that Tsuchikage continued speaking. How is the Kazekage now? The Kazekage has calmed down now, and the ninja guarding him has been replaced by a new one. He will definitely not be allowed to escape again this time. The Iwagakure village Jonin gave a brief report on the Kazekage's current situation, focusing on the things that Tsuchikage was most concerned about. Point that Tsuchikage nodded slightly to show that he understood, then waved his hand and sent the Jonin from the Iwagakure village away. Point the next day. Point Whirlpool village. Point early in the morning, Shenwei was called over by his father-in-law Uzumaki and asked about what happened last night. Point Kamui recounted to his father-in-law Uzumaki what happened last night, omitting the part about the beating up Uzumaki Goki. Point Uzukage didn't care about Kamui beating up Uzumaki Goki. What he cared about most now was the attack on Uzashio village by the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village. After listening to Kamui's story, he compared it with what Uzumaki Goki said last night and found that there was no difference between the two. Uzukage frowned and looked solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. Point Shenwei watched his father-in-law Wang fall into deep thought and didn't want to disturb him, so he just stood beside him. Point after thinking for a moment, Uzumaki seemed to have made an important decision in his heart. The expression on his face suddenly relaxed, and he said to Shenwei, "Shenwei, I have something I hope you can promise me." "I promise. Just tell me what you want." Shenwei agreed without thinking. "I hope you can stay in Uzashio village for a long time and help Uzashio village resist attacks from other ninja villages." Uzumaki looked at Kamui with burning eyes and expectation, hoping that Kamui would agree to his request. Point after hearing the request from his father-in-law Uzumaki, Shenwei didn't know what to say for a moment and regretted secretly in his heart. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have been so confident just now. Now he is in a difficult situation. "I don't agree, father. Kamui and I agreed to travel the ninja world together. How can you force Kamui to stay in Uzashio village?" At the critical moment, Mito stood up and rejected Uzumaki's request on behalf of Kamui. "Alas, there is nothing I can do about it." When Uzukage saw that his daughter Mito objected, he knew that the plan was probably doomed and said with a sad expression. Point Uzukage immediately told his daughter Mito about what happened last night when the Kirigakure and Kumogakure villages came to attack Uzashio village, and finally said to Mito, "Mito, I don't want to hinder you from traveling around the ninja world, but I don't want to see the destruction of Uzashio village and the death and injury of all the people in the clan. I really have no choice. Can you understand, father?" In Mito's impression, her father Uzumaki has always been a strict and strong man. She has never seen her father Uzumaki as fragile as today. Mito didn't know what to say. Point if she said she understood, then Kamui had worked so hard to leave Konoha village, and the opportunity he had fought for would have been wasted. If she said she didn't understand, but looking at the fragile man in front of her, she couldn't say it. Point just when Mito was in a dilemma, Kamui on the side spoke, "Actually, I have an immature idea that can protect the safety of Uzashio village while not hindering our journey." When Mito heard Kamui say this, he walked over and slapped Kamui on the back and said, "If you had a solution, why didn't you tell me earlier? You've put me in a dilemma. Tell me, did you deliberately want to make fun of me?" Kamui was slapped by Mito and took a few steps forward. He couldn't stop coughing a few times before he came back to normal and spoke quickly. "No, absolutely not. I just thought of a solution," Mito said, believing in Kamui's words. "Humph, I don't think you dare to lie to me. Tell me what your method is." In fact, this method is very simple. I have mentioned it before, but it was not agreed to at that time. Shenwei took precautions in advance to avoid it seeming awkward. When he revealed the solution later, Mito listened for a long time, but didn't see Kamui talking about a specific solution, so he urged impatiently, "Speak the key. Hey, here comes the point. In fact, as long as the Uzashio village merges with the Konoha village and the Uzashio villages move to the Konoha village, wouldn't the problem be solved? In order to protect his small body and prevent it from being destroyed by Mito's strange power. Kamui quickly told the solution point. After listening to Kamui's solution, Uzumaki said nothing, as if he was seriously thinking about the feasibility of the solution. This is the solution you mentioned. I thought it was something else. If my father could agree, he would have agreed long ago. So, you brought this up at this time. Did you plan it in advance? Mito suspected that Kamui was taking advantage of the situation and looked at him, trying to find any sign of guilt on his part. Kamui said righteously without avoiding Mito's gaze. I offered this solution out of consideration for the greater good, and I am so sad that you still doubt me. At the end of his speech, Shenwei deliberately revealed an aggrieved expression in order to gain sympathy. Seeing that Kamui looked aggrieved, Mito thought he was overthinking it, so he walked over and comforted him softly. Okay, I wronged you. I'm sorry. Don't be sad. Seeing that Mito had been fooled, Kamui immediately decided to quit and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm satisfied that you can understand my good intentions." Kamui and Mito were showing their affection as if no one was around, and this was seen by Uzumaki, who was standing nearby. At this point he had figured it out that Uzashio village was not important. What was important were the people in the village, the people who also had the Uzumaki clan's blood flowing in their veins. Ahem, I've thought it through. I agree to lead the Uzashio village to join Konoha village. Uzumaki's cough prevented Kamui and Mito from developing any further, causing the two to quickly separate, with a clear distinction between them. Father, you have agreed to join the Leaf Village. Mito looked at his father Uzumaki and said in disbelief, then looked at Kamui beside him, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Kamui didn't say anything, but gave Mito a smug look, meaning, as soon as I take action, the problem will be solved immediately. Mito couldn't stand Kamui's smugness, so he raised his fist with a threatening look in his eyes. Kamui looked at Mito raising his fist and immediately became obedient, as if he had become 3 inches shorter. Uzukage saw the little tricks of Kamui and Mito, but did not point them out. He secretly laughed in his heart at Kamui, who was being controlled by his own daughter Mito. Yes, considering the current situation, joining Konoha village is the best choice. Uzukage sighed from the heart. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Shenwei, invite your friends to your home today. We had a family dinner yesterday and didn't have time to entertain them properly. Today is a good time to make up for it. Uzumaki then changed the subject and talked about entertaining Kamui's friends at home today. Chapter 162 Negotiation. That's great. This is a good opportunity for me to show them my cooking skills. Let me make a deal. I will be responsible for all the cooking today. You guys don't interfere. When Mito heard that her father Uzumaki was going to entertain Kamui's friends at home, she was overjoyed and said she would cook herself so that everyone could taste her cooking skills. Kamui and Uzukage looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Just when they were about to speak up to stop Mito, Mito's mother appeared. What? You are entertaining guests at home today? They are all your friends. If that's the case, how can I be left out? Mito, I will cook today's meal with you. When Mito's mother heard that they were going to entertain guests, she also decided to cook by herself to leave a good impression on Kamui and Mito's friends. Mito and her mother were excitedly discussing what to do next. However, he didn't notice that Kamui and Uzukage beside him had turned pale. Others may not know, but Kamui and Uzukage know how terrible the cooking skills of the one at home are. If they are both responsible for today's cooking, it is hard to say whether someone will be poisoned to death today. Kamui and Uzukage looked at each other and nodded in unison, reaffirming each other's convictions. They then went to Mito and her mother separately to persuade them to give up the idea of cooking themselves. Fire Nation, the gate of Konoha village. Hokage, big brother, there is a new situation now, and I think it may be helpful to the negotiations. After Tobirama finished speaking, he didn't keep anyone in suspense and told everyone the new situation. Just last night, the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village were on their way to attack the Uzashio village, but they encountered the Kamui. Their plan to attack the Uzashio village was thwarted, and a large number of ninjas were lost. In this battle, the Raikage had his right hand cut off by the Kamui. Since then, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village have withdrawn from the Land of Whirlpools. After listening to this, Naruto Madara smiled without saying anything, obviously very satisfied with what Kamui did. This news comes at the right time. With this news, the success rate of this negotiation will be greatly improved. When Daisuke heard the news, he was very excited, and his confidence in the negotiations increased a bit. Hashirama, it doesn't matter whether the negotiation is successful or not. What matters is that you come back safe and sound. And remember what I told you before. Don't even think about making Konoha Village pay the slightest price for the negotiation. Hokage. Madara first expressed his concern for the Great Pillar, and then reminded the Great Pillar not to dream of exchanging interests for peace. From this point, it can be seen that in Hokage Madara's heart, the Great Pillar is more important than Konoha Village. Don't worry, Madara. Just wait for my good news in Konoha Village. After saying this, Daisuke left Konoha Village with 2 ninjas in charge of negotiations. The Great Pillar understood the concerns of the Hokage Madara, but he still insisted on going to negotiate, because he believed that no one could understand the value of peace better than that Sachikage and Kazekage, who had experienced war. He believed that under his persuasion, that Sachikage and Kazekage would definitely retreat. The Great Pillar set off with 2 ninjas in charge of negotiations. Hokage Madara looked at the Great Pillars receding back, and felt inexplicably irritated. Order the Anbu to keep an eye on the progress of the negotiations and report to me at any time. Hokage Madara gave some instructions to Tobirama, who was standing beside him, and returned to the Hokage's office. Tobirama looked at the slightly lonely back of Hokage Madara, and for the first time felt how difficult it was to be the Hokage. After leaving Konoha Village, Oshiro and his 3 companions headed straight for the camps of Iwagakure and Agakure outside the border of the Land of Fire. Speechless all the way. Daisuke and his 3 companions stopped in front of the camps of Iwagakure Village and Sand Village and spoke loudly. We are the ninjas sent by Konoha Village to negotiate. We hope to talk to that Sachikage and the Kazekage. Stand there and don't move. I will report the situation to Lord Sachikage. The ninja in charge of guarding the camp agreed, and quickly reported the situation to that Sachikage. Oh, Konoha Village actually sent people to negotiate. Please invite them in quickly. While that Sachikage was saying this, he was secretly planning on making a big profit from the Konoha Village this time. In a short time, the 3 people including Dabashi were brought before that Sachikage. Hello, it's Sachikage. I'm Ashirama Senju. Konoha Village sent us to be in charge of this negotiation. Daisuke briefly introduced himself and the purpose of his trip. Senju. Hashirama, we should have met many times before. Let me get straight to the point. What price are you, Konoha Village, prepared to pay for me to leave the border of the Land of Fire? The Sachikage looked at Daisuke with a smile, waiting for Daisuke to state the conditions for his withdrawal, and then he would raise the price and make a big profit. When Dabashi heard what that Sachikage said, he first shook his head and then spoke. I'm sorry, Konoha Village will not pay any price. I came here only to persuade that Sachikage and Kazekage to evacuate the border of the Land of Fire. After hearing what Dabashi said, Sachikage immediately became furious and spoke angrily. What? You, the Konoha Village, want our 2 ninja villages to evacuate the border of the Land of Fire without paying anything? Are you kidding me? I tell you this is impossible. The Great Pillar refused to give up and tried his best to persuade that Sachikage to leave the border of the Land of Fire. Sachikage, we have all experienced the pain of war, so we understand that peace is hard to come by. Don't act on your own. Sachikage, shut up. When will it be your turn to teach me a lesson? Just because you begin talk nonsense, and you want me to leave the border of the Fire Country as soon as your upper lip touches your lower lip, I tell you it's impossible. Come on, show me a way. The Sachikage was completely irritated by the lecturing look of the Great Pillar and didn't want to continue talking to him. The Sachikage doesn't want to negotiate with you now. Please, everyone. The Jonin beside that Sachikage obeyed that Sachikage's order. As he spoke, he pushed the 3 people in the big pillar and drove them out. Daisuke was about to be driven out of the tent when he suddenly remembered something and spoke loudly. Sachikage, before we left, Konoha Village received a piece of news about Uchiha Village. I believe you will be interested. When that Sachikage heard this, he was immediately interested and quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, let him finish what he has to say. Upon hearing this, the Jonin from the Iwagakure village immediately stopped pushing and stood in front of the three people led by Dabashi, looking straight at them. Last night, the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village jointly attacked the Uzashio village. On the way, they encountered the exiled Kamui and lost a large number of ninjas. The Raikage had his right hand cut off by Kamui. That night, the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village evacuated the Whirlpool country. Dazuyuzi said loudly. Point after hearing this, that Sachikage's face suddenly turned very ugly. He had never expected Kamui to appear in Uzashio village by such a coincidence, causing his plan to fail. Point as for the truth of the matter, that Sachikage believed that the Great Pillar would not lie to him. Such a big thing happening in the ninja world could not be concealed at all. The news would be passed on soon, and by then it would be clear whether the news was true or false. Point that Sachikage said after clearing his thoughts. Make arrangements so that the ninjas of Konoha village can have a good rest. We will discuss the negotiations in the afternoon. Sachikage decided to terminate the negotiations. Firstly, continuing the negotiations would expose his urgency and allow Konoha village to take the initiative. Secondly, that Sachikage also wanted to wait for news from Uzashio village to verify whether the news was true. Thirdly, he wanted to make a backup plan for the Iwagakure village to facilitate his quick evacuation. Sachikage-sama said we can talk about it this afternoon, so follow me, everyone. I will arrange for you to rest. The Jonin of the Iwagakure village received orders from that Sachikage and arranged the three men led by a Hashira in a nearby tent. Point at the same time, the ninjas of the Iwagakure village were arranged to secretly monitor the every move of Abashira and his three companions, reporting to Lord Sachikage. Arrangements have been made for the ninjas of Konoha village, and people have been sent to secretly monitor them. I don't think they can cause any trouble. The Jonin from the Iwagakure village reported to that Sachikage, reporting to Lord Sachikage. There is news from Uzashio village. A ninja from the Iwagakure village handed a piece of paper to that Sachikage. Point that Sachikage took the report, unfolded it, and saw that what was written on it was exactly the same as what the Great Pillar had said. Point. If what the Great Pillar said before made that Sachikage believe it to about 70%, then the information provided by his own intelligence system now made that Sachikage completely believe the news from Uzashio village. Point that Sachikage forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Point the Uzashio village, which was originally responsible for containing the Konoha village, can be said to be foolproof with the presence of Kamui. The Kirigakure village and the Kumogakure village suffered heavy losses and have withdrawn from the battlefield. Now on the surface, only the Iwagakure village and the Sand village are still confronting Konoha village on the battlefield, but in fact the Sand village was just dragged along. The real main force is still the Iwagakure village. Alas, it's difficult. Notify everyone in the Hidden Rock village to evacuate the Fire Country border in secret from now on. Quickly. The Sachikage did not want to confront Konoha village alone, so he immediately decided to evacuate secretly to prevent Konoha village's counterattack. Sachikage-sama, isn't this a little too sudden? The Iwagakure Jonin asked in confusion. I don't have time to explain to you now. Snapshot, do what I say. Quick. The Sachikage said anxiously. Lord Sachikage, our evacuation will definitely be discovered by the people sent by Konoha village to negotiate. Do you think we should? When the Iwagakure village Jonin said this, he made a gesture to silence the witness. That Sachikage thought for a moment, nodded slightly, and then spoke. Not just them, but also that Kazakage. Remember to arrange the scene so that both of them will perish together. Sachikage-sama, I understand. The Jonin of Iwagakure village understood that Sachikage's intention and immediately took action. Point that Sachikage looked in the direction of Uzashio village, clenched his fists, looked fierce, and spoke in a low voice. Uchiha Kamui, you have ruined my plans time and again. I will remember this grudge. One day, I will settle this account with you. At the same time, Kamui, who was far away in Uzashio village, and his father-in-law Yuzukage were modifying the dishes of Mito, mother and daughter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Eat. The so-called modification of food actually means throwing away the original one and making a new one. With the help of the Speed Force, no one noticed that the food had been replaced except for the father-in-law Uzumaki, who had informed them in advance. Mito and her mother enjoyed cooking one dark dish after another, which made Kamui exhausted from running around. After waiting for a long time for Mito and her mother to satisfy their cooking craving, Kamui finally breathed a sigh of relief, then activated the Flying Thunder God formation and invited everyone to visit his father-in-law Uzukage's home. Shenwei suddenly appeared in front of his friends and was then surrounded by them, looking him up and down. The Kamui duplicate said, "Natsu, didn't you say that Kamui brother would be beaten by Uzumaki and couldn't get up? Why don't I see that Kamui brother has been beaten by anyone?" Natsu said, "Kamui must have treated himself first before appearing in front of everyone." The Great Pillar's doppelganger said, "What Natsu said makes sense. This also explains why Kamui leaves early and comes back late. It turns out that he doesn't want us to see his embarrassed side." Laxus said, "You have been talking for a long time, but it is just your guess. Now Shenwei is here, why don't you just ask him directly?" The little girl Kagura said, "Brother Kamui, were you beaten by your father-in-law Uzumaki yesterday? And why did you leave early and come back late?" Shenwei listened to them from beginning to end without saying a word, or he couldn't find a chance to speak. With every word they spoke, Shenwei's face darkened. Shenwei decided to explain everything clearly before inviting them to visit his father-in-law Uzukage's house to prevent them from having wild thoughts. "First of all, I want to say that I was not beaten last night. Instead, I went to beat up others. The targets were ninjas from Uzashio Village, Mist Village, and Cloud Village. Secondly, this morning, I went to my father-in-law Uzukage's house to report and summarize what happened last night, so please don't make random guesses, brother Kamui. The ninja from Uzashio Village you fought against, was that your father-in-law Uzukage?" The divine double body guessed with wild imagination. The words of the doppelganger of divine power perked up everyone, and they all pricked up their ears to listen carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. "No. The one who got beaten is called Uzumaki Goki, a naughty kid who wants to act like a big shot even until his death." Shenwei confessed honestly, "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought it was your father-in-law Uzumaki who got beaten up. How boring." Natsu said very disappointedly, "Boring, huh? How about we practice together?" Kamui now needs a punching bag to vent his anger, and Natsu happens to come to him. No. Natsu didn't want to be beaten, so he waved at Kamui and dived into the crowd. "Kamui, what are those ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village that you just mentioned?" "As far as I know, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village are quite far away from the Uzashio Village." The double of Tobirama discovered the key to the problem and asked the point. "It's nothing, actually. Last night, the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village tried to attack the Uzashio Village, but I beat them away in a few moves," Shenwei said calmly. Although the incident was horrifying, everyone present had experienced many storms and waves, so they just listened to it and let it go. Shenwei slapped his forehead, suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip, and then said, "Oh, I almost forgot something. I'm here to invite you to visit my father-in-law Uzumaki's house. Come with me now." The Great Pillar's doppelganger said, "Shenwei, what delicious food have you made again?" Everyone was full of anticipation. "Hey, it's not me who's cooking today. It's Mito and her mother who's cooking today." As Shenwei was speaking, a devilish smile suddenly appeared on his face. When everyone heard that Mito was going to cook, their anticipation immediately turned into resistance. The little girl Kagura said, Sister Mito wants to cook. Brother Kamui, why don't you stop her?" "Do you think I can stop it, Kamui?" glanced at the little girl Kagura, and asked back. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Mira said, "Fortunately, Sister Mito's mother is cooking, otherwise this meal would be impossible to eat." Hope was rekindled in everyone's hearts. "You're too happy too soon. Who do you think Mito inherited her culinary talent from?" Shenwei replied dryly. Now, the last hope in everyone's hearts was extinguished. "Brother Shenwei, can we not go?" The double of Shenwei looked so pitiful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "No," Shenwei said expressionlessly. Everyone resigned themselves to their fate and followed Kamui towards the Uzukage's home. Along the way, everyone was still hesitating, not wanting to be destroyed by the dark cuisine so early, but they were discovered by Kamui, who used a flying thunder god formation to bring them to the house of their father-in-law Uzumaki. "Everyone is here. Please take a seat. Don't be shy. Just make yourself at home. Let me introduce you to." Uzukage gave a warm welcome, and Mito's mother listened to Mito introduce everyone one by one. Everything was so harmonious until a discordant voice appeared. "Brother, sister-in-law, why didn't you call me when you made delicious food?" Uzumaki Goshu arrived before him, but his voice had arrived first. When Shenwei heard the voice, his good mood disappeared. So there are guests here. I won't disturb you anymore." After saying this, Uzumaki Gouki turned and left, which made the Kamui in the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. However, I never expected that Uzumaki Gouki suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, brother, have you seen my nephew's husband? I have something important to discuss with him." Uzumaki glanced at Kamui subconsciously, and Uzumaki Gouki followed Uzumaki's gaze to find Kamui, and hurried over and said, "My nephew-in-law, you were so awesome yesterday. You beat those ninjas down in just a few moves. Can you teach me a few moves?" If Uzumaki Gouki calling Kamui his nephew-in-law was an assassination, then what was happening now was equivalent to a public execution. Everyone wanted to laugh, but was embarrassed to laugh now. Everyone had just heard Shenwei mention this incident, but no one paid much attention to it. However, when this incident happened in front of their own eyes, they realized that it was a particularly funny thing. Shenwei looked at everyone who was trying to hold back their laughter and looked very uncomfortable, so he spoke, "You can laugh if you want to. I knew this day would come." With Kamui's permission, everyone laughed heartily and soon became friends with Uzumaki Gouki. During the whole process, Shenwei had a dark face and said nothing, waiting for the storm to subside. "Everyone, stop standing there and start eating. The food will get cold if you don't eat now." Uzukage urged everyone to pick up their chopsticks, and after he finished speaking, he demonstrated it himself. Everyone's eyes fell on Uzukage intentionally or unintentionally, or to be more precise, on Uzukage's face. Not only did Woing not look nervous, but he seemed to be enjoying the meal very much. Everyone knew that there was nothing wrong with the dish, so they all started to eat the dish that Woing had tasted, and soon the dish was finished. Mito saw that everyone was only eating that one dish and quickly reminded them, "Why are you all eating just one dish? I made so much. Come and try it." Mito said, extending his chopsticks towards the dish closest to him. "Well, my cooking skills have really improved," Mito said proudly after tasting it. With the mentality of giving it a try, everyone tried the dish that Mito had tasted and found that this dish was not bad, so this dish also bottomed out. Afterwards, Kamui, Uzumaki Gouki, and Mito's mother took turns trying the new dishes, turning a good meal into a great adventure for the brave. After all the dishes were tasted, they found that each one was delicious and no one had eaten the dark cuisine. Only then did everyone realize that they had been fooled, and the real dark cuisine had been replaced by Shenwei. However, no one cared about being fooled, as long as they didn't eat the dark food. But everything has two sides. For example, the success of today's dishes has inspired Mito and her mother's enthusiasm for cooking. "My cooking skills have improved so quickly. In order to maintain this state, I decided to cook for you tonight and make you another big meal," Mito said with full fighting spirit. "It's better not to. You've been tired all day. How can you continue to work so hard? Leave tonight's dinner to me." Kamui doesn't dare to let Mito cook, so it's better to let her stay confident like this. At the same time, Yuzukage was also persuading his wife to give up her plan of cooking. Fortunately, Kamui and Yuzukage successfully dissuaded Mito and her mother from cooking. When Kamui and Yuzukage succeeded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nephew-in-law, please teach me a few tricks. After Uzumaki Goki had eaten and drunk his fill, he entangled with Kamui again. Okay, then you watch it. In order to get rid of Uzumaki Goki as soon as possible, Kamui decided to teach him the multiple shadow clone technique in the Rasengan. He thought that the pure Uzumaki clan blood in his body could withstand the consumption of these two ninjutsu. Kamui first demonstrated the multiple shadow clone technique in front of Uzumaki Goki, then demonstrated the Rasengan again, explained the technical essentials, and let Uzumaki Goki practice it again. I don't want to learn the Rasengan. It's not powerful at all. I want to learn the Chidori. Uzumaki Goki saw that the Rasengan and the Raikage's Hell Stab were evenly matched, but Chidori cut off one of the Raikage's hands, and subconsciously thought that Chidori was more powerful than the Rasengan. I want to imitate Chidori. Do you have thunder attributes? Kamui did not argue with Uzumaki Goki about which one is more powerful, Chidori or Rasengan, because it is difficult to reach a conclusion. Since Uzumaki Goki wants to learn Chidori, then just teach him directly. My nephew-in-law, you are underestimating me. I'm a genius with all 5 attributes, Uzumaki Goki said quite proudly. Kamui turned to look at his father-in-law Uzumaki, only to see that his father-in-law Uzumaki nodded, indicating that what Uzumaki Goki said was true. Chapter 164 SQ. I really can't tell. You turn out to be a genius, although Shenmue spoke frivolously. In fact, his heart was in turmoil. If Kamui remembers correctly, Nagato in the original work has all 5 attributes, plus the Uzumaki clan's innate yang attribute, a total of 6 attributes. The only missing yin attribute is to achieve the bloodline network. Kamui didn't expect that Uzumaki Goki actually possessed such a talent. Seeing Kamui standing there in a daze, Uzumaki Goki walked up to him, waved his hand in front of Kamui, and then spoke. Hey, nephew-in-law, come back to your senses. Are you scared by my talent? Kamui pushed aside Uzumaki Goki's hand that was waving in front of him and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you still going to learn Chidori? Learn. Uzumaki Goki said with anticipation on his face and stars in his eyes. If you want to learn, then watch carefully. Shenmue formed seals with his hands, guiding the 5 element of energy in his body, and a Chidori was quickly condensed in his right hand. How is it? Have you learned it? Kamui maintained the Chidori on his right hand while teaching Uzumaki Goki. Can Chidori be learned just by watching it once? Uzumaki Goki looked at Kamui with a strange expression, thinking that Kamui was joking with him. Kamui looked at Uzumaki Goki and smiled faintly, then said, what else? Do you think this thing is difficult? Kagira, tell him how long it took you to learn Chidori. I learned it after watching it once. Not only that, I also learned the Chidori style, which is based on Chidori. As the little girl Kagira said this, she began to demonstrate her Chidori style, starting with the Chidori and then demonstrating each one by one. Uzumaki Goki looked at the Chidori style that was making a flower-like shape in Kagira's hands and instantly turned into a little fan. He surrounded Kagira and chatted non-stop. When Kamui saw Uzumaki Goki hanging around the little girl Kagira and asking for advice on the Chidori style, he was happy to have some free time. The Kamui doppelganger saw Uzumaki Goki being too intimate with his sister, so he stepped forward to stop them. I have taught you everything I should have taught you. You can master the rest as long as you practice hard, so please don't bother my sister anymore. Uzumaki Goki looked at the double incarnation of Kamui that suddenly appeared in front of him, then turned his head to look at the Kamui behind him. After confirming that the person in front of him was not Kamui's shadow clone, he said with a confused look on his face, why do you have 2 nephews-in-law? Open your eyes and look carefully. Brother Shenmue over there is your nephew-in-law, not me. The Kamui doppelganger pointed at Kamui and spoke to Uzumaki Goki. Then a Rasengan condensed in his right hand. Uzumaki Goki looked in the direction of the Kamui's duplicate's finger and saw Kamui using Chidori with his right hand to prove his identity. Uzumaki Goki looked at Kamui and Kamui's duplicate and couldn't help but sigh. You to look so alike. Will you please stay away from my sister now? The divine doppelganger said coldly. Uzumaki Goki secretly glanced at the little girl Kagura behind the second form of Kamui, then walked away dejectedly. After Uzumaki Goki left, everyone suddenly gathered around and looked at the Kamui duplicate, making the Kamui duplicate feel uncomfortable. Let me ask first, Kamui, why are you so hostile to Uzumaki Goki? Natsu asked with a confused look on his face. The doppelganger of God scratched his head and said uncertainly, I don't know why, but whenever I see Uzumaki Goki hanging around my sister, I get really angry. Oh, I get it. This Uzumaki Goki is the nemesis of Kamui. You see, not only can Susanoo Kamui not do anything to him, but now Senjutsu Kamui also inexplicably hates him. The doppelganger of Dasuzi now looks so mysterious that people think he is a fortune teller. Kamui totally did not believe the fatalism that the Great Pillar's doppelganger said, but he did not refute it directly. He just treated the matter as a joke and let it go. The border of the Fire Nation. Iwagakure village camp. Dasuzi and two negotiating ninjas were discussing the negotiation plan for the afternoon when they suddenly heard secret and uneven footsteps outside the tent, slowly approaching their tent point. Based on his years of experience, Dasuzi judged that this group of people were coming for them and had bad intentions. Someone is coming. Judging from the footsteps, there are at least a dozen people. Be careful. I'll go check it out. After giving instructions to the two ninjas who were accompanying him, Dasuzi walked out of the tent to check the situation outside. Just as Dasuzi walked to the door of the tent, two swords were suddenly thrust in from outside the tent. Seeing that something was wrong, Dasuzi immediately stepped back and avoided the attack. At this time, someone was heard outside the tent. Kill them all. Don't let any of them live. Don't let them return to Konoha village alive. At this point, no matter how stupid or naive Dasuzi was, he understood that the other party wanted to kill them to silence them, so he spoke across the tent. Why do you want to kill us? We are here to negotiate with Utsukage. Aren't you afraid of provoking a war by doing this? I want to see Utsukage. You're still thinking about meeting that Utsukage at this time. To tell you the truth, the order to kill you was given by that Utsukage. Why bother talking to them so much? Kill them as soon as possible so that we can pack up and evacuate the border of the Fire Country. Prepare to die. Earth escape. Earth Lance. I saw countless spikes protruding from the ground, rushing towards the three people including Dazu. The big pillar grabbed a ninja with one hand, jumped high, and broke through the tent first. Then countless spikes surged up and tore the tent apart. Look, they're up there. Everybody attacking. Earth. Release rock iron cannon technique. Many Iwa ninjas spit out a small stone from their mouths and saw that the small stone continued to grow in the air and hit the big pillar and the three of them like solid cannonballs. There's no other way. You two hold on to me. Wood release. Woodman technique. Oshira knew that the negotiations could no longer go on, and the most important thing right now was to defeat this group of Iwagakure ninjas and return to Konoha village safely. So he clasped his hands together and used his wood release ninjutsu. A sturdy wooden man emerged from the ground, giving Dasuzi and the other two a place to stay. The big pillar controlled the wooden man and slapped away the flying big rock. He was about to leave here and return to Konoha village, but he heard someone calling his name. Hashirama, save me. I'm the Kazakage. I'm here. The person who spoke was none other than the Kazakage who was captured by that Utsukage. Originally, when the Kazakage thought that he would be a puppet in the hands of that Utsukage for the rest of his life, the sound of fighting was suddenly heard outside, and then a huge rock fell from the sky and smashed down the tent where the Kazakage was imprisoned. The Kazakage climbed out of the abandoned tent and only then had the opportunity to ask Dazu for help. Dasuzi followed the sound and found Fengying on the ground. He controlled the wooden man, brought Fengying to his side, and then said, Fengying, what happened? Why are you here, Hashirama? Now is not the time to talk about this. Come on, come with me to rescue the ninjas of the Sand Village. If we go too late, they will all be killed by that Sachikage. The Kazakage pleaded with urgency, hoping that the Great Pillar could save the ninjas of the Sand Village. Where are they? We are going now. Yuzi didn't hesitate and decided to help Fengying save people immediately. They are being held captive over there by that Sachikage. As the Fengying spoke, he pointed in a direction. The big pillar controlled the wooden man and went in the direction of the Fengying's finger, leaving a group of Iwagakure ninjas standing there looking at each other in confusion. What are you guys still standing there for? Chase after them. We going to chase him? Yes. In the face of that kind of power, any attack is useless. Why don't we report the situation to that Sachikage-sama and let him decide? Good idea, let's do it. A group of Iwagakure ninjas gave up chasing the big pillar and instead went to report the situation to that Sachikage. After a while, they came to that Sachikage and said, Lord, it's Sachikage, it's bad. Hashirama Senju has escaped with the Kazakage. What did you say? Senju, Hashirama and Kazakage ran away. Which direction did they run to? The Sachikage anticipated that the assassination attempt on Hashirama Senju would fail, but he didn't expect that not only did Hashirama Senju not die, but he also took the Kazakage away. This made him very angry, and in order to hide what he had done to the Sand Village, he had to silence those who knew about it. It seems they are heading to where the Sand Village ninjas are imprisoned. The Iwagakure ninja replied. When that Sachikage heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, they didn't run far, so everything was still in time. What that Sachikage was thinking wasn't visible on his face. All he could hear was what that Sachikage said. Bring all the ninjas with me and chase them. We must kill these two men. Yes, Lord Sachikage. At the command of that Sachikage, all the ninjas of the Iwagakure village moved and followed that Sachikage straight to the Great Pillar in the others Konoha village. Hokage building office. Hokage, there's news from Big Brother. Tobirama hurried into the Hokage's office and said to Madara, what news? Upon hearing this, Madara Hokage immediately put down the document in his hand, eagerly waiting for Tobirama's next words. The Anbu reported that my brothers would release. Woodman techniques suddenly appeared in the camp of the Hidden Rock village. It is very likely that Sachikage attacked my brother. Tobirama quickly reported the news to the Hokage Madara. After listening to this, Naruto Madara slapped the table, stood up and said, that old bastard Sachikage actually attacked Hashirama. Quick, gather the ninjas immediately, gather at the village entrance, and come with me to rescue Hashirama. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. When Tobirama received the order from Naruto's Madara, he immediately turned around and went out to gather the ninjas, leaving Naruto's Madara alone in the Hokage's office. Hokage Madara took off his Hokage robe and put on the armor he wore in previous battles. He picked up his weapon, the Uchiha fan, and looked in the direction of the Iwagakure camp. He said to himself, Hashirama, wait for me, I will come to save you right away. Then he strode out of the Hokage's office. Chapter 165, Fighting the Rock Ninja. Hokage Madara's outfit attracted a lot of villagers along the way. They secretly discussed what big thing had happened in the village, and why the Hokage had to take action personally. Hokage Madara had no time to explain to them now, so he went straight to the gate of Konoha village, and met up with the ninjas summoned by Tobirama. Some curious villagers followed Naruto Madara, wanting to find out what was going on. Naruto Madara arrived at the gate of Konoha village, his eyes swept over Tobirama and the ninjas he summoned, and finally stopped his eyes on Tobirama and said, Tobirama, you don't need to participate in this operation. It's enough for me to lead the team. I feel at ease knowing that you and Atima will stay in the village to take charge of the situation. After hearing this, Tobirama was silent for a while, then nodded and said, okay, leave the village to me and Atima for the time being. I'll leave Big Brother to you. I will definitely bring Hashirama back intact. Set off. After making his promise to Tobirama, Hokage Madara immediately set off with the ninjas of Konoha village. The border of the Fire Nation. Iwagakure village camp. The Great Pillar brought the Kazakage and Konoha ninjas to the place where the Sand Village ninjas were imprisoned. The Big Pillar sensed the surrounding situation and then spoke. It Seems like there's no one guarding this area. When the Kazakage heard this, he immediately jumped out impatiently to rescue the ninjas of the Sand Village. Everyone has suffered. I will rescue you now. The appearance of the Kazakage made the Sand Village ninjas, who had lost hope, regain their spirits. The Great Pillar and the two Konoha ninjas did not just stand by and watch, but went to help the Kazakage. The four of them quickly rescued the ninjas of the Sand Village. When a Hashira saw that all the ninjas of the Sand Village had been rescued, he spoke to the Kazakage. Kazakage, we can't stay here for long. Let's take the ninjas from the Sand Village and leave here. The Kazakage also felt that this place was not safe, so he agreed to a Hashira's suggestion and ordered the ninjas of the Sand Village to evacuate quickly. After walking a few steps, I found that these Sand Village ninjas were also forced to take pills that suppressed chakra. Although they could still walk, their speed was much slower than before. Soon, Yuzi and his group were allowed to catch up. It's just right that everyone is here, so I don't have to go around looking for you. Kill all of you, leaving no one alive. At that Sachikage's command, the Iwagakure ninjas rushed over like a swarm of bees looking at the attacking Iwagakure ninjas. The Sand Village ninjas have given up resistance. In their current state, fighting against the Sand Village ninjas is undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. At the critical moment, Dazu stood up and stood in front of the Sand Village ninjas. If you want to attack the Sand Village, you must first ask my permission. Wouldn't escape the arrival of the tree realm. The big pillar clasped his hands together, and thick vines broke out of the ground, protecting the ninjas of the Sand Village. It's Sachikage, why are you doing this? Don't you know that this will provoke a war? It's Sachikage, you still have time to stop now. Don't make any more mistakes. The peace-loving Great Pillar does not understand that Sachikage's actions at all, but he still hopes that Sachikage can turn back. Wrong. The strength of Konoha Village is wrong. Your Konoha Village is built in the best location, with abundant resources at your disposal, and powerful ninjas immersion endlessly. Should we, the ninja villages, be trampled under the feet of your Konoha Village, and never be able to raise our heads? The Sachikage's hysterical look was chilling. Konoha Village has always been peace-loving. It has never bullied other ninja villages, and will never take the initiative to provoke a war. Dazuzi argued. What I hate most is your Konoha Village. You always act superior and say you love peace, but I don't want this kind of peace that is given by others. Today, none of you can leave. Earth style. Earth and Stone Dragon. The Sachikage formed seals with his hands, and the ground in front of him suddenly bulged up, then turned into a dragon, and rushed straight towards the big pillar. No solution anymore. Release wood dragon technique. Seeing that Sachikage would not listen, and was determined to do so, Dazu was forced to fight. The wooden dragon of the big pillar and the earth dragon of the earth shadow met in the air and soon became entangled with each other, and then became tighter and tighter, perhaps because the great pillar was stronger than Sachikage, or perhaps because wood overcomes earth. The earth dragon was smashed to pieces by the wood dragon. After the wood dragon defeated the earth dragon, it stopped where it was and did not take any further action, which also meant that Oshira still hoped that Sachikage would stop. Faced with the good intentions of the great pillar, Sachikage chose to turn a blind eye, quickly formed seals with his hands, and attacked the great pillar again. Earth release. The art of mountain earth. 2 huge hemispheres appeared on both sides of the big pillar's body, wrapping around it and trying to squeeze it into meat paste. Because Dabazu was soft-hearted for a moment, Sachikage took the opportunity to restrict his movements using the earth style mountain earth technique. Earth escape. Earth lung spear. Seeing that the great pillar had been trapped, Sachikage once again used the earth release ninjutsu, trying to kill the great pillar on the spot. The dense spikes spread like waves all the way towards the pillar. Sachikage looked at the trapped pillar, his eyes revealing 4 parts excitement, 6 parts anticipation, and 90 parts madness, waiting for the moment when the pillar was pierced. Seeing that the earth spikes were about to reach the front of the big pillar, a slashing attack appeared out of nowhere and blocked all the spreading earth spikes. This was not over yet. The slashing attack continued with its momentum and rushed along the path of the earth spikes. Ban, why are you here? The Great Pillar recognized the slash, which was exactly what was released by Naruto Madara in the Susanoo state, and it was easy for him to think that Naruto Madara had arrived. Hashirama, this is the first time I've seen you so embarrassed since I met you, Naruto. Madara controlled Susanoo and broke apart the two huge hemispheres that trapped the pillar, helping the pillar escape. Thank you, Madara. The first thing that big pillar did after escaping from the predicament was to express his gratitude to Naruto Madara. When Hokage Madara heard the great pillar's words of thanks, he was very happy, but he couldn't show any expression on his face, and he even changed the subject. Hashirama, what's going on now? After hearing this, Daibutsu immediately told the Hokage Madara everything he knew, that is to say, as long as we defeat the Iwagakure village, all problems will be solved. So what are we waiting for? Let's solve it as soon as possible and return to the village as soon as possible. After listening to Daisuke's story, Naruto Madara found the problem in an instant and couldn't wait to solve the problem. Well, it seems you are right when you put it that way. The Great Pillar felt that there was something strange about what the Hokage Madara said, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Hashirama, you are responsible for protecting the ninjas of the Sand Village, and I will deal with these bastards from the Iwagakure village. Naruto Madara put away Susanoo and walked towards the ninjas of the Iwagakure village step by step. Since becoming the Hokage, Madara has had fewer and fewer opportunities to take action himself. Now that he has the opportunity to fight, of course he will choose a flesh and flesh fighting style in order to fully enjoy the fun of the battle. You scumbags from the Hidden Rock village, come and please meet your heart's content. After Hokage Madara finished speaking, his pace kept increasing until he was running towards the Iwagakure ninjas alone. Naruto's bold words completely angered the ninjas of the Iwagakure village, and they were all ready to release various ninjutsu at Naruto's Madara. Hokage Madara dodged left and right, avoiding the attacking ninjutsu one by one, and rushed into the encirclement of the Iwagakure ninjas without slowing down. Naruto Madara was also surrounded, performing the Uchiha style, Tiger Among Wolves, which was exactly the same as the Kamui version. However, the difference is that the Kamui version relies on his extremely fast speed, while Naruto Madara relies on his rich combat skills. In comparison, Naruto Madara's tiger entering a wolf pack is more pleasing to the eye, as if dancing on the edge of a knife throughout the whole process. Naruto Madara was enjoying the battle at this moment very much. This exhilarating feeling. But happy times are always short-lived. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand in close combat with Naruto Madara, the ninjas of the Iwagakure village united together and launched large-scale ninjutsu in an attempt to subdue Naruto Madara. Earth escape, earthquake core, earth escape, rock collapse. The Tsuchikage was not willing to be left out and joined the Iwagakure ninjas to attack the Naruto Madara. The ground under the feet of Naruto Madara was lowering, while the ground under the feet of the Iwagakure ninjas was rising. Soon there was a height difference, and then large pieces of rocks fell and buried Naruto Madara underneath. Just when the ninjas of the Iwagakure village thought they had defeated Naruto Madara and breathed a sigh of relief, a large blue sword broke out of the ground and stabbed straight up from the ground. Then, the complete form of Susanoo, wrapped around Naruto Madara, emerged from the ground and stood in front of the people in the Iwagakure village. You guys are done. It's my turn next. Naruto Madara controlled Susanoo, swung the sword in his hand, and slashed out. Quick, use the earth flow wall together to block it. The Tsuchikage summoned the ninjas of the Hidden Rock village to work together to resist the attack of the Hokage Madara. The slash that Tsuchikage just took was only launched by the Naruto's Madara in a desperate situation, and it was also weakened a little by his own ninjutsu. But even so, that Tsuchikage felt very strenuous. Now facing the full strength attack of the Naruto's Madara, that Tsuchikage has to take it even more seriously. Earth escape, 10,000 miles earth flowing wall, led by that Tsuchikage and built by several Iwagakure ninjas. A tall earth wall rose from the ground, blocking the people of the Iwagakure village in an attempt to block the attack of the Hokage Madara. Hokage Madara's slash hit hard against the bank of earth flowing wall launched by the people of the Iwagakure village. The only earth flow wall was cut open layer by Naruto Madara's slash. At the same time, the power attached to Naruto Madara's slash was dissipated bit by bit. Come on, block it for me, block it. When that Sachikage saw that his own Bankei Ryubi was about to be broken through by the Hokage's Madara's slash, he quickly encouraged everyone in the Iwagakure village. Chapter 166, Surrender after the battle. Facts have proved that, if a person does not push himself, he will never know how good he is. The 10,000 miles of earth flow wall, jointly launched by that Sachikage and the Iwagakure ninjas, was broken through by 99% with a single strike from the Hokage Madara, and only stopped at the last 1%. I'm saved. We held it off, and we survived. Luckily, we have the encouragement from Sachikage-sama, otherwise we would have been unable to stop it. The rock ninjas who survived the disaster cheered and celebrated their survival. They were actually happier than during the Chinese New Year. You happy too early? The cold voice of Hokage Madara was like a bucket of cold water in the coldest days of winter, which extinguished the enthusiasm of the rock ninjas and let them know that the battle was not over yet, and that their survival was only temporary. The rock ninjas looked at the calm and composed Hokage Madara in Susanoo, with his arms folded across his chest, and they couldn't muster the courage to fight him. Hokage, are you going to kill them all? Although that Sachikage dared to face the Hokage Madara head on, the slash just now had already made him realize the gap in strength between him and the Hokage Madara. Continuing to fight would only increase casualties, so when he spoke, his tone was inevitably 3 points weaker. What? Do you want to surrender now? You, that Sachikage, started the war, but I, Uchiha Madara, have the final say on when the war ends. After the Hokage Madara finished speaking, a large number of Magatama suddenly shot out from the body of Susanoo, attacking that Sachikage and the Iwagakure from a distance. Take my Yasakani no Magatama move. If you are lucky enough not to die, I will allow you to surrender. Hokage Madara acted as he said. After releasing the Yasakani no Magatama, he stood there motionless, waiting for the final result. The Iwa ninja looked at the overwhelming Yasakani no Magatama, his face as hen, and he had given up struggling. It's useless. We are dead this time. Just a single slash was enough to make us so exhausted. We can't withstand an attack of this magnitude now. I really want to eat the stone pot rice from my Wagakure village again, but it's a pity that I don't have the chance anymore. Just when all the rock ninjas were facing death, that Sachikage told them with practical actions not to give up. That Sachikage formed seals with his hands and released a wall of earth in front of him, blocking the Iwagakure ninjas, and then spoke. Iwashi ninjas, I need your help to form a 10,000 miles earth flow wall to block this wave of attacks, and then we can survive together. The Sachikage's words and deeds awakened the desire to survive of several Iwagakure ninjas. They formed seals with their hands and injected chakra into the earth flow wall in front of them. At this moment, a gap was suddenly blasted open in the earth flow wall. Although that Sachikage and several rock ninjas tried their best to repair it, a Magatama still drilled in through the gap, fell into the rock ninjas, and exploded. The rock ninjas affected by the explosion were either killed or injured. Those who were lucky enough not to be affected, after a close encounter with death, also formed seals with their hands and injected chakra into the earth flow wall. That Sachikage and the Iwagakure huddled behind the earth flow wall, trying their best to keep the earth flow wall in front of them from being broken. But accidents always happened, just like the Magatama before. The Yasakani no Magatama mercilessly devoured the lives of the Iwagakure ninjas. The number of living Iwagakure ninjas present decreased rapidly, and was less than 1/5 of the number when they first arrived. Finally, the attack of Yasakani no Magatama ended. Looking at the dusty rock ninjas present, they were lying on the ground with their backs facing the sky, gasping for breath, without any strength left in their bodies. Hokage, I surrender to you on behalf of the Iwagakure village. I hope you can keep your promise. The Sachikage fell to the ground, his back against the broken earth flow wall, and said to the Hokage Madara in a trembling voice, I, Uchiha Madara, always keep my word. I accept the surrender of your Iwagakure village. Naruto Madara accepted that Tsuchikige's surrender, removed the Susanoo on his body, and without even looking at that Tsuchikage, walked towards the giant pillar. A hint of joy flashed across that Tsuchikige's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disappointment. That Tsuchikage looked at his right leg, which was broken in the explosion, and for a moment he was overwhelmed with emotions, thinking, if only. Unfortunately, there was no if, Hashirama, that Tsuchikage has surrendered. Problem solved. No matter how you listen to what Hokage Madara said, it feels like he is showing off to the Great Pillar. Ban you. Oh, forget it. The problem is solved. Daibashi originally wanted to blame the Hokage, Madara, for killing so many people, but he swallowed the words back and quickly changed his tone. Madara the Hokage understood what the Great Pillar meant, but since the Great Pillar chose to keep silent, Madara the Hokage naturally would not waste his breath arguing with the Great Pillar about right and wrong. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of rustling footsteps, followed by a group of ninjas coming out. Hokage-sama, you fly so fast. We finally caught up with you. The group of ninjas that came were none other than the team that Hokage Madara asked Tobirama to gather to rescue the Great Pillar. You've come just in time. The Iwagakure village has just announced its surrender. Go take them back to Konoha village and keep them safe. Then notify the Iwagakure village to negotiate. Hokage Madara was still worrying about how to bring these people from the Iwagakure village back to the Konoha village. Unexpectedly, this group of Konoha ninjas appeared at this time. He simply gave the task of transporting the prisoners of war to them, and was happy to have some free time. Yes, Hokage-sama. After receiving orders from Hokage Madara, the Konoha ninjas counted the prisoners of war in the Iwagakure village, and then set out on the journey back to Konoha village. Hokage Hashirama, please stay and let me express my gratitude to you. The Kazekage emerged from the dense bushes and bowed deeply to the Naruto Madara and the Great Pillar before continuing. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble this time. I'm really sorry, Fengying. Now that everything has been resolved, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Dazuyuzi comforted Fengying, hoping that Fengying would not be too harsh on himself. Fengying, this is not your fault. Don't take all the responsibility on yourself. However, you should also improve your strength. Although the Hokage Madara did not blame the Kazekage, he did look down on the Kazekage's strength. If the Kazekage had been stronger, he would not have been imprisoned by that Tsuchikage, and then the following events would have happened. After listening to what Naruto Madara said, the Kazekage felt a little hot on his face, but he couldn't refute Naruto Madara, so he could only accept it with an awkward smile. Kazekage, in your current state, it may be difficult for you to return to the Send village. Why don't you come back to Konoha village with us? We can return to the Send village after you have rested. Naruto Madara invited. After listening to this, the Kazekage weighed the pros and cons in secret, and then gladly accepted the invitation from the Hokage Madara. Okay, then we'll bother the Hokage. The Hokage Madara, the Great Pillar and the Kazekage were talking and laughing as they walked towards the Konoha village, while the ninjas from the Send village followed behind them. Speechless all the way. After arriving at Konoha village, I saw Tobirama and Itama from a distance, standing at the gate of Konoha village, and looking into the distance. Tobirama, Itama, I'm back. After saying this, Dazuyuzi ran over, and the three brothers hugged each other tightly. Hashirama is back in good health now. I have done what I promised you, Hokage. Madara said this when he passed by Tobirama, without stopping. Obviously not wanting to disturb the reunion of the three Hashirama brothers, Naruto Madara brought the Kazekage into Konoha village, and arranged accommodation for the Kazekage in the Sand village ninjas. Then he returned to the Hokage's office alone, took off his armor, changed back into the Hokage robe, and dealt with daily documents. His life returned to the starting point. The country of Whirlpool. Whirlpool village. I declare that from today on, the name Uzashio village will become history, and I will lead the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha village. Uzumaki stood on the platform and spoke loudly. The Uzumaki clan members below the stage were talking about this. Why did Lord Uzukage announce such a thing in public? We are living well in Uzashio village, aren't we? Why do you want to join Konoha village? I heard that a few nights ago, the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Cloud village joined forces to attack the Uzashio village. Is this true? Why didn't I hear any noise in the village? Don't say you didn't hear it. I didn't hear it either. It is said that it was Uzumaki-sama's son-in-law who drove the Kirigakure and Kumogakure away. Their bodies are still lying in the woods. Real or fake? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Uzumaki listened to the discussions below, coughed lightly, and then continued. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. I know you may not understand my thoughts, but I will never harm you. Please believe me. After Wang finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the tribesmen in the audience. Uzumaki's bow seemed to be a signal, causing the tribesmen in groups of 3 or 4 below the stage to speak loudly. I support Lord Uzumaki and agree to join the Leaf Village. I also support Lord Uzumaki and agree to join the Leaf Village. Then one person told 2 told 3, and soon the voices from the audience supporting the Uzumaki and agreeing to join the Konoha village became 1 and the momentum was getting stronger. Uzumaki listened to the voices of support from the audience and then spoke. Thank you for your trust and support. Everyone, please pack your belongings. We will set off for Konoha village tomorrow morning. Everyone go back. After Uzumaki finished speaking, he was the first to leave the platform. After Wang left, several of the tribesmen below who had shouted the loudest also disappeared silently. At the Uzukage home. You know what? This trick of yours really works. I originally thought that getting the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha village would be a difficult task, but I didn't expect that with your trick. It would be so easy. Uzukage praised Shenmue, his eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction. It was all thanks to Lord Uzukage, who had a high reputation among the tribesmen, that this was possible. I was of no help at all. Kamui gave all the credit to Uzumaki and never mentioned what he himself did in it. Chapter 167. The Whirlpool clan enters the village. The Uzumaki wanted to lead his people to join the Konoha village. Kamui played a big role in this matter. The tactics that had been played out in the previous life were used to death, and the effect was surprisingly good in the Naruto world. The reason why Kamui works so hard is not only to please his father-in-law Uzumaki, but also because Kamui does not want to see the Uzumaki clan being wiped out like in the original story, with only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats left in the end. Kamui believed that with the strength of the Uzumaki clan, after joining Konoha village, it would be entirely possible for them to become one of the top 5 powerful clans in Konoha village. On this day, every household in Uzushio village was packing up their things, and at the same time they were fantasizing about their future life in Konoha village. That night, Wang decided to organize a clan meeting as a final farewell to the land under their feet. Kamui and his group were not from Uzushio village, so they just watched the whole process and did not participate. The people of the Uzumaki clan have deep feelings for this land. The entire clan meeting was like a memorial service, silent and sad. Kirigakure village. Since returning to the Hidden Mist village, the Mizukage has been keeping an eye on the movements of the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Sand village outside the border of the Land of Fire, and has ordered his ninjas to notify him immediately of any news. I expected that Suchikage's plan to fail, but I didn't expect it to fail so quickly. The Mizukage put down the information in his hand, seemed to sympathize with that Suchikage's situation, but soon asked other questions. What stage has the forging of the ninja sword reached? Reporting to the Mizukage-sama, the forging of the ninja sword has been basically completed, but the user of the ninja sword has not yet been determined. The Jinin of the Hidden Mist village reported truthfully. Start by selecting the ninjas in the village. If we can't find the right person, we'll have to train them slowly. In order to enhance the strength of the Hidden Mist village, the Mizukage specially ordered people to forge a batch of ninja swords and equip them to the outstanding ninjas in the village, thus forming a special force. The Hidden Mist village plus the ninja swords immediately reminds people of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Mizukage currently has this plan, but before the 7 ninja swordsmen are officially established, it will take some time for the ninja swordsmen and the ninjas to get used to each other. U9 village. What? That Suchikage led the Iwagakure ninja troops and was beaten into surrender by the Hokage alone. When the Raikage saw this information, 4 words were written all over his face. Unbelievable. From the beginning to the end, the person who believed most that Suchikage's plan would succeed was the Raikage. But today, when the Raikage saw the information that Suchikage had surrendered in front of him, he felt that everything was like a dream point. But the Raikage was the head of the village after all, and he quickly recognized the reality and accepted it. From today on, the Hidden Cloud Village will only be responsible for missions within the Land of Lightning. We will not accept any other cross-border missions, and will implement a semi-closed management system. It is not surprising that the Raikage made this decision. After witnessing the earth-shattering fighting between the genin of Konoha village in the Chunin exam, the Raikage realized that the future of the village lies in the hands of those young genin, so he wants to improve the strength of the genin in the village through semi-closed management. This method did help improve the strength of the genin of the Hidden Cloud village to a certain extent. But it also made the genin of the Hidden Cloud village, who were full of energy and had nowhere to vent, more aggressive. The next day. Whirlpool village. No, now it should be called the Uzumaki clan's territory. Uzumaki should now be called the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The chief of the Uzumaki clan led his clansmen and set out on the road to Konoha village. Kamui and his party also followed the Uzumaki clan and returned to Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Kamui stepped into the Fire Country, breathing the air of the Fire Country, feeling very at home. Just when Kamui was reminiscing about the days when he lived in Konoha village, a group of bandits and wandering ninjas suddenly rushed out from the woods and started robbing people on the road. Stop, take away your, before the bandits could finish their opening remarks, a large area of ninjutsu covered them, leaving them no chance to say the rest. The double body of Tobirama skillfully cleaned the floor, and the double body of Dazu skillfully repaired the forest, which made the members of the Uzumaki clan stunned. Affected by the war, bandits in the Far Country are showing signs of resurgence. Along the way, Kamui encountered a total of 4 gangs of bandits, large and small. Kamui knew that these bandits were only a small part of the Fire Country. However, now he needed to help the Uzumaki clan integrate into Konoha village, and he really couldn't spare the time to deal with these people. When Kamui is free, he must let the bandits in the Far Country know the high-risk occupation they are engaged in, and where the word high risk comes from. When Kamui and his group approached Konoha village, they saw Hokage Madara standing alone on the road leading to Konoha village, having been waiting for a long time. Shenmue, welcome home, Hokage. Madara was very happy when he saw Kamui appear in front of him, and his face, which had been as cold as ice for years, seemed to be melting. Ban, long time no see, I missed you so much. This funny side of Kamui caught Naruto Madara off guard, and he didn't know how to respond, so he asked, Shenmue, how long do you plan to stay this time? If I want you to see me, don't leave, Naruto. Madara looked at Kamui with anticipation. Although he had already guessed that Kamui would not stay, he still had hope for this matter. No, we agreed to exile you for 5 years. How can you go back on your word? If you go back on your words, where is your prestige as Hokage? Kamui pretended to be considerate of Naruto Madara and politely rejected Naruto Madara's request for him to stay. It's because you made great contributions in the First Ninja World War. Then, Hokage Madara narrated this matter to Kamui, so that Kamui understood what and where his achievement lay. After listening to what Naruto Madara said, Kamui was completely confused and spoke stutteringly. No, I was only away for a few days, and the First Ninja World War was over. What else do I have to wait for you to come before I start fighting, Naruto? Madara said casually. Such a big thing happened in the village. Why didn't you call me back? Shenmue didn't even have the confidence to say this, which made his words, which should have been a complaint, sound more like self-blame. Who knows if you will still be in the ninja world at that time? Besides, their army, Hashirama and his brothers in the village. Are you still worried, Naruto? Madara pretended to be relaxed and explained why he didn't call Kamui back. Well, I feel relieved that you and Hashirama are in Konoha village. After all, the Susanoo Buddha can easily destroy the 4 countries, Shenmue said with deep approval. Where did you come up with this? Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. The reason you came back to the village this time is to hope that the village can properly settle the Uzumaki clan, right, Naruto? Madara knew that Kamui would often say some weird things, and he was used to it now. Putting these aside, Naruto Madara went straight to the point and talked about business with Kamui. How's it going? Any questions? Although Kamui didn't think that Naruto Madara would directly reject him, he still asked in a low voice just in case. Of course, no problem. I warmly welcome the Uzumaki clan to join the Hidden Leaf Village. When Naruto Madara spoke, he deliberately drew out the tone to scare Kamui and tease him a little. Point after Naruto Madara finished speaking, he bypassed Kamui and walked straight towards the head of the Uzumaki clan and spoke. You are the leader of the Uzumaki clan, right? I'm the Hokage. Welcome to the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha village. As the Hokage Madara said this, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan as a gesture of friendship. Hello, Hokage. Please take good care of the Uzumaki clan from now on. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan kept a very humble attitude and did not do anything because of the relationship with the Kamui, but many patriarchs in the ninja world could not do this. After a brief acquaintance, Hokage Madara and the Uzumaki clan leader quickly started chatting with each other and then walked towards the gate of Konoha village. Shoulder to shoulder, Kamui watched Madara Hokage chatting with the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. But he couldn't get a word in. He could only follow them silently. When they were approaching Konoha village, Hokage Madara suddenly stopped and turned to Kamui and said, Kamui, I hope you will be mentally prepared before entering Konoha village. What? To prepare? Kamui looked at Naruto Madara with a puzzled look, not understanding what Naruto Madara meant, and waited for what Naruto Madara would say next. In short, you just need to be mentally prepared, Naruto Madara repeatedly emphasized this so that Kamui could be mentally prepared, but he did not explain in detail. This made Shenwei suddenly have a bad feeling in his heart. After the Uzumaki clan followed Hokage Madara into Konoha village, they were so shocked by the prosperous scene before them that they were speechless. The Konoha village in front of them was bustling with people coming and going. Compared with the Uzushio village where they lived, there was simply a world of difference. There was no comparison at all. As expected of the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, I finally got to see it today. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Shenwei was attracted by a notice on the wall and was about to walk over to see what it was. Upon seeing this, the Hokage Madara hurriedly pulled the head of the Uzumaki clan and walked into the village as if to avoid the Kamui. Kamui looked at the title on the notice, which read ranking of the most popular ninjas in Konoha village, and instantly became interested. He did not pay any attention to Naruto Madara and left in a hurry. Kamui read from the beginning and knew who was ranked first. It must be Naruto Madara, and the reason for his being on the list and his personal deeds were written behind him. Shenwei took a quick look and found that what was written was quite reasonable and did not exaggerate the facts. Then Shenwei continued to look down and saw that the second place was Dazuzi, which was also not a problem. Before he knew it, Kamui had finished looking at the top 10 ninjas, but found that his name was not among them. Kamui suspected that there must be a mistake. Chapter 168. One Punch. Shenwei didn't believe it and read the entire list carefully from beginning to end and found that his name was not on the list at all. Just when Kamui was about to take the list, put it in front of Naruto Madara, and asked him what was going on. A Konoha Chunin, with a small bucket hanging on his arm and a list and a small brush in his hand, posted another list next to the previous one. Kamui immediately saw the independent and conspicuous name in the middle of the list, Uchiha Kamui. Kamui thought to himself, this list must have something like special contributions written on it. The same goes for Naruto and Madara. It's fine to just do it casually, don't you know I'm very low-key. And when the Chunin pasted the upper part of the list and revealed the title of the list, Kamui finally understood why Naruto Madara asked him to be mentally prepared before entering the village. The title of the list clearly stated, the most unpopular ninja in Konoha village. After the Chunin posted the list and left, Kamui looked at the lonely name on the list and became furious. He immediately tore down the list and went to find the Hokage, Madara, to seek justice. With Kamui, who possesses Kagura's heart's eye and cooperates with the Flying Thunder God formation, it is not easy for him to find someone in Konoha village. The next second, Kamui suddenly appeared in front of Naruto Madara. Madara, shouldn't you explain to me the problem with this list? Why am I ranked among the least popular ninjas? Kamui suddenly appeared and questioned him. Naruto Madara had expected this, and apart from a hint of guilt in his eyes, he remained relatively calm. The rankings on the list are all chosen by the villagers themselves. You are on the list because you are popular. You can't blame me for that, Naruto. Madara pushed the blame aside and cleared himself of all responsibility, as if it had nothing to do with him from the beginning to the end. Can you explain to me what this popular support means? Shenmue was very excited when he spoke, as if he could pounce at any time. It means that the whole village voted for you, Naruto. Madara explained, and while explaining, he kept his eyes on Kamui, fearing that Kamui would suddenly pounce on him. The whole village? So, Madara, you voted for me too. Kamui looked at Naruto Madara, and because of his emotions, his Sharingan automatically activated. After all, it's what everyone wants. I can't go against the wishes of the villagers, so you should understand me, right, Naruto? Madara looked at Kamui with some nervousness and expectation, hoping to gain Kamui's forgiveness. HMPH, I'm gone, Sat. I'm telling you, don't expect me to come back in 5 years. After Kamui finished speaking, he turned and left without giving Naruto Madara any chance to explain. Point after Kamui left, Naruto Madara let out a long sigh, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, obviously not caring about what Kamui said last point. Based on Hokage Madara's understanding of Kamui, when he is really angry, he will not talk to you, but will just swing his fist at you. Now that he is still in the mood to talk, it is obvious that he is not really angry. Just when Naruto Madara was thinking about whether he should continue to select this list in the future, Kamui suddenly returned and appeared in front of Naruto Madara in a flash, then swung his fist and hit Naruto Madara in the eye socket, performed a flying thunder god formation, and disappeared without a trace. Ah, Shenmue, just wait. I will keep this list going forever, Naruto. Madara covered his hit eye with one hand and shouted towards the place where Kamui left. Point after Kamui defeated Naruto Madara, he felt that the depression in his chest had disappeared and he felt refreshed and walked much more briskly. Teacher. Kamui. Shenmue suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He immediately stopped and turned to see who was calling him. There was a young man in green tights and a bowl cut, looking at his back with uncertainty. This young man was Metron. Teacher. Shenmue, it's really you, Metron said with surprise when he saw Kamui's face. It's long. Don't tell me the Chunin vest looks much better on you than before. Have you fallen behind in the practice of the 8 gates? Kamui was very happy to see Metron and immediately asked about his recent situation to see if there was any way he could help him. I practice hard every day. How could I fall behind? Metron hurriedly defended himself. So that means you must have screwed up your brain to vote for me on that list of the most unpopular ninjas, right? Shenmue suddenly changed the subject and asked Metron about the voting for the list. Teacher. Kamui, I have something else to do. Let's talk another day. Metron's eyes were evasive. He stammered when he spoke, and then he wanted to slip away from this place of trouble. But how could Kamui let Metron run away? He put his arms around Metron's neck and talked as they walked. Dragon, today is the best day to do this. I happen to be free today, so I can test the results of your practice. After Kamui finished speaking, he didn't give Metron a chance to refuse. He took him to the training ground and then let him go. Metron moved briefly and then said to Kamui, Teacher. Shenmue, is it too late for me to leave now? It's definitely too late. You don't really think I want to take revenge, do you? In your eyes, am I a petty person? If so, I'm very sad. After Shenmue finished speaking, a look of loss appeared on his face, which seemed to have 1/3 of the charm of Daisuke when he was lost. Remember, during the Chunin exam, you used the 8 gates to suppress the Senjutsu. Kamui, I want to know how you did it. Then Kamui told Metron his true purpose, to prevent him from having any wild thoughts. Oh, I see. Mr. Kamui, are you ready? I'm about to get on with it, Metron said, and threw a punch at Kamui. Shenmue raised his hand to receive the punch. The punch, which seemed to be powerful and strong, was caught steadily in Shenmue's hand. The wind from the fist whistled past, but it only blew Shenhui's hair and clothes, but these are not the key points. The key point is that after Kamui took Metron's punch, Kamui felt a special force, which almost made him unable to hold Metron's fist. Okay, I've already felt that special power. Can you tell me how you cultivated it? Shenhui already had some guesses about this strange power, but to be on the safe side, Shenhui decided to learn more from Metron and confirm each other. I don't know how I cultivated it. One day, I found that when I punched, I had an extra force. After trying it, I found that it was quite effective in actual combat, so I kept using it. Metron looked a little embarrassed, obviously feeling that his answer was not helpful to Kamui. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. I just felt your strength. Its characteristics can be described in one word: shock. Kamui told Metron about his feelings about this power, hoping that he could gain some insights based on his actual feelings, but Kamui obviously overestimated Metron's understanding point. There was confusion in Metron's eyes. If we use 4 words to describe his current state, only half understanding is the most appropriate. The half understanding is what Shenhui just told him, otherwise he would know nothing. Forget it, don't even think about it. I'll give you this boxing manual. The contents inside will be of great help to you. Shenhui exchanged a manual on practicing Zenjin fist from them all and gave it to Metron to help him develop Zenjin. Thank you, Mr. Kamui. Metron took the boxing manual from Kamui and bowed deeply to Kamui to show his gratitude point. When Metron stood up, he found that the mighty god in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, 2 men in white suddenly walked into the gate of Konoha village. The 2 men in white, one was thin and wore a veil, and the other was strong but covered his face with a white cloth. Men with strong physiques tend to look down on men with thin bodies. This is Konoha village. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without registration. The Chunin who was guarding the gate of Konoha village saw someone trying to break into Konoha village and quickly stood up to stop them. When the Chunin came in front of the 2 and wanted to stop them, the sturdy man suddenly attacked and knocked the Chunin away with 1 punch. At this time, Kamui suddenly appeared, rescued the Chunin who was knocked away, and fed him a senzu bean. Don't ask me where the senzu bean came from. I just found out that I bought it wholesale from the mall. After Kamui settled the Chunin, he looked carefully to see who were the people causing trouble in Konoha village. Kamui recognized who the 2 men were at a glance and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, Kaneshiki, long time no see." Uchiha Kamui. The person who spoke was the thin man in white wearing a veil, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was standing by, immediately drew out the wave god from behind him the moment he saw Kamui, controlled it to change shape, and launched an attack on Kamui. "You start fighting as soon as we meet. Do I know you guys?" Otsutsuki Kinshiki was only concerned with attacking Kamui and had no intention of talking to him at all. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said from the side, "You called us out by our names as soon as we met, and you still say you don't know us. Kinshiki, don't hold back. Kill him, then there will be no Uchiha Kamui in the future." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's attacks became more frequent. "Forget it. I can't explain it to you clearly. What is your purpose in coming to this time, Kamui?" Learned from the previous conversation that he, Momoshiki and Kinshiki would become mortal enemies at some point in the future. But what Shenhui couldn't understand was that they had already become enemies in the future. So why didn't his future self kill them both, but instead let them run to this point in time to be killed? That's why Shenhui asked this question at the end. At this moment, there was a hole in the sky suddenly, as if someone had come to this point in time. Chapter 169. If a friend comes from afar, he will be killed, no matter how far away he is. Kamui knocked Kinshiki back with 1 punch, looked at the crack in the sky, and wondered who could be coming back this time. Urashiki, Ishiki, or Nejiro and Boruto. Just when Shenhui was still daydreaming, 2 people walked out from the crack in the sky. One of them had blonde hair, 3 whiskers on his face, and was wearing an orange sportswear. He was lively and active, and found everything new and interesting. The other person had black hair, wearing a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. Since he arrived, his attention was focused on Shenmue. Kamui looked at the people coming and thought, aren't these Naruto and Sasuke? Why are they here? And are they a little too young for their current age? Sasuke noticed Kamui's gaze and looked at him fearlessly, his eyes showing no sign of hiding his desire to compete with Kamui. Who gave you the courage to act so recklessly in Konoha village? Since you are here, you might as well stay in Konoha village. Hokage Madara, who had just arrived, looked at Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki and said coldly, such a big thing happened at the village gate. Of course, Madara, the village chief, had to come forward in person to understand the situation and then find a way to solve the problem. Naruto Madara's way of solving the problem is to fight with Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Part of this is because he was beaten by Kamui and he wanted to find someone to fight with to vent his anger. Naruto Madara deliberately pulled his Hokage hat down low to hide the bruises on his eye sockets so that people couldn't see his face, but this did not affect Naruto Madara's performance in battle. Naruto Madara rushed over, wanting to take care of Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki at the same time, but Otsutsuki Kinshiki got in front of Naruto Madara first and stopped him from getting closer to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. And so the battle between Naruto Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki began. Naruto looked at the Hokage Madara who was fighting with Otsutsuki Kinshiki in front of him and whispered to Sasuke beside him, "Is he the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who is known as the god of ninja, the Hokage at this point in time? Then he should undoubtedly be Senju Hashirama." Although Sasuke was surprised at the youth of the Hokage, this did not prevent him from making inferences based on the history he was familiar with. Sasuke said to Naruto confidently, but soon he realized he was wrong. "Hey, Kamui, when did you come back? We'll talk about this later. What's the situation now? Why did Madara fight with others? The Great Pillar himself arrived late and didn't know what was going on. He watched the battle between Naruto's Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, so he wanted to find someone to find out what was going on. He happened to see Kamui, who had just returned to the village. Those two guys in white clothes dared to take action in Konoha village. Naruto Madara is teaching them a lesson now. Those two guys over there with Konoha village 4 head protectors came with them, but it seems like they are hostile to each other. Shenmue simply introduced the relationship between the characters to Dazu so that Dazu could understand. After hearing this, Dazu thought for a while, then walked up to Naruto and Sasuke and said in a friendly manner, "Hello, I'm Senju Hashirama. Are you also a ninja from Konoha village?" Naruto and Sasuke just heard that the man in front of them called Madara Hokage. They were wondering, wasn't the first Hokage Hashirama Senju? How did it become Madara? Just when they were wondering, the man in front of them came up to them and admitted in person that he was Hashirama Senju, which made Naruto and Sasuke's little heads buzz. "You said you are Senju Hashirama? Then who is the Hokage now?" Naruto asked as he looked at the big pillar with a confused look on his face. "The Hokage is Madara, Uchiha Madara," Dazu said as a matter of course. When Naruto and Sasuke heard the answer from the big pillar, their little heads started buzzing again. But shouldn't the first Hokage be Hashirama Senju? How did it become Uchiha Madara? Naruto's little head was a bit unable to react. "The first Hokage has always been Uchiha Madara." Dazu looked puzzled, then spoke very patiently. "Hashirama, you won't get anything out of asking like this, so just leave them all to me." Kamui listened for a long time, and one thing he was sure of was that Naruto and Sasuke were not on the same timeline as them, so no matter what they said, it would be like talking to a deaf person. Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, right? "Hello, I'm Uchiha Kamui, and I welcome you to this time point. Do you think some things are incredible? This is because we are in 2 different timelines. I can tell you responsibly that you have come to the wrong place." Shenmue called out their names right from the start to make a good start and then explained to them so that they understood what had happened. This would achieve twice the result with half the effort. As Kamui spoke, he observed Naruto and Sasuke. When they heard the name Uchiha Kamui, confusion appeared in their eyes, which meant that they had never heard this name in the future. But as Kamui explained, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes gradually became clear. "I want to know now, what is the purpose of Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki coming to this point in time?" Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke understood. Kamui asked the question he wanted to know most at the moment. They are here to collect the tailed beasts. It is said that at that time, Konoha village had not yet been established, and the tailed beasts were still scattered in every corner of the ninja world. Sasuke answered Kamui's question. So, yours is here to stop them. Kamui looked at Naruto and Sasuke in front of him, and could vaguely sense the power of Susanoo and Senjutsu from them, and then said, well, the strength is pretty good. It is amazing to have such strength in peacetime. Now that you finished asking, I have a few questions for you. Sasuke looked at Kamui in front of him, and didn't understand why he knew so much, so he wanted to ask Kamui for clarification. What do you mean by you? I'm your ancestor after all. Please be polite. Come on, call me ancestor first. Kamui felt unhappy when he heard the way Sasuke addressed him. Well, Kamui's bad taste came up again. First, ancestor. Sasuke hesitated for a long time before he finally said the two words. But Shenmue looked at his junior with an expression that showed he was a teachable kid. Naruto was laughing secretly the whole time, thinking that he must tell others about this. After he returned, Sasuke noticed Naruto's strangeness and knew what he was planning. He glared at him and threatened him. Naruto glared back without showing any weakness, and finally made a face at Sasuke. Kamui noticed Naruto and Sasuke's little movements, and roughly guessed what was going on, so he said to Sasuke, don't worry, I won't let you call me ancestor in vain. I'll give you a gift later. After Kamui finished speaking, he turned his attention to the battle between Naruto Madara and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was beaten back step by step by Naruto Madara, and Naruto Madara's excellent fighting skills were fully utilized. After another round, Naruto Madara seized an opportunity. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was unable to dodge, and was hit hard in the stomach by Naruto Madara's punch. He vomited blood. Then Naruto Madara kicked Otsutsuki Kinshiki out. Immediately afterwards, Naruto Madara formed seals with his hands and launched a ninjutsu against Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Art. Fire escape fireball. After all, the battle took place in the village, and Hokage Madara naturally had to pay attention to the safety of the village, so he did not use large-scale fire-style ninjutsu. The huge fireball technique flew straight towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was injured at the time, and his reaction was a little slow, so he missed the best opportunity to dodge. Just as the Great Fireball Jutsu was about to engulf Otsutsuki Kinshiki, the Great Fireball Jutsu shook, and suddenly turned a corner, heading straight for Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Strictly speaking, it should have gone straight for the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. Just when Naruto Madara was wondering why his Great Fireball Jutsu suddenly changed direction, he saw the Great Fireball Jutsu hit the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand directly. Then the Great Fireball technique gradually became smaller and smaller, and was absorbed little by little by the sealing seal, activated by the Rinnegan in the palm of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. Oops, we forgot to tell you that Otsutsuki Momoshiki has the ability to absorb ninjutsu. Naruto slapped his thigh and said belatedly, it doesn't matter. Otsutsuki Momoshiki can't cause any trouble in the Konoha village in this era. Shenmue said this casually, but it contained a strong sense of confidence. Ban, just go ahead and do it, and leave the rest to me. Kamui knew that Madara the Hokage didn't dare to make any big moves due to the safety of Konoha village, so he specifically reminded Madara the Hokage that Konoha village had him, and didn't have to worry. I understand. I'll leave the village in your hands, Susanoo. Naruto Madara instantly activated Susanoo, and with a swish, he casually slashed out with 3 attacks. Otsutsuki Momoshiki wanted to use the same trick again, using the Rinnegan in the palm of his hand to activate the sealing technique to absorb the 3 slashes, but he found that Naruto Madara's moves were not ninjutsu, and he could not absorb them. The 3 slashes were very fast, and they arrived in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki in the blink of an And he was about to be hit point at this moment. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was standing by, used all his strength to knock Otsutsuki Momoshiki away, in order to protect him from harm point almost at the same time as Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew out of the damage range. These 3 slashes also landed on the wave god in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's hand point. The 3 slashes carried Otsutsuki Kinshiki forward, smashing the gate of Konoha village. And only stopped after pushing him several hundred meters outside of Konoha village point. Otsutsuki Momoshiki quickly followed suit and slashed. Looking for the figure of Otsutsuki Kinshiki point, Kamui opened the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan and used the pupil technique to restore the destroyed Konoha village to its original state. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Solve the Doubts. Naruto and Sasuke saw with their own eyes that Konoha village was affected by the attack of Naruto Madara, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. And the person who could do this was actually Kamui, who looked about the same age as them. Amazing, Naruto admired from the bottom of his heart point. Although Sasuke didn't say anything, there was a different look in his eyes when he looked at Kamui point. Shenwei was not surprised by this. He was at a loss when praised by his juniors. Shenwei did not think that this was anything to be proud of. Hokage Madara chased Otsutsuki Momoshiki and flew out of Konoha village. The Great Pillar followed closely behind. Kamui, Naruto and Sasuke followed behind them slowly. At this time, Otsutsuki Kinshiki said, "Come, Master Momoshiki, the time has come for you to consume my chakra, just as my fathers gave me the power. Come, do not hesitate, that's natural." Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his hand and launched the Tensho Tenon at Otsutsuki Kinshiki point. While being pulled again, Otsutsuki Kinshiki voluntarily transformed into a reddish-brown chakra fruit. Divine power. Kamui used the eye technique Kamui to transfer the chakra fruit that was about to fall into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hands into the Kamui space point. This scene made Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had always maintained his composure, suddenly become furious. "Asshole, give me back the chakra fruit." Otsutsuki Momoshiki went straight to Kamui, wanting to get the chakra fruit back from Kamui. Wearing a veil, are you in a hurry to get married? After Kamui finished speaking, super speed wrapped around his body, and in just a moment, he dug out the 2 Byakais in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eye sockets and the 2 Rinnegan in the palms of his hands, and then knocked him out with a knife point. After Shenwei finished all this, he carefully stored the 2 pairs of eyes in separate containers, still muttering to himself, "Hey, these 2 Otsutsuki came at the right time. This time, Tobira's human experiment will have new experimental materials to use." After Shenwei finished speaking, he noticed that everyone else was looking at him with strange eyes. "Did I said wrong thing?" Shenwei looked at the others with a puzzled look. I saw other people giving Shenwei a thumbs up and saying something in unison. "You're awesome." After saying that, Naruto and Sasuke went ahead and returned to Konoha village, leaving behind Naruto, Sasuke and others. "By the way, how did you 2 travel through time and space to come to this world?" Kamui walked up to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, squatted down, and searched for something on his body. "That is a tool used by the Otsutsuki clan. We and they came to this world through it." Naruto answered honestly, "It's it this little bastard." Kamui said as he took out a small turtle from Otsutsuki Momoshiki and placed it in front of Naruto and Sasuke. Yes, that's it." Naruto looked at the little turtle in Kamui's hand and seemed very excited. This was his and Sasuke's hope to return home. Kamui threw the little turtle in his hand to Sasuke beside him and said, "I promised to teach you a move before. Let's start now. Open your Sharingan and watch carefully." Chidori flow. Although Kamui didn't know why Sasuke had the power of Susanoo at this time, it was certain that Sasuke had not yet come into contact with Chidori. Kamui didn't know the specific reason, but why bother about it? Kamui starts with Chidori and keeps changing its form, with both the changes in form and nature being perfectly displayed. Sasuke, who was a little unconcerned at first, couldn't help but stare closely at Kamui's movements. Sasuke could see that Chidori Ryu was a very complete ninjutsu that suited his own technique very well. Most importantly, as soon as he saw it, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Following Kamui's demonstration, Sasuke also tried to perform the Chidori Ryu jutsu himself. In the end, he could only use the Chidori haltingly and was unable to use any of the subsequent variations of the Chidori. I want to learn new ninjutsu too. When Naruto saw that Sasuke had mastered the Chidori Ryu, he pestered Kamui to teach him a ninjutsu as well. I am his ancestor. I taught him Chidori Ryu ninjutsu in order to help the younger generation. You and I are not related at all. Why should I teach you ninjutsu? Kamui deliberately teased Naruto, intending to see what Naruto would do next. When Naruto heard what Kamui said, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't utter a word for a long time, but Kamui drew out a long note at the end of his words, which rekindled Naruto's hope, and he looked at Kamui with anticipation. But it's not easy for you to come all the way here, and you're a ninja from Konoha village, so it's reasonable for me to teach you a ninjutsu. Kamui looked at Naruto with a smile. His facial expression changed from gloomy to bright, and he laughed secretly in his heart. Shenmue, you are still the same as before, enjoying teasing others. Tobirama rushed over from Konoha village with 3 or 5 Anbu. He happened to hear the conversation between Kamui and Naruto, so he interrupted and said this. Tobirama and his Anbu came to the side of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Tobirama ordered the Anbu to take Otsutsuki Momoshiki to his human laboratory. What are you doing, Tobirama? You're trying to tear me down as soon as we meet. Do you know what it means? That the Dharma should not be passed on lightly. Kamui was very dissatisfied with Tobirama's behavior, so he walked over and argued with Tobirama. Yes, you are right. I can't argue with you. By the way, let me take care of those 2 pairs of eyes as well. When Tobirama saw Kamui coming over, he immediately gave in and tried his best to avoid arguing with Kamui. He also asked Kamui for the 2 pairs of eyes on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body to use as experimental materials. Here you go. Study it slowly. When Kamui heard what Tobirama said, he was too lazy to argue with Tobirama anymore and directly handed the container with 2 pairs of eyes to Tobirama so that he could quickly send Tobirama away. Farewell. Seeing that he had obtained the experimental materials, Tobirama was not idle for a moment. He said something to Kamui, turned around and left, eager to explore the mysteries of science. Where were we just now? Teaching you a new ninjutsu, right? I will teach you the Rasengan now. Kamui was busy demonstrating his power, totally unaware of the strange expression on Naruto's face. I have already learned the Rasengan. I want to learn other ninjutsu. After Naruto finished speaking, he started rolling a ball in front of Kamui to prove that he had really learned the Rasengan. Sure. Jiraiya teaches pretty quickly. Kamui looked at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand and sighed casually. At this time, Naruto slowly retorted, the Rasengan was not taught to me by the lecherous sage. My father taught me. As soon as Naruto said this, Kamui was surprised. What? Your father taught you? Didn't your father Minato Namikaze die because he used the Shikifujin to seal the 9 tails? How did he teach you the Rasengan? Your father? Minato Namikaze is still alive. Didn't your Konoha village experience the 9 tails rebellion? Kamui's 3 consecutive questions of curiosity surprised Naruto a little. Then Naruto told Kamui everything he knew about the situation back then, so that Kamui understood why Minato Namikaze was still alive. You know a lot. It is said that when the 9 tails was released, it was controlled by someone using the Sharingan and was about to destroy Konoha village. My father wanted to use the Shikigami Fujin to seal the 9 tails, but at this moment, the Sharingan reflected in the 9 tails' eyes suddenly began to rotate, allowing the 9 tails to regain its sanity. It cried and shouted that it wanted to go back and took the initiative to split itself into 2. The Yin 9 tails was once again sealed into my mother's body, and the Yang 9 tails was sealed into my body, and I naturally became the hero who saved Konoha village. After hearing this, Kamui was stunned. Wasn't this the limited illusion he had used when he captured the 9 tails? He and Naruto were clearly not on the same timeline, So how could such a thing happen? This puzzled Kamui. Can I have a word with Kyuubi? I have some questions for him. If Kamui wants to find the answer, the easiest way is to ask the Ninetales directly. Before that, Kamui needs to get Naruto's consent first. Of course I can, but the Kyuubi is in my body. How are you going to talk to him? Naruto looked at Kamui with confusion, not understanding what Kamui was going to do. It was obvious that he had not yet learned how to use the Ninetales chakra. Just agree to it and leave the rest to me. Kamui opened the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan and entered the place where the Ninetales was sealed with Naruto. Kyuubi, Kurama, are you home? Kamui knocked on the iron door that imprisoned the nine-tailed fox and called out the nine-tailed fox's name, hoping that it would come out to talk. Naruto looked at the Kamui's unbridled behavior and was about to step forward to stop it when he heard the nine-tailed fox speaking. Then the nine-tailed fox's big face emerged from the darkness and stared at Naruto in the distance. Who woke me up from my sweet dream? It's me. Do you have any problem with that? Kamui replied. When Kyuubi heard Kamui, his whole body shuddered unconsciously. Then he looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Kamui was still knocking on the door. The moment Nine-Tailed Fox saw Kamui, his face was filled with fear and he immediately took a step back, his whole body shaking. Kamui smiled at Kyuubi's frightened look and said immediately, "From the looks of you, you should know me. As long as you tell me when you knew me, I will leave here. How about that?" "I don't know the exact time. I just remember that I was still in Kushina's body at that time. But I heard you mention that you wanted to form a pirate group. I don't know anything else," Kyuubi answered honestly. "Oh, it's okay. Go back to sleep. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my little brother. If he has any requests in the future, you must try your best to satisfy him. Do you understand?" After saying this, Kamui threw a scroll to the Ninetales, waved goodbye to the Ninetales, and left with Naruto. Chapter 171 Return to Hometown. After watching Kamui leave, Kyuubi let out a long sigh and thought to himself, "I finally got rid of this killer." Kyuubi opened the scroll that Kamui had thrown to him and saw 5 big square characters written at the beginning. Heavy particle mode. Kyuubi read the scroll from beginning to end, then threw it away, cursing. Who wants to use this suicide mode? After Kyuubi finished speaking, he carefully looked outside the iron gate to make sure that Kamui had not returned. He then walked over, picked up the scroll, carefully put it away, and lay down to continue sleeping. "Wow, you are so amazing. You can scare that stinky fox like that with just a look. You are really amazing. From now on, I want that stinky fox to be as afraid of me as he is of you." Naruto looked at Kamui with stars in his eyes and his tone was full of admiration. "Scared of you? Why don't you try to make friends with it?" Kamui looked at Naruto with surprise in his eyes, but he understood. After thinking about it carefully, the Naruto in front of him had both parents and had never been hated by the villagers. Instead, he was a hero who was the center of attention since birth. He had never experienced the feeling of being neglected or rejected. Naturally, he could not understand the loneliness of the Ninetales, and thus have the idea of making friends with it. Make friends with that stinky fox? Is such a thing possible? Naruto didn't directly refuse, which meant that he had the same idea deep down in his heart. Why is it impossible? The key is to see how you do it. Let me tell you, don't think that Kyuubi is difficult to communicate with. In fact, that's all fake. It's just a Sunday little fox. As long as you know this, Kyuubi is actually very easy to get along with. Kamui exposed the Ninetales' disguise, taught Naruto, and then got along with the Ninetales, guiding Naruto onto the right track. Is what you said true? Why does it sound incredible? Naruto compared his impression of the nine-tailed fox with the nine-tailed fox described by Kamui, and found that there were clearly 2 nine-tailed foxes. This made him still a little hesitant about making friends with the nine-tailed fox. "Naruto, believe me, it's right. Be brave and try it. Maybe you will get an unexpected surprise." Kamui patiently encouraged Naruto to make friends with the Ninetales. The surprise he mentioned was naturally the Ninetales chakra mode, but Kamui did not say it explicitly. After all, making friends is better to be pure. Being too purposeful will only backfire. Then, let me try. Naruto was finally persuaded by Kamui and had the idea of making friends with the Ninetales, get along well with the Ninetales in the future, and take this scroll. It contains an advanced ninjutsu of the Rasengan. It must be used in conjunction with the senjutsu to avoid hurting yourself. Remember this. Kamui took out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. The scroll contained the wind style, Rasen Shuriken, which was the same as the heavy particle mode that Kamui threw to the Ninetales. Both were exchanged by Kamui from the mall. Yeah, I remember. Naruto agreed and couldn't wait to open the scroll in his hand and learn the new ninjutsu inside. Sasuke, who was standing by, saw that Naruto had also obtained a new ninjutsu, so he stopped practicing Chidori Ryu and planned to take a look at Naruto's new ninjutsu with the idea of competing with Naruto. The changes in properties and forms described here are so difficult. I'd better go back and practice slowly. Naruto saw the difficulty of practicing wind style, Rasen Shuriken, and knew that he would not be able to master it in a short time, so he put the scroll into his ninja tool bag. Naruto, Otsutsuki, Momoshiki and Kinshiki have been dealt with, and it's time for us to go back. Sasuke still has several variations of Chidori style that he has not mastered, but he needs to practice them slowly. Naruto's new ninjutsu also requires a lot of time to practice. The purpose of their coming here has been achieved, so it is reasonable for them to propose to go back at this time. Yes, Sasuke, we have been out for so long. Everyone must be worried, so let's go back quickly. After hearing what Sasuke said, Naruto immediately decided to go back. Okay, I'll use the Otsutsuki clan's tools to send us back. Sasuke then injected chakra into the little turtle, but nothing happened. What's going on? Why isn't this thing responding? Is it broken? This is over. We are going to be stuck in this time forever, Naruto said with a frustrated look on his face as he looked at the unresponsive little turtle. Sasuke ignored Naruto and continued to inject chakra into the little turtle. A hint of panic and anxiety appeared on his face. As far as I know, this little bastard is the Otsutsuki clan's time and space noble Phantasm Plo. Only the blood of the Otsutsuki clan can activate it, so don't waste your energy. Kamui's voice suddenly sounded, explaining to Naruto and Sasuke why they couldn't go back. What? Then we have to stay here forever and never be able to go back. Naruto's voice sounded somewhat broken, and he obviously couldn't accept this result. Naruto, calm down. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a look of despair and punched him in the face to wake him up. Ancestor, you must have a way to get us back, right? Sasuke looked at Kamui, who was calm and composed, and guessed that he must have a way to help them, so he asked, of course I have a way. I guarantee that I can send you back safely. Come back to the village with me first. There is a large group of people waiting for me to send them back. You two are not a big deal. Kamui admitted that he had a way, which undoubtedly gave Naruto and Sasuke some reassurance. However, Kamui's subsequent words made Naruto and Sasuke a little confused. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come with me. Kamui called out to Naruto and Sasuke, then led them to his home point. As soon as Shenwei entered the house, he found that everyone had been waiting there for a long time, as if they had anticipated what was going to happen next. Let me introduce to you. These two are from the future Konoha village, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Kamui introduced Naruto and Sasuke to everyone, and also introduced everyone to Naruto and Sasuke, and then told them about their stay in this world. Sasuke, Uchiha, hello, everyone. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage. Please give me your guidance. Sasuke's self-introduction was concise and to the point. In comparison, Naruto's self-introduction was more detailed. Uzumaki, my nephew-in-law. Are you sure he is from my Uzumaki clan? When Uzumaki Gouki heard Naruto's last name and looked at his hair color, he suddenly walked out of the crowd and asked Kamui. Kamui looked at Uzumaki Gouki with a dark face. He didn't expect him to appear here. At this moment, he had already seen the smiles on the faces of Hokage Madara, the Great Pillar and others, so he gritted his teeth and explained to him, Naruto's mother is from the Uzumaki clan. He takes his mother's last name and his hair color is his father's. After listening to this, Uzumaki Gouki remained silent. Okay, does anyone have anything else to say? If not, let's get going now. Shenmue looked around and saw that everyone had lost expressions and was silent. Wait, there's something I want to tell you. The future Shenmue changed his previous nonchalant look and walked in front of Shenmue with a serious face. Kamui, I'm here to say hello to you. I plan to go back to my own time. The crisis in Mito has actually been resolved, but I haven't figured out how to say goodbye to you, so I've delayed it until now. Today I'm taking this opportunity to tell you, future. Kamui said as he walked over to Naruto and Sasuke before continuing, and Naruto and Sasuke are in my care. I'll just take them back on the way. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. As soon as future Kamui finished speaking, he disappeared along with Naruto and Sasuke. Kamui looked at the place where future Kamui disappeared, a little dazed. Then he walked to the side of his friends in the Naruto world. Second, I'm here to take you home. Hold on to me. After Kamui confirmed that none of them were left behind, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and sent them back to the world that originally belonged to them. The group arrived safely without any accidents. It's been such a long time since we last met. Your people must miss you very much. Everyone please take care of yourselves. I will come to see you often. Bye. Shenmue left right after he finished speaking, not giving them any chance to speak, to prevent them from stirring up the atmosphere and starting to cry. He himself could not help but shed tears. Kamui firmly believed that, as long as he was fast enough, sadness could not catch up with him. Okay, he made that part up. The doppelganger of Shenmue and others stared in a daze at the place where Shenmue disappeared. The experiences during this period were like a dream. Okay, everyone cheer up. We will see each other again in the future. Now let's go and see how our Konoha village is being built. Uchiha Tajima was the first to get over the emotion of parting. He used the construction of Konoha village to divert everyone's attention, hoping that everyone could get out of the sad mood as soon as possible. Since we are talking about Konoha village, maybe it's time for the Hokage to start discussing it as well. Senju Buddha understood the elegant meaning of the string music by listening to it, and instantly understood what his old friend Uchiha Tajima meant, and continued speaking along the lines of what he meant. Kamui left quickly, and came back quickly, and he went to his friends in the fairy tale world again. It's time to send you back next. Kamui walked over to the group of people in the fairy tale world, took Naruto, Madara and Mito with him, activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and took them back to their own world. The group also arrived safely without any accidents. Okay, we finally got everyone back safely. Let's go say hello to our companions. Kamui looked at the fairy tale guild in front of him, and his heart suddenly became very calm. The sadness seemed to have lessened a little, perhaps because the guild was his second home. Chapter 172. The beginning of the journey. Shenmue followed everyone into the guild. Everyone, we're back. Natsu's announcement rang out in the guild, instantly pushing the atmosphere in the guild to a climax. The president and the others are back. Natsu, are you guys having fun over there? Have a party, and celebrate properly. The companions in the guild were chatting with those who had returned. This festive and lively atmosphere made people temporarily forget the sadness of parting. Mira pulled Kamui in front of her younger siblings and spoke in front of everyone in the guild. Elfman, Lysana, let me introduce you to Kamui. You will have to call him brother-in-law from now on. Mira's cheeks were flushed, but her body movements were graceful, and she didn't look shy at all. Everyone in the guild could hear Mira's words clearly, causing the guild, which had been a little noisy just now, to become silent in an instant, and then burst into even more lively congratulations. Shenmue, well done. Mera, when are you getting married? The wedding must be held in the guild. Faced with the sudden inquiries from their guildmates, Kamui and Mera were overwhelmed, as if they were a small boat in the midst of a stormy sea. Just when Mera felt at a loss, she suddenly felt a gentle hand holding her, as if saying, don't be afraid, I'm here. It was Kamui who held Mera. Kamui and Mira's hands were interlocked. He stood in front of Mera calmly, defending her from the questions of her guildmates. Mera looked down at the hand holding hers, then followed the clues and cast her gaze on Shenmue, her eyes full of sweet smiles. Sister, are you going to go with Shenmue? Elfman had already guessed Mera's plan, but he still had hope in his heart, so he wanted to confirm it with Mera. Yes, when I'm not around, Elfman must take good care of himself and Lisanna. Elfman is already a man, he can definitely do it. Mera showed a sweet smile on her face as she looked at her brother Elfman, and there were sad tears in her smile. When Elfman heard that his sister Mera was leaving, he couldn't stop crying. Elfman is already a man. Elfman, don't cry. The more Elfmen told him not to cry, the harder he cried, and in the end he cried so hard that he couldn't speak. At this time, Mera broke free from Kamui's hand, took Elfman and Lisanna away from the crowd, walked to an empty corner, and started chatting about something. Shenmue also wanted to run away, but he was being watched closely by his guildmates, so he couldn't escape, and could only answer their questions honestly. Kamui, you brothers are alright. First there's you and Mera, then there's Izuna and Levi. I just don't know who your eldest brother Madara will be with. I don't know who started this conversation, but it got out of control from then on. By the way, where are Izuna and Rii? Why can't I see them? You can guess without asking. They must have gone to the woods for a date. What's going on with Izuna and Levi? Natsu became interested as soon as he heard it, and kept asking his guildmates questions. What's more, he even ran to the side of Naruto Madara and asked directly, hey, bro, which girl in the guild do you like? Tell me and I'll help you with some advice. Naruto Madara didn't say a word, just looked at him with a cold face, and only gave up when he saw that he had given up. Then, Naruto Madara left the guild and went to meet and chat with Izuna. In this way, the whole morning passed. Kamui dealt with his guildmates, Mera comforted his younger brothers and sisters, Naruto Madara met and chatted with Izuna for a few words, and then it was time to separate again. Shenmue, don't bully Mera anymore. Kamui, you and Mera should remember to come back to the guild often. Shenmue, if you have a fight like this next time, remember to come find me at the guild. Sister, I'm already a man. I will take good care of myself and Lisanna. Sister Mera, I will take good care of myself and brother Elfman. Brother, next time we meet, remember to bring your sister-in-law with you. President, everyone, I'll just send you here. I'll come back to see you often in the future. Goodbye. After saying this, Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Mito, Mera, and Naruto Madara back to the Naruto world. Kamui, Mito, Mera, and Naruto Madara, the four of them appeared at Kamui's house. After sending everyone back home, I suddenly feel that my home is a little deserted. Mito looked at the empty yard of his home, missed the days when everyone was together, and spoke with emotion. But if we don't send them all back, how can we travel together? Kamui took Mito and Mera's hands and pulled them to him, gazing at them lovingly. Naruto Madara didn't want to stand here as a light bulb, nor did he want to be fed dog food by Kamui, so he hurriedly left Kamui's house. Naruto Madara wanted to leave here, but Kamui didn't want to let him go, so he spoke behind Naruto Madara. Madara, Izumi Naka said that next time he wants you to bring him a sister-in-law, so you better hurry up on this matter. TCH, boring. After hearing this, Hokage Madara paused, then walked away without looking back, obviously not taking the matter to heart. Mito, Mera, now that there are only three of us together, what are your plans for the rest of the journey? Kamui seeks the opinions of Mito and Mera, and intends to use their opinions as the main basis to decide which world to go to next. Just as Mito and Mera were thinking about it, there was a bang, and the Pokeball opened by itself, and Pikachu jumped out of it. Pikachu, why did you come out? Hey, I've made up my mind. I want to go and take a look at Pikachu's world. I've made up my mind too. I want to go to Pikachu's world and catch lots of cute little elves. Mito and Mera looked at Pikachu and decided at the same time to go to Pikachu's world to fulfill their desire for a cute pet. Okay, that's it. Let me find the coordinates of the Pokemon world first. Once I find it, we'll set off immediately. Shenmue took out the book Coordinates of All Worlds, and searched for the coordinates of the Pokemon world page by page. When Shenwei turned to the page with the coordinates of the Naruto world, he found that there were 10 coordinates of the Naruto world, from Naruto world 1 to Naruto world 10. The Naruto world where Kamui is located is Naruto world 1. The Naruto world where Kamui's duplicate is located is Naruto world 2. The future Kamui belongs to Naruto world 4. Naruto and Sasuke belong to Naruto world 8. And the most orthodox Naruto world, which is the Naruto world depicted in the original work, is Naruto world 10. From this point, it can also be seen that the more it deviates from the original and the greater the changes to the original, the further it is from the Naruto world. Depicted in the original point, Kamui looked at the many Naruto worlds in the book and suddenly seemed to understand why he wanted to form a pirate group. However, it is still a little too early to form a pirate group. Let's consider this matter again. After satisfying Mito and Mira's ideas, Kamui continued flipping through the pages, and after just a few pages he saw the coordinates of the One Piece world. Kamui noted down the page number and continued flipping through the pages. Shenwei flipped through the book for a long time and found a pattern. The book coordinates of all worlds were sorted in alphabetical order, but the problem was that Shenwei did not find anything like a table of contents or index in the book. Shenwei could not help but secretly curse old Wei, saying that it was a waste of time to take off his pants to fart. Shenwei had just finished scolding Leo Wei when Leo Wei's voice was heard from the book coordinates of all worlds. Sorry, there was no toilet paper that day, so I tore it off and used it. I apologize for the inconvenience. Oh my god, I just mentioned you in my mind, and you knew that? You are amazing. Shenwei was so scared by the sudden voice coming from the book that he almost threw the book away. Whenever someone mentions me, I will feel something. You just cursed me in your heart, right, Leo? Wei's voice came from the book again. Facing Leo Wei, the unknown boss, Shenwei immediately gave in and said, No, you must have sensed it wrongly. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you. Goodbye. Shenwei waited for a while and found that Leo Wei was just as he said. There was no movement. Shenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dare to talk about Leo Wei anymore. He continued to flip through the pages of the book, looking for the coordinates of the Pokemon world. Turning the pages one by one, Shenwei finally found the coordinates of the Pokemon world. Just as Shenwei was thinking about how to use it, a sudden inspiration came to his mind, and the method of use appeared. Shenwei followed the method in his mind and started to act. Kamui took out a flying thunder god kunai and lightly touched the coordinates of the Pokemon world. The coordinates were copied to the flying thunder god kunai like a swimming fish. Kamui had a premonition that, as long as he held the flying thunder god kunai and activated the flying thunder god technique, he would be able to reach the world of Pokemon in the next second. Kamui put away the book coordinates of all worlds and called Mito and Mera, saying, Mito, Mera, we are ready to go. Mito and Mera each held one of Kamui's arms. The naughty little Pikachu climbed onto Kamui's head and grabbed his hair. Everyone was ready. The art of flying thunder god, Kamui, and his group just disappeared in the Naruto world. After Kamui and the others left, the Enbu quickly informed the Hokage Madara of the news. Naruto Madara looked through the window in the direction of Kamui's house and thought to himself, should I find a girlfriend? Chapter 173. Zyossi and Zyarksha. Shenwei and his 3 companions, plus a yellow-skinned mouse, used the flying thunder god technique and came to a forest. There were flocks of crickets flying in the sky, green caterpillars hanging on the trees. The yellow-skinned mouse that was accompanying them was particularly excited when seeing its own kind in front of them. Shenwei opened the map of the universe, and the map automatically switched to the map of the Pokemon world, marking the current location of Shenwei and others. Kamui looked at the location where he and others were, and thought to himself, this is the Viridian Forest. Then the Pallet Town should not be far from here. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to see Pallet Superman. Shenwei, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. Pikachu ran along the forest path, as if something in front was attracting it. Mito and Mera were afraid that Pikachu would get separated from them, so they followed it closely. At this time, Mito noticed that Kamui was in a daze and did not follow. Mito's voice brought Kamui back to reality. Plans could not keep up with the speed of change, so Kamui could only temporarily give up the idea of going to see the Shinshin Superman. Kamui used the Flying Thunder God technique on Pikachu to come directly to Pikachu, and then picked it up from the ground. Why are you running around? What if you get lost? You are not allowed to run around anymore, do you understand? If you don't listen, I will lock you in a Pokeball. As soon as Kamui's words came out, there was an immediate effect, and the Pikachu in his hand became much more obedient. Are you a trainer too? I'm Satoshi from Pallet Town. Can you have a Pokemon battle with me? At this time, a young man wearing a baseball cap and with a Pikachu standing on his shoulder came over and invited Kamui to a battle. After Kamui caught Pikachu, he originally planned to meet up with Mito and Mera, but when he heard that someone wanted to have a Pokemon battle with him, he retracted the leg that had stepped forward. Shenwei looked at the young man who had just spoken and couldn't help but be moved. Isn't the person in front of him the Shin Ultraman that I wanted to see? Hey, you also have a Pikachu. No wonder you want to fight me. I only have Pikachu right now, so let's go 1vs1. Kamui agreed to Satoshi's request for a battle. The reason for agreeing was of course because the opponent was Satoshi. If it was someone else, Kamui would definitely ignore him and just turn around and leave. You said yes, that's great. It's decided to be you. Pikachu. Ash was overjoyed to see that Kamui agreed to his request for a battle and quickly sent out his Pikachu. But after waiting for a long time, Pikachu did not take any action. This Pikachu of yours doesn't seem to be listening to you. Kamui looked at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, who was playing on his own without paying any attention to Ash's orders, and gave a fair evaluation. Yeah, it's always like this. It gives me a headache. I thought fighting among its own kind would arouse its interest, but it's still like this. So, how do you make Pikachu obey? Zyozzy complained to Kamui about his disobedient Pikachu and asked Kamui for the trick to make Pikachu listen to him. You've asked the right person. Let me tell you, what should you do? If a Pikachu doesn't listen, just give it a beating. Just like my Pikachu, it used to be disobedient, but look how obedient it is now. Shenwei couldn't help but let out all his evil intentions, and he started to deceive Zyozzy. But aren't elves our friends? It's not good to hit them, right? After listening to the tips given by Kamui, Zyozzy subconsciously thought that hitting Pokemon was a very bad behavior, but when he saw that Kamui and his Pikachu got along very well, he became a little hesitant. Shenwei, please stop talking nonsense and corrupting others. Mito walked over angrily and punched Kamui on the head to teach him a lesson. Mito, even if I was wrong, you don't have to be so harsh, right? Look, there's a blister. Kamui covered his wound and looked at Mito pitifully, trying to gain sympathy. Hey, were you lying to me just now? Zyozzy realized it belatedly and looked at Kamui, his eyes full of disbelief. Kamui had just fooled Satoshi and then was exposed by Mito on the spot. Even though Kamui was thick-skinned, he felt a little ashamed at this moment. He didn't dare to look at Satoshi and had to look away. Of course I'm lying to you. How could there be such a way to make an elf obey you? Just think about it and you'll know it's fake. A little girl in light clothes pushing a bicycle spoke to Zyozzy in a fierce tone. Oh, so that's how it is. Then how can I make Pikachu obey me? Zyozzy now knew that Kamui was fooling him, but he didn't care. Or rather, he was now focused on getting Pikachu to obey him and didn't care about Kamui fooling him. Kamui had previously focused his attention on Mito and Satoshi and didn't notice that there was a girl next to Mito and Mera. Who is she? How did you know her? Shenwei looked at the scantily dressed girl and recognized her as Zyarksha, but he pretended to be ignorant. Her name is Zyarksha. She is a friend we just met in the forest. She is amazing. She knows many kinds of elves. Mera introduced her new friend Zyarksha to Kamui, and her face was full of admiration when she mentioned Zyarksha. At this time, Zyarksha was heard continuing to speak. If you want the Pokemon to obey the trainer's command, you must let the Pokemon feel the trainer's sincerity. Misty teaches Ash about how trainers and Pokemon should get along with each other, hoping that Ash can treat his Pokemon well. But How can we do it, Zyuozi? Humbly asked Zyuoxia for advice, and Mito and Mera were also listening attentively, thinking that after they learned it, they could use it on the Pokemon they would capture in the future. Otherwise, just listen to me, and give him a beating. Shenwei interrupted at an inopportune time. Mito and Mera clenched their fists without saying a word, and beat up Kamui to prevent him from talking nonsense anymore. When the Kamu's Pikachu saw the two hostesses attacking Kamui, he also ran over to join in the fun, jumped onto Kamu's head, and stomped on it, as a way to vent his anger. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I will never talk about hitting elves again. The mighty hero would not suffer a loss in front of him, so he quickly admitted his mistake to Mito and Mera, so that he could avoid the beating. Seeing that Kamui had a good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Mito and Mera generously let him go, and finally warned Kamui, "You are not allowed to bully elves from now on, otherwise." Mito stared at Kamui with dangerous eyes. Although Mito only said half of the words, Kamui knew what she meant by unspoken words. Hey, why does your Pikachu feel a little different from the usual Pikachu? That's really weird. Misty looked at Strikaback's Pikachu, then compared it to Satoshi's Pikachu, and felt that they were a little different, but she couldn't tell exactly where. What's the difference? They're all Pikachu. Zyuozi, a careless third-rate trainer, couldn't tell what was special. After comparing the two Pikachus regarding the special features of Pikachu, Kamui didn't go out of his way to explain anything, and it was fine, just to let Ash and Misty remain confused. Where are you going next? Why don't we go together? In order to be able to ask Misty questions about Pokemons from time to time, Mito asked to travel with Misty, and our protagonist Satoshi was just an extra. Okay, now you won't be alone on the road. By the way, where are your luggage? How are you going to spend the night without it? Zyuoxia gladly agreed to Mito's request to go with them, but she also found out that Mito and his friends didn't bring any luggage, and was worried that they wouldn't be able to spend the night in the forest. Zyuoxia, you don't need to worry about this. We have a secret weapon. Shenwei, where are we staying tonight? Mito explained to Zyuoxia with a smile, then turned around and pushed the problem to Kamui, asking Kamui to find a way to solve it. Kamui had been standing nearby, listening to the conversation between Mito and Zyuoxia, and then heard Mito throw the question to him. Do you want to sleep in sleeping bags tonight? Or do you want to stay in a tent? Or do you want to stay in a small house? Shenwei has provided Mito with a variety of options, based on the products in the mall. Now it depends on what Mito wants to choose. Wait, I'm fine with sleeping bags and tents, but a small house. Are you planning on building a small house in the forest? Zyuoxia looked at Shenwei with empty hands and thought he was bragging, so she mocked him mercilessly. Kamui pretended not to hear Zyuoxia's ridicule, and didn't take it to heart at all. He was just waiting for Mito to give him an answer, before deciding what to exchange from them all. Can I still choose to live in a small house? Then I want to live in a small house. Mito originally thought that the three of them would stay in the forest tonight, but she didn't expect Kamui to give her a surprise. Mito wants to live in the small house. What about Mera? Where are you going to stay tonight? Shenwei should fully consider the needs of different girlfriends. What if Mera likes to live in a sleeping bag or a tent? He generalized and made it seem like he didn't respect her opinion. If there is a small house to live in, then of course I will choose to live in a small house. What's there to ask? Just listen to the first half of Mera's words, and as for the second half, you can ignore it. But if you didn't ask her, congratulations, you will get a human-shaped self-propelled time bomb. Everyone wants to live in a small house. I'll satisfy you. Kamui dared to say that Mito and Mera would stay in the small house at night, so he naturally had the confidence to say so. Shenwei opened them all and searched for the item he had in mind, the artifact that could solve the inconvenience of living while traveling. Shenwei's eyes suddenly lit up. He found what he wanted and exchanged it directly. Suddenly, a small box appeared in Shenwei's hand. Shenwei opened the box, took out a capsule according to the function corresponding to the number, pressed it and threw it out. Chapter 174 Check-in. Shenwei threw out a capsule. After the capsule landed on the ground, a cloud of smoke came out with a bang. Then the smoke dissipated, and a small house appeared in front of everyone. What Kamui exchanged from them all was exactly the universal capsule made by Bulma's family in the Dragon Ball world. Wow, there's a little house to stay in at night. The rooms are first come, first served, Sister Mito. I'll go first. Mera, you are so cunning. Wait for me. I also want to pick a good room. Mito and Mera were only concerned with fighting for the room, not caring at all about how Kamui managed to create such a small house in the forest. Mito and Mera don't understand what amazing technology is contained in the universal capsule and the value that this technology can generate, but that doesn't mean that Satoshi and Misty don't understand the value of the universal capsule. Zyossi and Zyraksha stared at Kamui. No, it should be said that they stared at the box of universal capsules in Kamui's hand, and their eyes were shining with gold. Kamui noticed the way Satoshi and Misty looked at him, and felt like a little white rabbit being stared at by a hungry wolf. What are you two looking at me for? Are you planning on sleeping in your sleeping bags tonight? I'm telling you to, if you don't go pick a room, Mito and Mera will have already picked all the good ones. Okay, I'll go pick a room first. Kamui invited Satoshi and Misty to live in the little house together tonight, and then went ahead to choose a room to avoid their creepy gazes. Can we stay in the little house tonight, too? There was a hint of expectation in Zyos's questioning tone. Although Zyraksha didn't say anything, she kept her ears perked up and listened carefully. Who would want to live in a sleeping bag when there is a small house to live in? Of course, it will be more lively with more people. I still have to prepare dinner for them. We can eat and chat later. After Kamui finished speaking, he walked straight towards the small house. He suddenly thought that the small house was full of modern facilities and various household appliances, and Mito and Mera had never seen these things, so it was very likely that something might have happened. What? At this moment, Mito's terrified and sharp cry was heard from the small house. Shenwei walked quickly into the small house, and as Shenwei expected, there was a problem on Mito's side. Mito was holding a kunai, confronting a sweeping robot. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, I'm here. Kamui quickly walked over to Mito, stroked the top of her head, and comforted her softly to calm her down. Divine power. Mito hugged Kamui tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Kamui was comforting Mito when he heard an explosion in another room. When Kamui heard the explosion, he naturally couldn't just sit there and do it. Mito still needed comfort, so Kamui had to take Mito to check what happened over there. Kamui brought Mito to the scene of the accident, only to see bursts of black smoke coming from the room. Mera received the soul of Satan and used magic to bombard something that could be vaguely confirmed as an air conditioner. Mera, what are you doing? Shenwei was stunned and didn't understand why Mera was picking on the air conditioner. Shenwei, you came just in time. This thing tried to sneak attack me with ice magic. After I found it, I destroyed it. Mera cancelled her receiving magic and boasted about her achievements to Kamui, as if to seek credit, expecting Kamui's praise. Shenwei covered his face with his hands, lamenting that it was so unfair that the air conditioner was scrapped, but he didn't know how to explain this air conditioner to Mera. It seems like it's time to teach you about the functions and uses of household appliances. Shenwei first activated Giksu to restore the scrapped air conditioner to its original state, and then started to introduce various household appliances to Mito and Mera. Kamui's explanation was easy to understand. Mito and Mera were a little hesitant at first, but after several attempts, they quickly became proficient in using it. Okay, I've almost finished introducing the home appliances in the room. Now you can go and choose the room you like. Seeing that Mito and Mera were already proficient in using household appliances, Kamui let them choose their rooms with confidence. So, you're all here. I've been looking for you for a while. I want to ask, have you all chosen your rooms? Zyraksha and Zyossi just visited each room and were very satisfied. However, they didn't know which room Shenwei and the other two had chosen, so they went to look for Shenwei and the others separately, wanting to find out clearly before making a decision. We haven't started choosing yet. If you have a room you like, it's okay for you to choose first. Kamui had just been introducing rooms to Mito and Mera, and the three of them had not had time to choose a room. Now that Zyraksha asked about it, Kamui generously said that she could choose first. In that case, I won't be polite. After Zyraksha finished speaking, she ran to the room that she liked the most, closed the door, threw her backpack aside, and threw herself on the big bed, enjoying its comfort and softness. It looks like Sister Zyraksha has already chosen a room, so let's go and choose a room as well. Mera dragged Mito and Kamui to choose a room, fearing that the good rooms would have been chosen by others soon. Shenwei and the other two chose a room, and Shenwei hung a flying thunder god Kyune on the door as a mark point. Mito and Mera followed suit and hung something on the door to avoid going to the wrong door. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you hanging something on the door? Zyraksha looked at the weird behavior of the Kamui 3 and asked in confusion. Leave a mark for your room so you don't go to the wrong door. Look, there are men and women among us. It would be so embarrassing if you went to the wrong door. Kamui explained to Zyraksha, making Zyraksha understand the purpose of their actions. Oh, I see. Then I'll leave mark for my room as well. Zyraksha looked around and found a room with nothing hanging on the door. Then he took off his hat and hung it on the door. Then he opened the door and walked in. Zyraksha, wait, that house is already occupied. Kamui wanted to stop Zyraksha, but it was too late. Kamui saw Zyraksha pushing open the door and walking in. About 3 seconds later, a scream of "Ah" was heard in the room. Then Zyraksha crawled out of the room, talking non-stop. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't know there was anyone in this room. Zyraksha kept apologizing and throwing things out of the room. Then the door was slammed shut. The person inside seemed to think that this was not safe enough and locked the door again. Zyraksha, tell me honestly, did you do that on purpose? I clearly warned you. Why did you still go inside? Kamui severely criticized Zyraksha and condemned his behavior. I saw there was nothing hanging on the door of that room, so I thought it was an empty room. I didn't expect that it would be Zyraksha's room. Zyraksha felt a little annoyed at his own recklessness and blamed himself very much for his behavior. Zyraksha, tell me secretly, what did you see in there just now? In the last second, Kamui was still criticizing Zyraksha, but in the next second, Kamui suddenly changed the subject and lowered his voice to talk to Zyraksha. Kamui's words were like a small hook, evoking Zyraksha's memories of the scene just now, and his nosebleed started flowing unconsciously. I have no idea. Zyraksha took his hat off the door, hurriedly chose an empty room, and hid inside. Shenwei looked at the empty living room, where he was the only one left, so he began to prepare dinner silently. Kamui was a little uncomfortable with the sudden use of a gas stove. After being used to the earthen stoves in the Naruto world. Time passed little by little. A drizzle began to fall outside the window, and Shenwei's dinner was ready. Mito, Mera, Misty, and Satoshi, come out to eat. Kamui shouted and called out the 4 people. Mito and Mera sat opposite each other, waiting for Kamui to feed them. Zyraksha and Zyraksha simply greeted each other and sat opposite each other, as if nothing had happened before. Okay, the dishes are ready. If you don't have enough rice, there's more in the pot. Go get some yourself. Kamui brought the last of the dishes to the table and sat down next to Mito and Mera. At the dinner table, Shenwei's cooking skills won praise from Zyraksha and Zyraksha. Shenwei just smiled and asked them to eat more. Dinner time was over quickly, and Kamui, Mito, Mera, Satoshi, and Misty were chatting together. We're going to travel together in the next period of time, so where is our next destination? Next stop? Of course, I'm going to Viridian City. I'm going to challenge the gym there, then get the gym badge, and participate in this quartz conference. Kamui was just the beginning. Zyraksha poured beans into the bamboo tube and revealed his next plan. You're planning on participating in the quartz conference as well. But how are you going to challenge a gym when you can't even command a Pikachu? Zyraksha thought Zyraksha was daydreaming, so she scolded him mercilessly. I'll be able to command Pikachu soon. Just wait and see. Mister's scolding, on the contrary, aroused Ash's fighting spirit. He took Pikachu out into the forest and tried to command Pikachu. Zyraksha, it's still raining outside. Zyraksha turned a deaf ear to Kamu's reminder and focused entirely on commanding Pikachu. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Zaozi, Kamu stopped wasting words and just let him be. After all, he was the protagonist and there was no need to worry about his safety. The only two boys in the room had left, leaving Shenwei and 3 girls. Shenwei consciously stayed away from them to give them a chance to whisper. Kamu was not idle either. He bought Pokemon illustrated books and Pokeballs for himself, Mito, and Mira. These were necessary items for understanding and capturing Pokemons. Chapter 175, Conquering Pikachu. While preparing the Pokemon dictionary and Pokeballs, Kamu was also thinking about the Pokemon he wanted to capture. Zaozi's next stop is Tokiwa City, where he will inevitably meet the leader of the Tokiwa Gym, who will also be Team Rocket's boss, Sakaki. I just don't know if Mewtwo was born during this period of time. If I had known that I would come to the Pokemon world in the future, I should have paid more attention to these details in my previous life. Let's put Mewtwo aside for now and just talk about the Pokemon in Viridian Forest. Beedrill and Pidgeot are the 2 Pokemon that can be mage evolved. Kamu will definitely not be missed. Beedrill develops quickly and can grow up quickly. Combined with mage evolution, it will become the trump card in Kamu's hand. In comparison, Pidgeot's development seems to be much slower, but for Shenwei, the dog tycoon who owns them all, slow development is only relative. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed outside the house, followed by a loud bang. The sudden loud noise scared the 3 girls in the house. Don't be afraid. It was probably just thunder on a rainy day. It might have happened to strike a tree in the forest. Zyaksha patted her chest gently, as if she was comforting herself, or as if she was comforting Mito and Mira. The lightning in the sky hit the trees in the forest. Isn't Zaozi in the forest in danger now? The kind-hearted Mito thought of Satoshi, who was in the forest at the moment and couldn't help but worry about his safety. Then, I'll go look for him outside. Kamu volunteered to go out and look for Satoshi. With Kagura's perception of the mind's eye, Satoshi would have nowhere to hide. After all, it was late at night and it was raining outside. It seemed a bit inappropriate to let these 3 girls go into the forest to look for someone. Kamu took an umbrella, released Kagura's mind's eye perception, and went out to look for Satoshi, leaving the 3 girls in the house waiting for the result. Kamu's Kagura mind's eye sensed Satoshi effortless, and Kamu followed the direction of his perception and walked straight towards Satoshi. When Kamu arrived at where Ash was, he found that the ground with Ash as the center was charred black. Ash and Pikachu were lying on the ground, and there were countless unconscious Spearows around them. Kamu walked forward and first checked Satoshi's breath. After making sure that Satoshi was not dead, he pried open Satoshi's mouth and fed him a senzu bean. Kamu did the same to Pikachu besides Satoshi. I have to say that the senzu beans were really effective. Ash and Pikachu woke up quickly, looking full of energy. Pikachu, Pikachu. As soon as Zaozi woke up, he looked for his Pikachu. Pikachu spoke up, telling Ash that it was here. Then, Pikachu jumped into Zaozi's arms, and the 2 of them hugged each other tightly. I say, you two, a man and a mouse, didn't you notice there's a living person here? Kamu watched Zaozi and Pikachu embrace each other affectionately, so he spoke out to emphasize his presence so that they could Kamu. When did you come? It was only after hearing Kamu's voice that Zaozi noticed Kamu beside him. If Kamu hadn't spoken just now, Zaozi would probably have noticed Kamu's presence even later. If I hadn't come, you would have had to sleep in the forest tonight. Kamu was very unhappy about being ignored. He looked at Zaozi expressionlessly and choked him to vent his anger. But I still want to congratulate you. It seems that the relationship between you and Pikachu has taken a step further. Kamu's anger came and went quickly, and now he congratulated Zaozi sincerely. Of course, Pikachu and I are best friends, right? Pikachu, Pickup, Zaozi, and Pikachu had a perfect understanding in their questions and answers. By the way, how did you get involved with that group of Spearows? Kamu pointed at the unconscious Spearow on the ground, and asked Zyossi about what happened. Zyossi started by talking about how he got in trouble with this group of Spearows, and continued until the end, when he risked his life to stand in front of Pikachu. Pikachu sensed Zyosi's intentions, and electrocuted all the Spearows and himself at the same time. Shenwei listened to Zyosi quietly, but the more he listened, the more familiar it seemed. At this moment, the dusty memories in Shenwei's mind resurfaced. If Kamui remembered correctly, in a short while, the so-called photographer, Ho-Oh, would fly over their heads. Kamui silently took out the Pokeball, looked up at the sky, and waited for Ho-Oh to appear. Shenwei, what are you looking at? I think we should go back now. Zyosi followed Kamui's gaze and looked up at the sky, but found that there was nothing in the sky, so he decided to go back with Kamui, change into clean clothes, rest early, and continue his journey tomorrow. Just stay with me for a while, and then we'll go back. Just a while. Kamui didn't see Ho-Oh, and was a little unwilling to give up, so he pulled Satoshi, and stood here waiting. These legendary beasts were all close to Satoshi. If Satoshi left, the possibility of Kamui encountering a legendary beast alone would be infinitely close to 0. Seeing that Shenwei insisted on waiting, Zyosi waited here with Shenwei. After a while, Zyosi couldn't help but ask Kamui, Shenwei, what are you waiting for? How long do we have to wait? Wait a little longer. It should be here soon. Kamui did not tell Zyosi about Ho-Oh, for fear that it would not work if he told him. So he just kept comforting Zyosi and told him to wait. Zyosi didn't want to leave Kamui alone, so he stayed with Kamui and continued to wait. After an unknown amount of time, Kamui sighed, stretched his stiff neck, and put away the Pokeball. Come on, let's go back. Kamui waited for a long time, but didn't see Ho-Oh, so he gave up the idea and planned to go back with Satoshi. Finally, we don't have to wait any longer. Shenwei, let's go back then. When Zyosi heard that Kamui was planning to go back, he immediately followed happily. When Kamui and Zyosi returned, the three girls immediately surrounded them and asked them all sorts of questions. Zyosi told them what happened outside, and Shenwei checked and filled in the gaps, and finally he explained everything clearly to them. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early. We have a long journey tomorrow. Seeing that everything had been explained clearly, Shenwei suggested that everyone go to bed early. Kamui felt very sorry for not meeting Ho-Oh tonight, so he planned to turn his regret into sleep and get enough rest, so that his plan to capture the king tomorrow could start smoothly. The three girls, Mito, Mira and Misty, have been holding on until now because they were worried about Kamui and Satoshi. Now that Kamui and Satoshi are back, they naturally can't hold on any longer, and are yawning continuously. Zyosi was already exhausted after a whole day, and had been fighting with the Spearows for most of the day, so he was also very tired. In this way, the four of Shenwei returned to their respective rooms to rest in preparation for tomorrow's trip. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day arrived. Shenwei got up early, packed the Pokemon Encyclopedia and Pokeballs into 2 backpacks, and then went to make breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, Kamui handed 2 backpacks to Mito and Mira respectively, and taught them how to use them. Mito and Mira studied very hard and quickly figured out how to use the Pokemon Encyclopedia and Pokeballs. They couldn't wait to capture Pokemons. Everyone, check if anything has been left behind. I'm going to turn the house into a capsule. Shenwei reminded everyone, then walked out of the house alone, waiting for everyone to pack up their things and come out one by one. Mito and Mira's things were in the backpacks Kamui had just given them, so they quickly followed Kamui out. Zyoxia and Zyosi had a lot of stuff and needed time to count them, so they fell behind. However, soon Zyosi and Zyoxia, who was pushing a bicycle, came out. Seeing that everyone had come out, Shenwei pressed a button somewhere in the house. After a bang, the house turned back into its capsule shape. Although I have seen it once yesterday, I still find it incredible now. Zyoxia watched Shenwei turn the house back into a capsule, marveling at the magic of the universal capsule. Our destination is Viridian City. Let's go. Now that Zyosi can command Pikachu to fight, He is a little excited, so he can't wait to challenge the Tokiwa gym in Tokiwa City. As for losing, he has never thought about it. Wait, there are 2 Pokemon in Evergreen Forest that I want to capture, so you go first, and I'll come find you after I capture them. Kamui thought hard last night and finally suspected that it was because of his appearance that Ho-Oh did not show up, thus ruining Satoshi's chance point. When Kamui thought about Satoshi, who failed to win the championship of a single tournament, he felt inexplicably distressed. In order not to ruin Satoshi's opportunity, Kamui decided to part ways with Satoshi. As for why he didn't tell the truth to Zaozi, firstly, chance was too mysterious, and secondly, Kamui himself couldn't stand the scene of farewell. By the way, this box of universal capsules is for you. In case we get separated, you don't have to sleep in sleeping bags anymore, Kamui said as he gave a box of universal capsules in his hand to Zaozi. This thing is very valuable. I can't take it. Besides, if I take it, where will you stay tonight? Zaozi was very tempted when he saw the universal capsule handed to him by Kamui, but he finally refused it. Misty, who was standing by, was so excited that her eyes sparkled. She wished she could accept the universal capsule on behalf of Satoshi, but when she heard Satoshi's refusal, she suddenly felt relieved. Don't worry, I still have a lot of boxes of this stuff. Just take it with confidence. Shenmue forced the box of universal capsules in his hand onto Zaozi, and then in order to reassure Zaozi, he temporarily exchanged 2 boxes of universal capsules from them all, and shook 1 box in each hand in front of Zaozi. Well, Kamui, you must catch up as soon as possible. I'll go to Viridian City and wait for you. Seeing that Shenmue still had a spare universal capsule, Zaozi no longer refused, put away the universal capsule in his hand, and embarked on his journey. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.